All right, you're live.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Thursday, April 22nd Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee meeting. It is our JF deadline and our JF meeting. We are going to convene the meeting, obviously, but we're going to recess. And I promise the recess is going to be a lot shorter than the one yesterday. Subject to the call of the chair, we will recess the committee, hopefully for only about 20 minutes, and we will see you hopefully back here in about 20 minutes or so. Thank you, everybody.
Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, check.
Tom, you know we hear your voice in our sleep.
I know, right? I'll be doing votes in my sleep tonight, probably.
Who gets sleep?
Oh, I know, right? Tomorrow, I guess. Check, check. Check.
Dorinda, it's Marilyn.
You talking to me, Marilyn?
Hi, Dorinda.
Hi, Marilyn.
Did you send me anything?
I did not. I did not. I was.
It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
I was just like,
Yep. I think after we take the bill out, I'll be able to do that.
okay, no
Yeah.
problem.
Check, check, check. Check, check. Check.
Lunch for you all.
Yep. No problem. Bye.
She, let me just open this meeting and make sure.
Again.
You said it came from Florida.
I thought that that was really it.
Committee will come back to order. Good morning, everybody. As I said, the committee will come back to order. We have a long day in front of us, but hopefully a good one. And I will see if my co-chair, Senator Fonfara, has any remarks. All right. Any remarks from Representative Cheeseman or Senator Martin?
Henry, do you want to go first?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Holly. Just a comment to first of all, to welcome everybody and to say good morning, everybody. It is going to be a long day. Thank you, chairs, for the season that we had here. It's quite different, and I know today is probably going to be a little different, meaning that it's going to be somewhat different as well. I just want to say, I think there's some always good stuff that comes out of a lot of our meetings, a lot of information that we learn through public hearings. Some good questions were posed by all you members that enlightened the subject matter. And I'd like to think that I take that information to heart in my decision making. But what I don't like, though, is lack of information, because I can't make a good decision based on not having accurate information. And some of this legislation that's before us today, I believe, lacks time to digest. And what I mean by that is receiving or participating in hearing at the beginning of the week on bills that I don't believe have had an opportunity to truly digest, talk about, think about. So just sort of disappointed in that. And I hope maybe in the future that there's more ample time for us to truly vet these bills that we have in front of us. So I look forward to today's debate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fonfara.
Morning, everyone. Hopefully be a productive and positive day. I'll hold my remarks to when we finish sometime at or before 5 o'clock today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chair Scanlon, and thank Senator Martin and Senator Fonfara for their remarks. And I just want to echo what Senator Martin said. I know everybody has worked very hard, but I think we've seen in some ways the positives and negatives of this virtual world. Because I have to hope that had we been able to be there in person, that we would not have been faced with tackling so many bills, and indeed such a major bill like a revenue package at this late stage. So I'm disappointed, hopeful, and let's just get on and do the work, and we'll see where we end up. And we will be done at the end of the day with what both sides feel is a worthwhile conversation and in the full light of day. So thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Representative. And I think your point about the full light of day is important here. We made a collective decision last night, partially due to weather, which is certainly out of our control, and partially due to our desire to have this in the day. And I appreciate everybody for doing that. In that light, I would ask, usually we all have a bunch of different committees going on at one time. We're in and out of rooms, but we are the last game in town, folks. We are the last committee. So my ask of all of you is to hang with us today, be present. We are going to run right up against our deadline, which is going to mean that it's not going to be easy for us to hold votes open. It may not even be possible for us to hold votes open. So to the extent that everyone can hang on this Zoom all day, I would really, really appreciate it. We'll probably try to take some breaks if things are going well. But it's really important that everybody sort of be here today. We have an agenda before us that we put out before the 6 o'clock deadline due to the rules of the legislature. But obviously some things changed after we put that out. And I am going to change the order of some of the bills on this agenda. I apologize for the members who are looking at the agenda. I will do my best to give you a heads up of where we're heading, so you can prepare for that. But we're trying to do a different order here because we're losing some bills and we're trying to accommodate the time. So first up today will be HB number 6629, an act concerning the collection and remittance of the E911 fee by marketplace facilitators. The motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
I'll move, Mr. Chairman. Well, that would help if I.
Motion by Senator Fanfara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Cheeseman. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it.
Chairman,
Excuse me,
you might need a
Do we have to call?
Representative,
call vote.
this is a final vote. It needs to be by roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Right. Motion has been made and seconded to JF HB 6629 to the floor. Fonfara?
Yes.
So I think we're gonna have to do the thing where you say your name and then you say
Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Rep. Scanlon.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Rep. Scanlon, can you say it again a little slow?
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Senator
Martin votes yes.
Rep. Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller. Moore.
My apologies, Senator Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Let's try it again, Senator Moore. A little slower.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Tavros DeGraw. Tavros DeGraw here? No. Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Perfect. Cabrera. Casano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman. Slap. Formica.
Senator, did you say Slap? Yeah, Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Wong.
Senator Tony Wong votes yes.
Witkos.
Senator Witkos votes yes.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes yes.
That was slow, but it didn't catch it. Rep. Barry.
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette. Elliott.
Rep. Elliott votes yes.
Farrar.
Rep. Farrar votes yes.
Hall, Hampton, Hennessy, Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone votes yes.
Phipps, Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Representative Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom,
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carey Wood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Ziogas, Ziogas, Carney, no Carney. Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claritas Detria,
Representative Claritas Detria votes yes.
Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Perillo, Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Representative Terry Wood,
Representative Terry Wood votes yes.
Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
try that again, Rep Yacarino, sorry about that.
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Zullo,
Rep Zullo votes yes.
and Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
All set.
Hi, can I vote?
Yes, just say your name and how you vote.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Got it,
Representative Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
got it.
Rep Doucette votes yes.
Got it.
All right, item number 2 on the agenda is SB number 1100, an act concerning the failure to file for certain grand list exemptions. The motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Senator Funfara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Cheeseman. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF Senate Bill 1100 to the floor. Fonfara,
Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
There you go. Thank you. Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera, Castano, Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Cohen. Nope. Can you try it now?
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Perfect. Needleman. Senator Slapp.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Try that again.
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Senator Whitcos.
Senator Whitcos votes yes.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott.
Elliott votes yes.
Farrar.
Rep. Farrar votes yes.
Representative Josh Hall. Representative Hampton. Hennessy.
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo.
Representative Paola votes yes.
Perone. Phipps. Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago.
Representative Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Kerry Wood.
Terry or Carrie?
Representative Kerry Wood.
Carrie, okay.
Yep,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
got it. Representative Ziogas. Carney. Devlin.
Representative
Di-
Devlin votes yes.
Gotcha. Claritas Detria. Claritas Detria? No. Mastro Francesco.
Representative,
Sorry.
Representative Master Francesco votes yes.
Got it. Representative Claritas Detria.
Representative Claritas Detria votes yes.
Got them
Sorry.
both. We got them both. Nuccio.
Sorry, there you go. Sorry, had to get to it. Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Perillo. Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Poletta.
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Representative Terry Wood.
Representative Terry Wood votes yes.
Yacarino.
Representative Dave Yacarino votes yes.
Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
All set.
Item number 3 on the agenda today will be SB number 1104, an act concerning community restoration funds. The motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
We'll move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Senator Fanfara. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second Santiago.
Second by Representative Santiago. Any discussion? Representative Cheeseman.
Yes, and I won't bore you with my opposition to the revenue source for this bill, but I have a question. If I understand this directs this money from the sales of cannabis should be to a new community development corporation. And yet I see in our revenue package that all the revenue from the sales of cannabis are put into the Equitable Investment Fund. I wondered if someone could explain to me how this is supposed to function.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fanfara.
Thank you. Yes, so the revenues will flow through the intention is to have the revenues flow through the Equitable Investment Fund, but the fund that is be created regarding community restoration will have specific responsibilities with respect to, as the title implies, community restoration. It'll be much more focused than that of the Equitable Investment Fund, which will be broader in its charge and hopefully expertise. But the Community Restoration Fund is specific to designated Renaissance zones, if you will, and will have as its major foundation the Community Development Corporation. It is not intended to just have funds flow into a community without direction, without an approved organizational structure, and that would, as its goal, to invest in place, to invest in revitalizing communities so that residents in those targeted communities, which will be predominantly African American and Latino. I'm sure there'll be maybe exceptions to that. Poverty in Connecticut does not exist solely in our urban areas. Senator Austin reminds me of that almost daily. But in terms of concentrated poverty, certainly our cities, unfortunately, is where we can find that. And again, unfortunately, often in communities of high concentrations of poor African American and Latino families. And so the goal is to invest in those communities in a way that would hopefully over time create environments where people don't have to leave in order to do better in life. And that's what often happens today. We train, we retrain, we give second chance, sometimes third chance, we educate, we re-educate. And often folks, as they begin to do better, leave the communities in which they found themselves. What happens there is the receiving communities are better off, and the communities in which they left are worse off because they take their talent and their skills and their drive and what have you and find higher ground, which is understandable for all of us. Everyone wants a better school for their kid. Everyone wants the property values to appreciate. Everyone wants to live in a safe neighborhood they can walk to the park. Sadly, in neighborhoods, some that I represent and others on this committee, that is often not the case. And we read about the more tragic examples daily in Connecticut. We don't have to look nationally, although it's happening there as well. So that's the objective of these revenues. Will it be enough to transform communities? Probably not. There are more communities than revenue right now. That's one of the primary objectives of the Equitable Investment Fund that we'll be getting to when we get to the tax package. However, this is a specific investment with a specific charge. And it's my hope that it can produce positive results for residents of our state who have long been living in communities that have been disinvested in, often because of race, often because of economics. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism, but it has its flaws. And in this case, there are losers. And as often said, we don't tell wealthy people where to live. We rarely tell middle income people where to live, but we tell poor people where they're going to live, and we say you're going to live together and your kids are going to be educated together. So this is a first step in that effort. It does not address whether or not we legalize cannabis. That is not part of our charge. That will be a responsibility of the entire legislature. But if we choose to as a body, this is direction for how those revenues will be spent. the bill does call for a sales tax on the sale of cannabis at the point of sale of 20%, and a optional 3% sales tax in addition to that municipalities could authorize.
Okay, I suppose my question was, Senator Fonfara, so would the money from the possibly legalized cannabis flow into the Equitable Investment Fund and then be dispersed into one of these community restoration funds? As certainly looking at the budget document, it appears all that revenue is going in the Equitable Investment Fund. And would this then be a choice that was made to disperse those funds into this new community restoration fund?
Yes, yeah, there'll be only one restoration fund that would oversee the applications and the authorization, the creation of a community development corporation at the local level, but the restoration fund and the board that would oversee the dissemination of those funds would be one for the whatever number of Renaissance zones, if you will, that will be established. Initially, we thought there'd be three, because the largest and poorest African-American and Latino populations in the state are in Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. This census tract data supports that. However, clearly we have other communities in Connecticut, municipalities and parts of municipalities that qualify, and I feel it's appropriate to modify the legislation to reflect that.
And these communities would be determined by census tract in terms of poverty level, et cetera?
It is, yes, it's intended that it will be data driven. Obviously, everyone thinks that their community should be, in this case, sadly, qualifies. But I think it's best to move from just focusing on, the initial thought was, let's concentrate the investment. Let's let these dollars go as far as they can. I do believe if you disperse revenues like this too far, you don't get the effect. But that would deny the reality of Connecticut, which there are cities and parts of some of our suburban towns that have seen the same evolution. I live in a neighborhood that has gotten and represent in Hartford neighborhoods that have gotten poorer in all of my years in the legislature. Not better, but poorer. And there are a lot of factors, federal, national, economic factors that drive that. But it's the reality that that we see further and greater concentration of poverty that is extending beyond what we would consider traditionally poor neighborhoods, and so I think it's appropriate that the language here reflect that.
Okay, thank you. And again, I know other people have questions. I have a big concern, of course, over the whole legalization issue, but I also have a big concern that I don't see any funds directed to either victim or support, because I know that we will see increased death through legalization, or for funds to address increased substance abuse issues. But thank you for your answers, Senator Fonfara. Thank you, Chair Scanlon.
Thank you, Representative. And if I can just say on that point, I have long publicly, both in this committee and in my personal life, expressed serious concerns about the public health aspect of legalization. And in this committee 2 years ago, before I was the chair, I put forward an amendment that did pass to the cannabis bill in 2019 to increase the percentage of funding going to mental health and substance use. And Senator Fonfara and I agree that is a priority, and we will address that in the final bill. And I will not vote for any plan that does not do that. And I know he feels the same, that we have to put forward money for that purpose. So again, to his point, we're not legalizing cannabis today. We're simply putting a structure in place for the event that if that legalization happens, there is a tax structure in place to do so. But my promise to you and the rest of this committee is that there will absolutely be an increased funding resource for that program, given the importance of that to you and me and a lot of other people. Senator Martin.
Mr. Chairman, before Senator Martin, if I could add my name to that, and support for that. I indicated that to the caucus yesterday, and I will to the entire committee today, that while my focus has been on ensuring that the majority and the bulk of the revenue return to communities that have been most impacted by our drug policies nationally and in Connecticut, I recognize and support that a percentage, and a lot of people will be at the table in terms of how that will be structured in the end, in terms of what percentage of revenue goes where. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going off of Representative Cheeseman's question, because I had the same question regarding the equitable investment fund that's in the revenue package, and then somewhat confused as to what this bill is doing. And we also have the Renaissance aspect of this, and there seems to be different layers here. If I'm right to understand that all funds are going to be from this bill going to be distributed first into the equitable investment fund to begin with, should this bill go forward. So we're setting up this framework. I know we're talking about the Development Corporation Trust Fund, but could you, I guess you have a different vision, or you have a vision, John, as to, or Senator Fanfaro, excuse me. We're going to begin with these funds flowing into the Equitable Investment Fund. And then from there, those funds, are they going to be requested by this Development Corporation Trust Fund and the Renaissance Fund as needed? I just don't understand how the monies are going to flow to these different entities.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Martin, you explain it better than I do. You're accurate in your representation of what I envision happening. And the Equitable Investment Fund would be the primary driver of receiving funds as authorized under the revenue package, but in terms in one of the areas of charge of obligation or responsibilities of the Equitable Investment Fund and the council associated with that is to invest in underserved communities. This would be the structure in which the funds would flow through the Renaissance Fund. However, you're absolutely right. It would be by application, and we expect that process will be rigorous. That there is an obligation and responsibility to demonstrate why that application should be supported.
Thank you, Senator Fanfaro. I'm asking that because I don't think it was clear, maybe I missed it in the bill, regarding that application process and that structure itself, and sort of putting the pieces together after doing all the various bills. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. Primarily, I'm not in favor of passing any type of cannabis bills. I feel that this is assuming that we are going to have passed legislation regarding the approval of recreational cannabis use. What happens if these are if we do not pass the cannabis bill? What happens to these funds, or what happens to these accounts? Do they just exist out there and they're there for the future?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as the chairman said, this is process for providing guidance when and if this body ever, the body as a whole, decides to legalize recreational cannabis. This bill was before us 2 years ago, and we did not move forward with it at the end because we did not legalize cannabis. However, it would not prohibit us from passing this legislation and have it become law. It would just provide the structure. So when we did legalize it, that the process would be in place. We wouldn't have to come back at that point and establish. And candidly, the reason why I have attempted to provide this guidance is because, and you've all heard me say this before, the state of Connecticut as a culture believes that every dime that we raise belongs to the general fund. Every dime we raise belongs to the general fund. And even when we extend, noblesse oblige, we deign to provide you with a benefit to a municipality, and we've all experienced this. You wouldn't bet much that that would continue in that manner, because too often we say, oh, we only meant that for a short while. Sometimes it's like 6 months and we start taking it back. We have a horrible track record. Our credibility is terrible in this regard with not only municipalities, but other organizations. This attempts to make it clear before we even legalize, if we ever do, and that's not up to me. I'm one vote. But so far we have said we're not prepared to do that. On the day we do, if we do, it's my hope that as a body we would say, yes, we want these dollars to be directed in this regard.
Thank you. One last question that I have. The bill authorizes the state, municipalities, and nonprofit organizations that are exempt from property tax to make deposits into this fund. Can you explain that a bit? How does a nonprofit, I guess, deposit money into this fund for projects that may be planned by this nonprofit legislative?
I'm going to try to be as brief. I love talking about this, but I know there are a lot of bills on the calendar and people are deserving of their time. So I'm going to be as brief as I can in answering your question. The initial thought that led to this was there are a number of calls from time to time for nonprofits to contribute in some way to municipal costs and bearing those costs because they're exempt currently. What I set up at the time was that they could address that concern by investing in a local bank or credit union in a certificate of deposit, which could be invested into the community. They wouldn't lose it. You'll hear this at other times today. They don't lose their money. They get a competitive interest rate. But instead of putting it into a bank that may be investing out of state or in some other community, the dollars are invested right back into the neighborhood in which has been designated as a Renaissance zone. And therefore having those dollars have an impact in the community without costing the credit union, the nonprofit, the municipality, other agencies of government that would be able to do that. It authorizes it, it does not require it.
So I guess if you could give us an example of that. Are we talking like the hospital has excess money and they would go to whatever bank that may qualify under this bill and those funds would be used specifically for these projects?
Yes, I wouldn't say excess money. They currently have their money somewhere and that receiving institution has no obligation to invest it. Use Hartford Hospital as an example, located in an impoverished area. And Hartford Healthcare and Hartford Hospital does a lot of work in the community, but their investments in the lending institution that they're in has no obligation to focus those resources and no investments. This is based on, and I know the committee's heard this from me, Duke University, which has established a CD in a credit union, a local credit union in Durham, North Carolina. That's $6 million now. It sits in an account. And the credit union invests in an impoverished area in Durham, leading to over 100 mortgages that would not have been written and a host of other investments in the community. And that's the model that we'd like to bring to Connecticut.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. That's what I was looking to find clarity on. So thank you, Senator Fonfara. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Butler.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I have a couple of quick questions on this, or I expect hopefully that they will be quick. So if I'm reading the bill correctly, there's an assumption that any town that has a retail cannabis establishment will have a 3% additional municipal tax that will go directly back to them. I'm wondering are we assured that there are mechanisms in place that this is going to go directly back to the towns that have it, or will there be any pooling of the money and then redistribution?
Candidly, Representative Nuccio, I have not given any thought to that, but I believe if it's being collected in that town, it ought to stay in that town.
But this legislation doesn't necessarily directly state that, does it?
If it hasn't, it should as we move forward. I haven't given that a lot of thought, to be perfectly candid with you.
Okay, I'd like to see that clarified if we possibly can. For the 20%, I was just listening to your response back on a couple of things. For the 20% that you were talking about, and the legislation in front of us, it said that it's going to go to communities that are victims of war on drugs. But it sounded like when you were responding back to it, you're going to be looking at addressing poverty. So is this law going to, are these funds going to go to communities based on poverty level or based on some measure that is yet to be defined as areas impacted by the war on drugs?
Well, I think it's pretty well established that and I represent some neighborhoods that have been, whether you want to use the word victimized or have been impacted, I prefer to use that term, by our drug policies. And there are areas of my district in particular, I'll speak for myself, that, streets that are controlled by drug dealers, that crime because of the activity that is in that world. I'm not familiar with the world. I see the results of it. They're innocent residents of those communities, children that are often the victim of some of the interactions of those heavily involved in the drug trade, causing great economic personal harm to these communities. And I think when we think about, unfortunately, some of the poorest and most heavily concentrated poverty communities in our state, often drugs and crimes related to drugs are at the heart of it. And I know other members of our committee can speak to this as well, if not better than I.
So I guess I'm still confused on what the actual areas that we're going to be targeting on, because I believe I haven't heard exactly what Senator Austin has said, but I would challenge that if we're talking about the war on drugs or we're talking about the impact of drugs, I think there's intersectionality there, but there is definitely drugs affects every community. So I guess my concern here is in the law, it's pretty specific on what kind of projects can be funded. Most of them are based in investments, infrastructure, workforce training, stuff like that. But my concern is who is going to be the ultimate decider of how this money gets distributed across the entire state? Because I think while there is definitely enough proof to show that the cities have been impacted higher by a war on drugs, I would 100% challenge the idea that they are the only area that have been impacted either by the war on drugs or drugs, the impact of drugs, in the impact of all of that flows down through that. So I'm concerned that there's nothing in here that is telling how this is going to be allocated to help the good of all of Connecticut. So I don't know if there's any kind of meat that we can put around that?
Again, I think I said earlier that with limited funds, we want to have the effort be as impactful as possible. When you spread dollars too thin, and I think it's, well, as I said earlier, there's poverty in rural areas in Connecticut, there's poverty in urban areas in Connecticut, and there's increasing poverty in some of our suburban communities as well. I recognize that fully, and I've said today that I'm supportive of extending the reach of these funds beyond the 3 cities that were initially identified. But it's undeniable the level of poverty, undeniable that our urban centers are experiencing a degree of poverty and its effects, its pernicious effects, than anywhere else in the state. And I challenge anyone to provide evidence that that is not the case. And we should start. Doesn't mean exclusively, and I feel that there ought to be consideration of communities that can be helped by this, but in terms of where we try to focus the majority of the dollars is those communities that are most impacted, most affected by not just our drug policies, but in terms of our state policies, often in our economic structure.
I understand that, Senator, and with all due respect, seriously, with all due respect, I guess I'm back to just, we're talking about poverty now and not, so I'm confused on where it's going. And you had mentioned briefly in a couple questions ago, this is directing 100% of the revenue from marijuana sales to this equitable investment fund. But I have not seen anything anywhere. And I would challenge the idea that we are going to legalize a controlled substance and we are going to put $0 towards addiction, education, or mental health. Like, those are, again, drugs impact every single person who takes them, regardless of socioeconomic status, regardless of zip code, regardless of financial background. So the fact that we're not addressing or pointing money directly towards addiction, drug education for children, in impacting our education system across the board, the best way out of poverty and away from drugs is through a solid education system, and addressing the mental health issues that people are self-medicating with. I'm very concerned that we are not directing any of this money to the underlying issues that is caused by or can help you get away from controlled substance usage. So the way that this bill stands today, I just feel like it's a stretch. I don't think I can support it with the way it is without having some more defined information in here. Again, respectfully, sir, I understand the intent. I just think we're missing an opportunity to lift all boats and to focus in on true areas of need across the board. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I don't support the legalization of the underlying commodity in this bill, I do know if it passes, it's really important, and we need a tax structure and restoration fund in place. And I also have confidence that the restoration fund, if this does become, if it's put in place, I believe that restoration fund will actually be modified to address many of the concerns that the good representative mentioned before me. So that's why we have these moments to actually voice our concerns, and there's many people here that can actually address that going forward. So again, it's for that reason that I believe we need to have a tax structure and restoration fund in place. That I'm going to vote yes for this bill. And I just wanted that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong, followed by Senator Formica.
Thank you, Chairman Scanlon, for the opportunity to speak. I do want to extend my appreciation to you and especially Chairman Fonfara for advocating the concept of establishing this idea of a community investment board and to establish a funding mechanism to address the critical needs in the affected communities that Senator Fonfara articulated. And I want to compliment him for representing so passionately. I do want to point out the fact that the CDC concept is very similar to a Senate Bill 869 that looks to take the funds and focus in on the community nonprofits, church groups that are really at the grassroots and helping the community at risk. So I really want to compliment him and understanding this kind of concept. The challenge for me is twofold, and I think the idea of cannabis funding to correct a long-standing societal disenfranchisement or disadvantage is kind of, taking one bad after another. And for me, I passionately disagree with the legalization of cannabis, and to use that fund as a justification for the critical need that we have is something incongruous to my concept of government empowerment. That being said, I would encourage that for us as a finance committee to look at revenue sources to be able to develop these kind of community development concepts and to be able to empower our local communities and local advocates to do the great work that they do. So this is a request and a plea on mine that as we look to work in the future, to look at that concept and not look at cannabis funding as a direct source. The second part I'd like to ask to the proponent of this bill and Senator Fonfara is the CDC concept. Is it part of our budgetary process or our revenue process, or is it separate from a standpoint of a freestanding account that draws its funds from the cannabis revenue concept that is not yet been fully realized?
It is separate. It is community-based. It is ground up rather than top down, encouraging community ownership of the future of their neighborhood, of their community, and that's what often CDCs do, and that's why we've chosen to incorporate that model here.
And I want to directly say to you, Senator Fonfara, thank you for understanding the incredible need out there and to direct the funds specific to those grassroots empowerment groups. So it shows that you know your community and you're advocating for those disenfranchised and disengaged. So I wanted to personally acknowledge and thank you on that. Is there a possibility that we could take this concept and use alternative revenue sources to empower these kind of CDC concepts, sir? Through you, Mr. Chair.
We do that with respect to the designation of funds that we'll be discussing shortly in terms of the revenue package. We do that in the bill itself with respect to municipalities and other nonprofits that we encourage to invest in a certificate of deposit that will be used by the CDC in conjunction with a local credit union. And yes, the short answer is yes, absolutely. But the bill also says that if we legalize cannabis, that will be a revenue source as well.
The barometer or the membership or the organizational selections, is there a measuring stick? Is there a requirement that any of those organizations need to meet to qualify? And how is that organizational selection process? Through you, Mr. Chair.
through you, Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, it would be by application to the Community Restoration or Renaissance. I keep saying the two because we have a bill coming up shortly that identifies additional revenue sources, no cost to the state, that would be able to partner with this endeavor. And so it'd be by application and review by the Renaissance or Community Restoration Board.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And the last question I have is, what is the oversight and the structure for oversight, and who would regulate that? And number two, is it a state entity or is it an independent entity? And the second part of that question is, will that be the funding and the allocation of the funds, whatever source it is, would that have oversight with the state, or would it be completely independent? And would it not count in our revenue package or even in the appropriations package? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Well, the revenues are identified in the revenue package. In terms of oversight, like any agency of this nature, whether it be a quasi subject to audit by the state auditors, certainly reporting requirements back to the legislature on an annual basis. I think everyone is deserving, every legislator in the public are deserving of understanding where dollars that the state is collecting are going and how they're being used in a responsible way.
Thank you. So would this agency be qualified as a quasi-public? And if not, what would be the definition of this CDC structure? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Well, the CDC would not be a quasi. It would be the board that is being the distribution of the funds that would receive applications, that would receive requests for funding by the CDCs. As an example, we've envisioned the organization being housed within the as one example, the Capital Region Development Authority for administrative purposes and assistance in terms of the talent and the technical expertise that they have, but not to create a whole new institution if that isn't warranted, and I don't think it is.
Thank you for that answer. And that was another point of concern that I had in regards to the degree of oversight and future allocations. And just as we have seen, there's so many challenges we have with a quasi-public, and this doesn't fit that, but I hope you will understand that I wanted to raise the question and my concerns in regards to structure. And again, obviously this is a work in progress, but I want to go back, even though I will be opposing this bill for the cannabis funding and my concerns in regards to the structure of the CDC, I wanted to take an extra moment to especially thank you for understanding and recognizing that there needs to be a specific funding allocation that looks to empower our valuable and very effective social change agencies like our churches and nonprofit sectors in disenfranchised communities. So thank you, Mr. Chairman Scanlon, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, Senator Fanfara, for your answers.
Thank you.
Senator Formica, followed by Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning. I would guess this would be directed to Senator Fanfara. So good morning, sir. You was mentioned that the 3% distribution to towns has not been fully vetted out. So one of the concerns that I have that you may be able to answer now, or at least put into consideration as this moves forward, is how does that process happen? Is it, I imagine there won't be local distributors in every town, so every town wouldn't have the opportunity to collect the 3%. So would the customers register their zip code and the sales tax be distributed that way? Number one. Number two, the collection of the sales tax, does that go directly for the 3% local sales tax? Does that go directly to I'm sorry, does that go directly to the equitable fund and then get redistributed back to the communities, or directly collect? So those are the two concerns that I have. And
my response is, you are challenging me as one of the proponents of this endeavor to obviously have communications with municipalities and other organizations and legislators in terms of how that will ultimately be done. In this bill, we felt, as it's our formal charge, is to identify how we will tax cannabis, recreational cannabis, should we legalize it, and to best of my abilities to learn about how we can make sure that the rates that we charge are competitive with the region, that we don't price ourselves out of the market, either with other states or with the non-legalized market, which is always a concern, because there's nothing in this bill and nothing we passed that would say that the non-legalized market is going to go away.
so thank you. So I'll take that as that you or someone will be working on the distribution of the 3% in ways that we don't know of now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Matrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've heard a lot of talk about the war on drugs, and I think we all can agree that it certainly is a major issue in our state. And I think it's such a big problem that I see right now. But we are going to, I'll talk about the cannabis just for a moment. Should that bill pass? And I'm sure Senator Fanfaro, you would agree with me that, and I think I've heard you even say, is that, we want to move some of this money into those cities that are faced with the war on drugs, like many cities there are, and many other towns that are in the state. So that's a big concern. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, is that the purpose of shifting these funds to those cities and towns that have aside from financial aspects of them, because there is a war on drugs and they are the most affected when it comes to substance abuse. Would that be a correct statement, or would it be a combination of, yes, we want to take care of our cities that they're struggling, as well as
Representative, there's no intention of having these dollars go back to governments in our cities or towns. They're targeted into communities. There's a difference. There's a difference, and believe me, I represent a city where I experience that all the time. And focusing, it's really about focusing dollars and with an objective, as opposed to how do we lower a town's mill rate, or how do we support government better in a municipality that may be impoverished or in need of additional revenue. That conversation should not be part of this.
I understand, Senator, and I guess let me just, I didn't mean it to, what I'm trying to say is that you want to invest in communities that certainly need it, and I think that's a fair statement. But what I'm concerned about when it comes to the cannabis part of it is that and should that bill pass it, so according to the federal government, cannabis is a controlled substance. And some may argue and some may disagree that that always is a start to expand to other drugs. Right? So it's the heart of the problem. It's a beginning. It's a step to maybe possibly take other types of drugs. But yet we are not focusing on, or what we are, I guess the intent of this bill is, okay, so if cannabis is legalized, and that is the heart of the problem, that's a start. I think some people could disagree with me, but I would think that it is a start to a possibility of doing other drugs. But we are going to legalize it and make it easier for them to obtain that, right? So that makes the communities even worse. So my question is that it is a focus. I know everybody truly cares about the war on drugs, and we should be very passionate about that. And to me, that should be a top issue. So if we really cared about that, I'm just curious as why the first conversation when they were putting this package together, that money didn't focus on helping those communities that have a big problem with the war on drugs when it came to mental health, substance abuse and care. So I would think that that would be the first priority, because we're legalizing, should it pass, something that's going to expand and make it worse. We're making it easier for them to obtain it, and we're making it easier for them to be more addicted to other drugs. So it kind of contradicts itself. It doesn't really make any sense to me. So I'm just curious as why that wasn't the first conversation or recommendation in this package here, in this, when in the revenue, the bucket that it's going into, to distribute those funds to make sure that it's helping the war on drugs. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, it's not an either or. As we said previously, there will be, we've committed, I have, Chairman Scanlon has, he has a long history in this regard. I remember when he proposed the bill back a couple of years ago, proposed the amendment in the Finance Committee, and it had support, had strong support, and it passed. And it will have it again, and I stand by that. I also know that there needs to be support for communities that have been so terribly impacted by the pernicious effects of drugs in our communities. And while that can be seen and felt everywhere across the state, particularly with the opioid crisis, but the impact of drug and the crime associated with often in some of our neighborhoods is particularly acute in our urban centers. And that's part of the reason for focusing these dollars in that regard.
Thank you, Senator, for answering those questions. I was just concerned because I don't know if the intent of that was to build up the communities, invest into those communities, which certainly they do need that investment. But again, I just can't understand why that is not the first conversation, because we do know that that is going to be a problem going forward. Obviously, if it should pass, it'll be easier for people to obtain cannabis, which is going to, expand to other areas to make it worse. So it just seems very backwards to me. I think it just should have been the first thing that should have been mentioned, as opposed to just investing it into the communities. It should have been absolutely directed in the right way to defeat the war on drugs. And that is really how I feel that you help those communities. But certainly making it easier for them is certainly, in my mind, not going to help. So I thank you so much for answering my question. Certainly won't be supporting this bill, but I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, clerk call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JFSB 1104 to the floor. Farah,
Yes, Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
didn't even catch it. Go ahead, try again.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Martin,
Senator Martin votes no.
try it again. Martin,
Senator Martin votes no.
Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Miller, Moore,
Moore, yes.
Miller, yes.
got them both. Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw, yes.
try again, Cavros DeGraw, sorry.
Cavros DeGraw, yes.
Meskers, no. Cabrera,
Sorry. Meskers, yes.
got it.
Representative Meskers, yes.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
okay, and Cabrera, I'm just catching up from the last two. How did you want to vote on the first two, Bill?
In the affirmative.
Got it.
Thank you.
Casano, Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman,
Needleman, yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes no.
try it again.
Formica votes no.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes no.
Witkos,
Senator Witkos votes yes.
Barry,
Barry votes yes.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Borer.
That's okay. Representative Borer votes yes.
There you go. Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee,
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott,
Elliott votes yes.
Farrar,
Rep. Farrar votes yes.
Representative Josh Hall, Representative Hampton, Hennessy,
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Mushinski votes no.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone votes no.
Perone, how did you want to vote on the other bill? It was,
Yes. Yeah, the previous bill, Representative Perone votes yes.
all set. Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom,
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood with a K,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Ziogas,
Ziogas says yes.
Ziogas, do you want to catch up on the other ones right now or no?
Yes and yes, right? There were two?
Yes, there were two.
Yeah, yes and yes. We good?
Good.
Yeah.
Carney, Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes no.
Claritas Detria,
Representative Claritas Detria votes no.
got it. Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes no.
Perillo,
Perillo votes no.
Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Paletta votes no.
Representative Terry Wood,
Terry Wood votes no.
Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes no.
try again, Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes no.
Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
all right, I'll just go back real quick. Carney, no. Hampton, Hall, Casano, All set.
Hey, Tom, it's Norm Needleman. The first two votes that I missed, I'm a yes on.
Okay, got him.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 4. Representative Perillo, do you want to quickly vote on a bill? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a yes vote on the first two. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Got it.
All right, moving on to number 4, which is actually number 4 on our agenda. HB number 6630, an act concerning the rate of the real estate conveyance tax on certain conveyances. Motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Senator Funfara. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Perlin, second.
Second by Representative Cavros DeGraw. Good participation there, guys. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Just clarifying, 6630, right?
Yes, sir.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF HB 6630 to the floor. Fonfara,
Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Senator Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Try again, Miller. Sorry about that.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
trick you with you, Moore. Moore,
Senator Moore. Thanks, Tom. Senator Moore votes yes.
perfect. Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Carney stole you there. Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
got it. Meskers,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano, Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Slap,
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes votes yes. I'm sorry.
all set.
Done.
Whitcos,
Senator Whitcos votes yes.
Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
sorry, Barry, go ahead. Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
a little slower maybe. Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer,
Representative Boer votes yes.
Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee,
Rep. Chafee votes no.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott,
Elliot, yes. Elliot still yes. You got me?
got it. Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Hall, Hampton, Hennessy,
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone votes yes.
Perone,
Yes.
gotcha. Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
got it. Sanchez,
Use my first vote, Spinella.
Here, hold on one second. Which ones did you miss? Phipps, you missed the first two.
Yes on both, please. Thank you,
Yep.
Clerk. Appreciate you.
Yep. All set. All right, so going back, Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Representative Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom,
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood,
Rep. Carrie Wood votes yes.
Diogus,
Ziogus votes yes.
Carney,
Carney votes yes.
Carney, do you want to catch up now or later?
We can catch up now.
You for the first three. We have 6629.
Which one is that? I'm sorry.
Number 5 on the agenda. Do you need the title?
Oh, the 911 one?
Correct.
Yes on that.
The next one is the annual fail to file bill.
Yes on that.
One is 1104. Number 22.
No on that.
And you're a yes on the current bill.
Yes.
Okay, all set.
Thanks.
Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claritas Detria,
Representative Claritas Detria votes yes.
Mastro Francesco,
Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Piscopo,
Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
Representative Terry Wood, I believe she's here. Representative Terry Wood, or did she leave?
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yes, Terry Wood votes yes. Thank you.
Gotcha. Yacarino,
Representative Yakarina votes yes.
Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes yes.
and Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
All right, Casano, Hall, Hampton. That's it.
Moving along, number 5 on the agenda today is number 10, which is the substitute for SB number 842, an act concerning health insurance and healthcare in Connecticut. The motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Moved. So moved, Santiago.
Second.
Motion
Second,
by
Sanchez.
motion by Representative Santiago, second by Representative Sanchez. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions on this bill. I have some real concerns. I think everyone will acknowledge that the cost of healthcare, particularly for small groups, nonprofits, is unaffordable. And good employers want to be able to offer those benefits. No one sitting in this committee can have been unmoved by the plight of those people looking after our aged, our children who are not able to afford healthcare because their employers can't afford it. But this bill does some things, although greatly improved by the amendment, that create issues for me in that I don't believe it is anywhere in the comptroller's job description that he is to run insurance plans. I don't believe this bill addresses what's really driving those high healthcare costs. The insane, arcane process by which hospitals create their costs. The underlying issues that relate to access to prescription drugs. And what dismays me is I know there were alternatives offered by members of this committee that really put in place protocols and procedures that would help address those costs. Indeed, things that passed out of real estate and insurance with bipartisan support, like benchmarking, like Canadian drug importation. There are other things that could help. Health reinsurance accounts, a state reinsurance pool. So there is a problem. We need to address it. And indeed, for the individual market, the funds coming from the federal government will go far to make healthcare affordable for individuals in this state and to supplement state benefits. So having said that, we need to look at those other items, benchmarking, as I mentioned, that Massachusetts used, that will really drive down the cost of healthcare. So having said all that, I'm going to be a yes on this bill despite my misgivings, because I want this conversation to continue, and I want the recommendations made by other members of this committee who worked long and hard on drafting a bill that would address those underlying problems to continue. And I hope I can count on the chairs, particularly the House chair, who has worked very long on this issue, to take those other suggestions into account, because affordable healthcare should be available, but it also needs to be done in a way that actually addresses underlying problems, does not create a system that has one person in government acting as a health insurance company, and really moves us toward providing that healthcare, whether you're a small employer or an individual. So thank you for listening to my comments, and I look forward to making this bill better going forward. Thank you.
Representative Cheeseman, I want to thank you for your support to move the bill forward today. I spent 4 of the last 6 years of my time in the legislature focused 95% of my time on healthcare, and now I have a new gig that doesn't allow me to do that as much anymore. But you certainly have my commitment to the extent that there's germinality in the Finance Committee to work on this issue. Many of the things that you talked about are things that we have supported before. Benchmarking is already a thing in Connecticut, in large part thanks to work that we did do on a bipartisan basis in the Insurance Committee. But there is certainly more work to do. And this bill, I believe, is a big part of the solution, but it is not the only solution. And that's what I think I'm really glad to hear you recognize tonight or today. It feels like tonight, but we're not there yet. So thank you for that. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you again, Chairman Scanlon. So I have a lot of fundamental problems with this bill. And the overarching one is that it will do nothing to impact the cost of health care at all. My main issues, the amendment that was put forward in insurance is helpful because coming in as a new person and looking at all of the numbers, I see that the state of Connecticut has not been successful in the partnership plan. I see that managing those costs has become something that comes back and hits the average taxpayer. And we're already, as a taxpayer, paying for that insurance at a town level. Now we're being asked to pay for it again at a state level. The amendment is going to help contain some of that cost, but the addition of leaving the HIT tax in there right now, to me, is it's not needed. We have 2 years of federal money coming in from the ARP, which is going to significantly alter the exchange and make insurance available for groups of people who have not had subsidies on the exchange. It's going to make it more affordable across the board for 2 years. And in that 2 years, what we should be doing is not implementing a HIT tax that talks about a 201% of FPL when the FPL is now being lifted for the exchange, and looks at funding programs that we're going to be able to do directly through the exchange now with infusion of money from the federal government to continue to create more taxes on the industry. I don't understand what we're even going to use the money for, considering it's going to be, the exchange is going to be so much more widely available. to so many more people, especially with income limitations. By removing the 400 FPL level and locking in the cost at 8.5% of your income, we've just opened the exchange to a bigger amount of people than I think we've ever had it with subsidies available. So the HIT tax, there's so much misconception about that. The idea that this is money that insurance companies have been able to keep is a misnomer. It is a direct pass-through cost. When HIT goes away, when it went away, there was a reduction in what people were paying in premium. Keeping that piece of that plan there makes this a hard no for me, because we're asking for money on top of money that we're getting from a federal level, when what we should be focusing on is taking the good amendment, looking at refining the benchmarking that has the governor has started on, but we should open it up wider and have an independent consultant looking at it and looking for true ways to impact the cost of healthcare. This doesn't do that. You know, there's opportunity between the governor's bill with the 30% charge for excess profit with the drug companies. That is an action that can impact the cost of healthcare, and we're not considering it. We're just considering this bill that would consolidate everything under the comptroller to an area that I think just hasn't proven that they can manage these costs better than industry has. So I think there's a lot of wording out there that really is misleading. This is not a public option. This is not the exchange. Money on the exchange is going to be more beneficial to the individual than this plan here. And I just, maybe I'm new and I don't understand it well enough, but I don't have confidence in the plans that are out there that this is going to do anything good for the people who it will be impacting. And there's so many changes in here that is problematic to me. I do not find a way that I could vote yes on this. And I will be advocating against passage of this bill, just because I think it could benefit from some more collaborative thinking and across the aisle, and trying to find a way to make healthcare costs reductive and not the cost of insurance.
Thank you, Representative. And I am going to, as hard as this is for me as the proponent of this bill for the last 3 years, I'm going to limit my response to you on just the things that are germane to our committee, because that's really what we're here for today. And so we won't get into the partnership plan and the comptroller's role. Obviously, I disagree with the statements that you make, but particularly on the provider fee, it's not called the HIT, but the healthcare provider fee. I would just say a couple of things to that. Number one, the claim has been made that while the $300 million that they were paying was repealed, that they then passed that along to consumers. And I would just challenge folks to show the math where that happened, because when this fee went away in July of 2020, the health insurance carriers of the state filed rates 4 months later in September and asked for over 9% increases in some examples of what they were doing with their rates. And so if they were building that $300 million into those rates and yet still asking for 9%, I wonder where the accounting was with that. And I think it's also important for people to recognize that while the federal government may have said that they were supposed to be putting that forward to consumers, they don't regulate the industry. The industry is regulated by the State Department of Insurance, and the Department of Insurance has no mechanism through which to determine what percentage of the rates that they built in actually could be factored with the repeal of that HIT. So I think it's hard for me, at least, to wrap my head around the notion that they passed that along when, in fact, the rates that they filed certainly did not account for that. And obviously the department did not approve those rates entirely across the board, but they did ask for increased rates, despite the fact that they got this $300 million that people have alleged that they had to pass on to consumers. So I'm just wondering where the math, is that I'm not understanding, but that's my perspective. And the last thing I would say, Representative, is just that, I don't think there's enough that we could ever do to make healthcare more affordable in Connecticut. And so the fact that we're getting 2 years in some cases actually only 1 year of additional federal funding, I think is amazing, and I think it's great. But I don't think there's any reason why we shouldn't complement that at the state level, especially because some of the things that the federal government is doing do not actually fix some of the problems, like the family glitch, for example, or like allowing cost sharing instead of just premium control. So for me, I do think there is still a really valid reason why we should be doing this. And I also agree with you that we need to work collaboratively on this, because as I said to Representative Cheeseman, this is not a one size fits all approach that's going to solve the affordability crisis in Connecticut. That's going to take a lot of work, and I've been doing a lot of that work for the last couple of years, but I know you have experience in the industry. Certainly welcome working with you on this, Representative, and I thank you for your comments today. And we'll go on to Representative Meskers, followed by Senator
Actually,
Cohen.
before you go on quickly, Chairman,
Oh, yeah, sure.
I would welcome that. 100% would welcome sitting down to try to find a way to do it, because at the heart of the problem, we both want to reduce the cost of healthcare. So, any way that we can work together to do that, I am at your disposal. You let me know when.
I will take you up on that. Thank you, Representative. Representative Meskers, followed by Senator Cohen.
Well, thank you for the potential promotion, but I'll stay as rep. Thank you, Chairman. I intend to fully support the bill. I too have a concern about the assessment, given the federal intervention, if you will, in the markets and the aid. I said in many of our testimony before that a public option will at some point become the only option if we don't get control of healthcare costs. And the insurance industry is just mimicking where the problems lie, which are throughout the system. It's the pharmaceutical companies, it's policy benefit managers, it's the hospitals. And the insurance companies, I am sympathetic to the insurance companies to the extent that it represents one of our benchmark industries in the state. While they own policy benefit managers, so that I think there's a conflict in their interest in dealing and helping us, but I'm looking forward to working with them to try to reduce costs as I sit on the insurance committee. I'd like to see more cooperation in hammering out cost benefits and cost reductions across the spectrum of who's charging the insurance company that's showing up in my premium. So I'd like to see that done. I think the bill begins to get us to a point to look at the analysis. And the real question is going to be working with the insurance commissioner and with the other committees of cognizance with healthcare, hospitals, et cetera, that we begin to get a handle and a hammer on the costs that continue to rise. And so I don't blame the insurance companies per se, because they are the messenger of a bad story, which is the cost of healthcare in the United States. So I support the efforts to move forward. I'm hoping that the bill will follow and find more work, given the governor's proposal on the pharmaceutical tax, et cetera, that there'll be a consensus on how we really hammer home the costs and do something before it gets to the floor. But I think this is a good faith effort. I think the fully insured nature of the amendment there that was put on it gives it the purview of the insurance commissioner, which makes me happy. I think we'll have enough control in that aspect. So, everything could be better, everything could be improved, but I like to support the bill. And I thank people for their concessions. I guess if no one is exceedingly happy, it means we've struck a chord and we're moving hopefully in the right direction. So I thank everyone for the work on this.
Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're focused on the taxation and financial aspects of this bill, but I do think it's necessary to reiterate the importance of this bill's final passage for the small businesses of our state. We're really literally breaking the backs of our small businesses and families with the exorbitant healthcare costs while we are enjoying the benefits and low cost of a state-run plan. So I really want to see us taking care of our people and our businesses to create a thriving economy. And the healthcare provider fee or HID, as we heard, was significantly more when the federal government was charging the same. And it will enhance much needed subsidies and reduce cost sharing and really drive people into the program, thereby pushing costs down even further. This all occurs obviously by bringing in those federal advanced premium tax credits. So we're talking about finally creating a program that gives us some control over the exorbitant costs of healthcare for our Connecticut consumers. And while I too have some issues with a few details in this bill, I recognize all of the incredible hard work that you, Chairman Scanlon, and Senator Lesser, and Comptroller Lembo, and so many others have done to get us to this place now. And I hope we can get this passed out of committee today so that that good work can really continue and we can all come together to pass some good bipartisan legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you for your partnership on this too. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Chairman Scanlon. And I want to acknowledge your passionate advocacy for the past 3 years on this issue. I observed your work in the Insurance Committee and now as the Chair of Finance. And I want to, again, compliment your advocacy along with Controller Kevin Lembo. And I agree with both of you that healthcare insurance costs are far too high and increasing at an alarmingly high rate. And I want to be clear that Republicans, Democrats, and unaffiliated all agree that we all need to do better to manage and contain cost and maybe even possibly lower healthcare costs. But listen, it's easy to pick on health insurance companies. They're not on anybody's holiday list. They're a business. But you know, it's an industry that has to navigate a very complex and emotional marketplace. And they have to say no to a lot of people. But it's also a marketplace in which the state of Connecticut is the world, if not nationally, a leader in employing nearly 50,000 plus employees and nearly $2 billion of income input. And we do it well because we have an insurance department. We have a reporting and audit and transparency process for every insurance product. And with this amended of Senate Bill 842, because of the great work in a bipartisan basis in the Insurance and Real Estate Committee, we were able to have that as part of this bill that we're reviewing right now. And I want to compliment the people who saw that there needs to be an apples to apples comparison. There needs to be transparency and accountability. And I know this bill right now, under the provision as the amendment, offers that, and I applaud that. But I think it's also important to recognize that there are other plans out in the General Assembly that did not get the full vetting and the review process that should be appropriate. There is no one way to solve the incredible challenging crisis. So I wanted to acknowledge that the Senate Republican proposed a bill, Senate Bill 1006, that did not even get a vote out of the Insurance Committee. The governor has made a proposal in 6449, if I'm remembering numbers, that I hope will have an opportunity to be voted on, but unfortunately it's sitting there on the calendar. There are components in containing costs that I wanted to elaborate. And through you, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned these, I would welcome your thoughts and feedback on them. The first component in regards to cost containment that is not contained in this bill is the idea of reinsurance. And I know we have the component of the tax that is being assessed on policies. I look at the money that we're using into this revenue package that we'll explore later, where we're using nearly $1.8 billion of federal relief fund to be able to address our revenue solution. Why are we not looking at using federal funds that are being allocated in our Medicaid and 1032 exchange to be able to address through reinsurance the dilution of risk and the minimization of costs to consumers? Why are we not looking at reinsurance as a possible solution to reducing healthcare costs? Another solution that's been advocated by the governor and the Republican caucus is the idea of benchmarking. Governor Lamont offered it in his executive order. He has codified it in his proposal to utilize benchmarking as a true measure, a data measurement in regards to how we can contain cost. Massachusetts has undergone that process. They have learned from it. They have been able to reduce cost and realize savings. That is another component of the Senate Republican and House Republicans' proposal, along with the governor's, called benchmarking. And I hope we'll explore that as well. The third component was the idea of prescription drug costs. The House and Senate Republican bill proposed using a Canadian formula, which may have some adjustments that's necessary, but the governor took a very aggressive approach in addressing prescription drug costs as well. Again, it's addressing the cost of healthcare insurance. The fourth component that we all relatively agreed on is the idea of transparency, auditing process. I think it's very important for many people to understand in a fully insured marketplace and a self-insured marketplace, for any insurance product that's sold in the state of Connecticut, it has to have a transparency and an auditing process through our vaulted Department of Insurance. This partnership plan, as a result of the amendment, I applaud, will also have that as well. And I think it's important for us to take a look as we move forward, the goal being the same. The approach may be different. And I think that's important for us to understand that we all want to reduce cost, but at the same time, there are solutions out there from many other individuals, not only from the governor's office or from the House or Senate Republicans, but also from CBIA, the largest business representative organization, healthcare advocates that have worked tirelessly, dare I even say, even longer than you and Controller Lembo on this issue, that have complemented some of these components of it. They're not in this bill. And I think that's the concern. If we're looking at a state-managed plan that is looking to bring the best of all that we can offer, this bill doesn't offer it. And I welcome the opportunity, if this gets passed out of committee, it sounds like we have the numbers to do so. The reality is, I hope this continues to be a work in progress. We cannot ignore nearly 50,000 jobs and nearly $2 billion of economic income in challenging an industry that has provided a source of stability in our state. With that being said, I welcome, through you, Mr. Chairman, any of the particular recommendations that's been offered on Republican Senate Bill 1006 or the governor's proposal. Would those components be any of the considerations, as you, one of the true champion advocates of Senate Bill 842 and the idea of public option, to incorporate and to make a bill better with a noble concept that we talked about of containing healthcare costs? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the kind words up top. And go back to you, right? Which is that you now are on the committee, and I'm sorry that we didn't get to work together in that regard, but I know you'll be at the table, and your predecessor, Senator Kelly, now has a big gig that allows him to be at the table too. And he and I and Senator Lesser worked really well together for the better part of 3 years, and I feel that we can do that in the future. Whether it's reinsurance, which is something I do support, and this bill does allow for, that I think we can double down on. Benchmarking is funded in our budget. It's something that I stood next to the governor when he announced that right before COVID, and I truly believe in that project. And I believe in the success of it's had in Massachusetts. Canada, we passed the bill in the House with bipartisan support. Didn't get a vote in the Senate, unfortunately. And then after that, Canada banned the exportation of those prescription drugs. So they took that off the table for us. But there's still other things that we need to do. I agree wholly on the prescription drug cost side. And on transparency, I think that that's important too. We have to make sure that whatever we do is in the light of the public. And I have every confidence that we do that under this bill. But if there are suggestions you have as to how we can do a better job of that, certainly welcome them all the time. But again, we decided not to make some of those changes in this committee because it's not the cognizance of this committee as much as I wish we could have done that here. We didn't do that, and we will leave that to the insurance committee and leadership, and hopefully myself and others who will be at the table for that discussion. And I look forward to working with you and other people on that once the committee process is over. So thank you, Senator.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your thought. And as I said earlier, although I may be new to the insurance committee, I have learned quite a bit from Senator Kelly. And that being said, I have also observed your passionate and rational and engaged articulation on behalf of that. So I want to pay you a compliment. But most important of all, I do appreciate that you recognize to not make any changes on a bill that offer the audit and transparency process. But that being said, I also want to especially thank you for acknowledging the various components and the collaboration that you've shown with Senator Kelly to address some of these concerns of cost containment. So I am eager and I am anxious to continue the dialogue toward making an important goal a valid and critical goal that we have in containing healthcare insurance costs, but how we approach it and benefiting all the shareholders is critical. The second part is we need to understand that as we continue to move policies, that we need to understand healthcare is a personal, deeply, deeply complex issue. I'll give you a case, an example. Mandates of healthcare insurance costs are deeply personal. No one can say no to them, but we have to make some prioritization in regards to what services are readily available. I raise that because my struggle is we raised a bill and passed out of the insurance committee that list in one bill over 20 plus mandates, and they all add up. And the idea that I would offer is as we approach it and look at containing healthcare costs, one of the things we want to be able to do is look at each mandate on its own merits, rather than passing out an omnibus mandate bill as it relates to cost and health insurance. But that being said, it's also the mainness of the caucus of this committee. So I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to work together on this important bill.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to offer a couple of comments, and I too do recognize that this is a priority of yours. You have worked long and hard on this in your prior roles. And while I'm supportive of helping small businesses and nonprofits who believe would benefit potentially from such a plan, I'm not able to support this today in committee. And while we're supposed to look at this just from a financial perspective, the whole notion of a state-run plan, I don't believe is the answer. I mean, just from the aspects that we're not to necessarily look at today under the cognizance of this committee, some of the lack of accountability and transparency in the partnership plans today, the anticipated extra costs that I do believe would be passed on to other policyholders across our state only serve to make it even more costly to live in the state of Connecticut. And I appreciate very much the sentiment of willingness to change and to be open going forward. But as Senator Huang outlined pretty clearly, it doesn't seem like there's been a whole lot of willingness for that so far. I think most disturbing is that this puts an entire industry, a flagship industry of our state, at risk, who has made very clear their opposition to this particular plan. And not only the 50,000 jobs and the billions in our economy, but what we heard in our public hearing most recently related to one of the proposals that we've talked about is that they're considered the anchor industry for an entire network of supporting nonprofits and community development, particularly in our capital city, that we just heard needs help. So I'm hopeful of the notion of being collaborative and making changes going forward. And if that's the case, I may ultimately support a final bill, but I won't be supporting this today. And again, despite your dedication, and I appreciate very much all that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did just want to quickly note to everyone on the committee that reinsurance is part of this bill, SB 842, as amended. And I want to thank the committee leaders for recognizing the good work that we did in insurance with putting, stronger consumer protections in there, greater oversight through our wonderful Department of Insurance here in Connecticut, and most importantly, some transparency when it comes to how this fund is run. And it was done so in a bipartisan way. How we got to that point was, we worked across the table, across the aisle with that. And we have, resulted in a stronger public option. Why we are discussing this bill today is on the second part of the bill, which discusses a tax or assessment on insurers. I am going to be supporting this out of committee, but I am concerned that we have not addressed that issue, which is something we should have done in this committee. We are getting $85 million to enhance the Affordable Care Act, which is our Access Health CT. It's doing exactly what the assessment was meant to do. So I am also very confused as to why we're not addressing that. But that being said, I will be voting yes to get this out of committee. And I just wanted to say thank you for everyone's good work on this.
Representative Nuccio for the second time.
Thank you, Chairman, very much for giving me a second time. I do appreciate it. I'm trying to keep my comments on most of these bills brief so we can continue moving forward. But I wanted to just double check. I don't usually say anything that I can't back up. So I wanted to double check on something before I brought it back to the table. But I would like to address in specific the mention of the rate filing. So as you know, rate filing is done every year, and it's a government mandated thing that we do in the industry, and it's also public. So in July, rates were filed, and insurance companies were instructed across the state to refile with a reduction because of the HIT tax going away. And that filing did take place and did have the reduction in it. So perhaps we could benefit from a call with the Department of Insurance to go through the differences in the two rate filings, because one of the biggest drivers of rate filings is claims history and trending. So again, and that gets back to the cost of healthcare. So I just wanted to correct the notion or the perception that perhaps that $300 million was not in there. We should be able to see that directly in the rate filings between July and September when they were made public. And to just follow up briefly on what Representative Wood just said, reinsurance and the 1332 waivers are an excellent way to go. This is part of my disappointment in how we're addressing the new revenues that are coming in, because as we've seen through COVID, one of the biggest discrepancies we have in healthcare has to do with socioeconomic status. And we could fund a reinsurance program through some of this new revenue and not impact it with an assessment, because I can tell you 100% accurate, cannot be refuted, because it is literally my day job. Every state assessment that you pass is a direct pass-through cost to a certain population of insurers, and all we're doing is increasing the cost of healthcare at that point. We're increasing the cost of health insurance, which makes it unaffordable. So you're supplementing one area by charging somebody else something else. So again, I would gladly sit down and work on any legislation that would impact that. But I just wanted to make sure that we were on the right the right path when it comes to the rate filings and being able to see the reduction of the HIT tax in that area. And again, thank you very much for humoring me and letting me speak again. I promise to be brief everywhere else.
Thank you, Representative. And as you can imagine, as the former chair of the committee, I do speak often to the department and have a relationship with them. And I am aware of the fact that they did account for that, but they still did seek rate increases. And that's the question. So there is a lot that goes into that too. I acknowledge that, pharmaceutical pricing and things like that caused them to ask for those higher rates. But I just am acknowledging the fact that it wasn't as people, I think, were falsely representing, not you, but that the $300 million went directly to rates and that they were able to lower rates because of that. They still asked for rate increases, but I do acknowledge there's more that goes into that than just the $300 million. So thank you. Representative Mashinsky.
Mr. Chairman, healthcare costs, health insurance costs are the second highest concern in my district after property taxes. I just did my survey, and this bill is one way to reduce those costs. But another way, and the one that I think is most important, is to create one giant insurance pool. On program review and investigations, we recommended that all the New England states join together and purchase prescription drugs, and our state saved $13 million a year after that decision. So purchasing pool is the way to go, but this is one way of grouping people into a pool, albeit a smaller pool. So thank you for putting that forth, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no further questions, the clerk will call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF SB 842 to the floor. Fonfara.
Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Scanlon.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Martin.
Senator Martin votes no.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Try again. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Moore votes yes. Moore votes
Moore.
yes.
Gotcha. Cavros DeGraw.
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman.
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Slap.
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes no.
Try that again. Sorry. Formica.
Formica votes no.
Got it. Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes no.
Witkos.
Senator Witkos votes no.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes no.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott.
Rep. Elliott votes yes. Rep. Elliott still votes yes.
Nice. Farrar.
Rep. Farrar votes yes.
Representative Josh Hall. Representative Hampton. Hennessy.
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Try that again. Mushinski.
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone.
Representative Perone votes yes.
Representative Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago.
Representative Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carey Wood.
Representative Carey Wood votes yes.
Representative Ziogas.
Ziogas says no.
Carney.
Representative Carney votes no.
Try again. Sorry. Carney.
Carney votes no.
Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes no.
Claritas Detria.
Representative Claritas Detria votes no.
Mastro Francesco.
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes no.
Perillo.
Perillo votes no.
Piscopo.
Piscopo votes no.
Paletta.
Paletta votes no.
Representative Terry Wood.
Terry Wood votes no.
Yacarino.
Yacarino votes yes.
Zulo.
Rep. Zulo votes no.
Zupkis.
Rep. Zupkis votes no.
Right, just circling back, we got Casano, Hall, and Hampton. Everyone else is good.
All right, thank you, everybody. Moving on to number 6 on our agenda, we will go to the star of the show today, which is the revenue package. HB number 6443, an act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Representative Hennessy, second by Senator Moore. Is there any discussion? I was about to say, seeing none, Representative, but there they are. All right, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Senator Seer. You weren't going to get off that easily, Representative Scanlon. So I know that many, certainly in my caucus, are going to have a lot to say, and I am conscious of the time constraints under which we are operating. So I'm going to attempt to keep my comments fairly brief. And there's a saying in English, like a curate's egg, and that's used to describe something. I won't give you the origin of the expression, something that's good in parts. But good in parts also means really bad in other parts. And as I look through this document, which I regret to say I've had, only about 12 hours to look at, and some of them were actually spent sleeping, so I could be somewhat compos mentis today. I see some items that I like. I see some of the suggestions with regard to the research and development tax credit is in there. I see some things to do with the restaurant tax. But I see a lot that I think is not only concerning, but to use that analogy of the curate's egg, also bad. I'm sorry and am disappointed that we didn't have a bigger role in putting this together. When I look at the condition the state is in and its financial state, even given what happened during the pandemic, because of the work we did together as a legislature in 2017, we are looking at a record level of a rainy day fund. We have had our credit rating raised. We have seen on a daily basis the results of that hard work and how when we worked together, we were able to move this state forward by truly being bipartisan, by setting the conditions whereby we put some constraints on how we spent the people's money. Because let's be clear, this is not our money. This is the people's money. And they count on us to be good stewards. They count on us to make wise decisions. They count on us to abide by the rules that we have established for ourselves. But yet, as I look at this revenue document, I see close to $1 billion of funds that will be outside the rules we set for our spending. That by creating, however admirable the goal, an equitable investment fund, we have removed those safeguards that ensure we spend money appropriately. And I know we're not the spending side, but we have created a huge pool of money that is not subject to the rules we've set out on how we should spend those taxpayers' dollars, those residents' dollars, because this is not our money, that's their money. And I find that incredibly concerning and disturbing. As I said, we can't sit in this committee and hear the stories of people who are in pain, who are facing challenges on a daily basis, whether they're to do with finding affordable health care, or finding a good school, or finding a good place to live. But as we go down this path and don't abide by the rules we set up to ensure we do operate in a transparent and fiscally responsible manner, how are those people to feel? And surely, when we are looking at creating these huge new pools of money, we should be going into this process knowing exactly how this is going to play out, having real guardrails set up. And the fact that we're looking at this so late in the day with so little detail as to how things are going to work is very worrying. We have so many programs in this state. We have so many ways to spend money, to target money, to funnel money. And I know Senator Fonfara is very committed to looking at things in a holistic manner. Well, let's look at the holistically at how we spend these dollars. I was appointed to the Results First, which is set up to look at government departments, analyze their programs and policies, and see what delivers good value for money. That committee has never met. And yet here we are creating huge new spending plans without actually looking at how we're spending money. So I will wrap up here. My final comment is, we've seen the CREATES report, which lays out ways in which this state can save between $600 and $900 million over the next few years because of changes in the workforce, because of things we could implement with regard to hiring, with regard to many, many different aspects of government. If we're serious about helping our residents, I am asking every one of you on this committee to work with that report. Find the ways we can use that money to support the programs that are here. You know, I see new revenue in there from something I suggested, a social media tax, which has made me persona non grata with a lot of people. But we are in a different world. And as I mentioned in a public hearing the other day, when I read the article about the gentleman who raised $40,000 to help people during COVID and was hit with a $16,000 income tax bill, yet Facebook paid no taxes in the United States in 2018, I think we need to address that. On the other hand, if we're doing that, if I'm suggesting something like that, I expect fiscal discipline and integrity from everybody. And creating an off-budget account through revenue we may not get is not the way to go. So I will wrap my remarks up here. I thank everybody for their hard work. I wish my party had had a seat at the table, because we agree on the problems. We differ on the solutions, but we're not going to get there unless everybody has a say in this. So thank you, Chair Scanlon.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. And I was going to save my remarks for the end, and I think I will mostly do that, but I would just be loath if I didn't say something at the top, not necessarily in response to what you're saying, but just in general before we begin this conversation, which is to say that I think we had a unique challenge this year before us, and this is my first time doing this. So I had an even more bigger challenge than doing this for the first time. But we tried to craft a package that both met the moment in terms of the needs that we see out there, that we hear about in our hearings, that we know in our districts and from the people that we represent, but also does not stifle the growth that Connecticut is experiencing right now. The good news that we're experiencing, you mentioned it, record rainy day fund, Moody's upgrading our bond rating for the first time in 20 years, record numbers of revenue coming into the state in terms of the exceeding projections of tax revenue. These are all really good things. But there are also people who are really hurting in Connecticut. And I think what this package does, it's not perfect. There are big investments that we're making, especially to the middle class and the working class, in terms of the largest tax cut that they've ever received through the form of a state child tax credit and the EITC. There's good stuff in here, as you mentioned. It's not perfect, but it's the conversation that we wanted to have, and the package that we feel meets the moment. And I'm proud of the work that we do, but I recognize that we have still a lot of work left to do. And I look forward to working with you Senator Fonfara, Senator Martin, and everyone on this committee as we now enter the next stage of the budget. If the governor's address in February is the first inning, we're now probably in the fourth inning of the game, and we have many innings to go before we get to the end of this game. But we can work together in that process, and I look forward to doing that. So thank you. Senator Martin.
I'm just going to talk on one aspect of this bill, and that's the truckers tax that they're proposing in this. Listen, I just find it a funny way of us saying thank you to that community, to those truck drivers and those businesses that made sure that we had food on our table while we lived through this pandemic. I just find it kind of mind-boggling, I guess, to say thank you in this way, that we're going to burden them with this tax, mileage tax. The message was very clear last year or 2 years ago when Representative Laura Devlin and I went on a tour throughout the state, 21 different communities, where we shared the information about tolls, and we allowed them, the community, to speak out. We gave them the information, and they overwhelmingly said no to tolls. What stopped this? We begin with mileage tax. Open the door, so to speak, or we have another deficit, which we seem to have. Last 5 out of the last 10 years, we've had reoccurring deficits. And we use the same old strategy over and over and over again. And that is to find ways of raising revenue. And here we go with this, the mileage tax that will lead to, and I'm making a prediction, that this is going to lead to the rest of us. There'll be a vehicle tax on all of us. So somewhere down the road. It may take a little while. It may take 5 years to get there. But I'm predicting today that this is what's going to happen. I'm just, I guess, find it, should we be doing this right now to these companies and these businesses? Why? Thank you so much for making sure that we had food on our table, that we had products and goods available to us. Thank you so much for taking care of us. But we got a problem here. We're short of some money. We got to include you in this. We've got to provide this mileage tax. Sorry, guys. I just find it very, very. This is not a way of saying thank you to somebody who was our lifeline for the last year. We've got to stop using old strategy or ways of finding revenue. We've got to look at what the real issue is with our recurrent deficit. And I think we all know what those are. And we all need to get able to do that. Because if you look at this budget that's in front of us, year 23 or 24, right? Fiscal year 24, we've got a reoccurring deficit. We are going to be $1.7 billion. And that's not counting, I believe, the one-time of the federal money that's coming in that we're using currently to balance it. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, and we need to stop using old strategies, and we not be taxing our truckers in this bill. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, kudos to Senator Martin because, in fact, the DOT, I believe, was offering free food to truckers as they were coming through our state in gratitude for what was happening. So this is a real nice thank you. I don't have a lot of questions because I appreciate receiving the spreadsheet late last night. And I was able to get most of my questions answered by the nonpartisan staff early this morning. And you're right, this is far from perfect. In fact, despite a few positive things included, it is such an incredible disappointment. I can barely describe. You know, we have heard, certainly on your side of the aisle, great pride in claiming credit for the structural reforms that were put into the bipartisan budget. And that was able to put our state on a positive path. That, you know, the governor is rightly so highlighting the positive things that are coming as a result of that. Yet with this revenue package, we are now delaying certain payments, creating future holes. We are moving spending out of the spending cap into a whole new account, a total diversion, which is contrary to the reforms that we had put in place to begin with. And it's this out of control spending that had our state going down a really horrible path that we've been able to establish some corrections for. We are breaking promises to our seniors by pausing and holding the phase out on income tax and Social Security and pensions. I think a lot of individuals spoke to probably a lot of seniors during last fall, claiming how important they were. How about teachers and teacher pensions? And yet we're not pursuing that as well. This relies on one-time gains, and it still leaves us with a significant deficit going forward. It's like we forgot everything that we've done or promised to turn our state around, and in fact are doubling down on bad practices. And you like to say it's meeting the moment, or is it the flavor of the month, right? So what, next time we're going to not make good on the promises that this revenue package makes because something else came up? There is no consistency in terms of policy that we follow through on. You know, our state taxpayers, I believe, need to know what a violation of their trust that this represents. You know, it's probably not a surprise. I will not be voting in favor, but I did truly want to share my awe and disappointment in this package and the process that brought us here. We can do better, and the taxpayers of our state ask that we do better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nuccio.
I do have a few questions and then a couple of comments. There's a few items specifically in this revenue package that are from bills that I think need some clarification. So I'm looking specifically at line 31 in the spending. If we look at the payroll tax piece of this, I'm trying to understand how this would functionally work. So it appears to be a voluntary payroll tax that as an employee, I can tell my employer I want them to pay at 5%. The employer would then have to make that payment. But there's no language in here specifying that the employer would have to reduce my income by that amount. And then as the person who decided to do that, I then get to take a tax credit. So if my employer does not reduce it, I'm getting a credit for something that hasn't been removed. So I'm a little concerned that the language in this bill here, I don't know if I'm going to ask for some clarification in that if these bills are in this revenue package, I'm assuming that we are not going to vote on them in any other way or have the opportunity to discuss or debate them. Is that accurate?
Representative, the way that it historically works in the Finance Committee is that we base our debate off of the spreadsheet and the summary that you've been provided by both OFA and OLR. That is the way that we debate the package.
Okay, so then is there anybody who can answer those questions regarding that payroll tax bill?
Absolutely. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Nuccio, it is the option of both the employee and the employer not to be have the employee be subject to the payroll tax. That is not optional on the employer. It is optional on the employee. However, the employer, I guess, has the option of not deducting that amount, that taxable amount from a worker's paycheck, but I doubt very seriously, unless they felt it was in the interest of the employer to do that. That's their option, but I suspect most will, and that would be the understanding between the employer and the employee, that that would be deducted. Therefore the credit would be for that reason. And at that point, then the employee would realize the benefit of being taxed by payroll on their payroll as opposed to through the income tax.
Would this be a before or after tax credit for this?
Well, it would, as it works, because the IRS would see less, and by the way, every state has the right to establish its own tax structure. That's not in dispute. But the employee would see less of their, the IRS would see less of that employee's income, and therefore tax you less, providing a substantial, in many cases, savings to that employee over what they're paying right now in income tax. The state would not lose revenue. Actually, we would gain, because it's under the bill, we would capture a percentage of that savings, but the greatest percentage of the savings afforded by what the IRS would be taxing you would stay with you, as opposed to the state of Connecticut.
Okay, so it's a pre-tax. And so do we have mechanisms in place to have these employers now manage, mandate, and track the new tax? Or is this a mandate on business to figure out how to administer this program?
Well, currently they are paying payroll taxes. They're doing Social Security. Mm-hmm. I suspect that in most cases that their payroll service will adjust to reflect this. And by the way, all employers will benefit because they'll be paying less as well.
Okay. All right, so that helps me with that one. Chairman, on number 32, actually, I think Senator Fonfaro, this one's probably going to come back to you too. The consumption tax. In this, as written, there's no indication on filing status. So the amounts that were in there are just amounts. So how do you expect to implement that over somebody who either files singly, files head of household, or married? And will those AGI numbers be adjusted for that, or is this just a straight tax across the board that it didn't signify?
It does take into consideration your income, and it would be starting at $500,000. So if your AGI, irrespective of how you're filing, is below $500,000, you would not be subject to this provision. But anyone filing their AGI above 500 or greater would be subject to it.
So it's regardless of filing status. So if it's a married couple, it's 500,000 period. If it's a head of household or a single, it's 500,000 period.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And then there are a couple of just financial concerns that I have with this. Looking at this plan, we have created a $1.9 billion hole in year 3. And that is most definitely, you can attribute it 1.7 billion of that spending directly to utilization of the ARP funds, which is a one-time infusion of revenue for expenditures, ongoing expenditures. They're literally almost identical numbers. And the only other number that offsets it is another area that I am concerned with, and that has to do with the $235 million that shifts the surplus, because appropriations is using this same dollars. So that's double usage of one-time funds and using one-time funds to support ongoing expense. So the accountant in me kind of cringes at the idea that we're going to use one-time money to increase our budget and continue spending ongoing expenses with that. In regard to number 1, the delaying of the gap amortization, that's going to create yet another hole going forward by delaying that amortization schedule, we're creating a bigger hole for ourselves. It's literally like the same exact thing that we've done with pensions. We're pushing off a decision and making the hole bigger by doing that. So I see a lot of areas in here where we're increasing, or utilizing money in a way that's going to come back to severely bite us. And as Representative Devlin said, you know, I'm concerned with the fact that the 10% corporate tax surcharge stays in here. You know, we have a bad problem of making promises and then changing that. And that's one of those areas between that and the seniors that is just absolutely problematic in this budget when you stop to look at it. And I have to say too, I'm very troubled with the idea of what I found out is off budget. So we put things in place to control spending, which is an attempt to help us bring down our pension debt, which we all know is an albatross around the necks of every taxpayer in this state. The bad management of that expense is something that the legacy costs my grandkids are gonna be paying for this. And we're doing some of the same things with this bill, which is problematic to me. And now we're gonna put, if I'm looking at these numbers correctly, nearly $1 billion into a fund that, you know, just as the one that we talked about with Senator Fonfara, we don't even know the qualifications of how this money is going to be spent. And it's taken 100% of revenue from these new things that we're going to be taxing now with online gaming and the legalization of cannabis. And it's directing it into a fund that doesn't have the same oversight as our general fund. And I don't think the people of Connecticut really expect us to do that. Like, we need to be accountable for what we put out. We need to be public and held to the word that we're going to spend this money responsibly. And an off-budget account just seems counterintuitive to every single thing that I, before being elected, ever wanted any of my representatives to do. And even scarier is it's $1 billion a year, and I haven't seen an offset on how we plan to spend that. And my last question, I guess, Chairman, and again, this gets down to, you know, I'm going to play the new card again. All of the things that we're voting on today, they're not included in this package as far as I can tell. When we look at the bill numbers, I'm looking at those compared to what we're voting on. So every vote that we cast today, is that an additive to this number that we're looking at now, which is currently putting us at a $1.9 billion hole after using this money?
Could you, I guess that I'll take that, Mr. Chairman, could you clarify? I'm not quite clear what your question is, Representative Nuccio.
I'm sorry. So all of the items that we're voting on today, for instance, you know, we have 28 items on here. All of them are obviously revenue driving. They are not included in the spreadsheet that we received late last night and didn't go over until this morning. Those numbers are not listed in there. So every vote that we make today, is that an additive to this revenue package?
Well, we have the revenue package before us right now. That is what we're saying we intend to either raise in revenue or credit taxpayers. There are, as you know, a number of credits that are provided for and directed by this document, as well as revenue items of raising new revenue.
Correct.
I'm not sure I understand when you say something additive.
Okay, so I might not be wording this correctly, and I apologize if I'm not. So if we vote on, I don't know, I'm just going to poke a random bill here and say we vote on 1102, and that 1102 is establishing a program that's a credit for something or a spend for something. And 1102 is not on this spreadsheet that we received. Okay. So I just vote yes on this bill that's going to have a revenue generator, right? But it's not on this bill. So is it now additive on this revenue package? Does it change those numbers?
Nothing, Representative Nuccio, nothing changes until well, I won't say how we say when something's done, but But until the legislature opines beyond the finance committee can take a position on a proposal that is outside of the revenue package and says that we like this, but until that happens, it doesn't change the document. We have to say we want that. There are examples of that, not many. I think to the times when we do it to the displeasure of the chairs of the bonding subcommittee, but there may be a proposal that is outside of the bond package. In fact, I think there is one, a significant one that I support, and hopefully the majority of this body will support, that addresses and a great opportunity at the University of Connecticut that may not be part of the bond package, but one that this body said, this committee says we want this to happen. And, you know, that will move forward in that regard. And so as part of that, so that's.
So it can potentially change the revenue package. That's the answer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I wanted to understand, Senator. I'm sorry I didn't word it well.
And I'll just say, Representative Nuccio, that that's the discussion that happens after our bill and the appropriations bill moves forward. There are negotiations. Some things come out, some things go back in. We like to have our document, both the tax package and the bond bill, to be as close to final as possible. I think it's important that members of this committee feel that their hard work is recognized. We've gotten away from that to a degree in the last several years, where less and less of this document or the appropriations document withstands scrutiny. There are a lot of reasons for that. Many I don't support, but I do feel it's important that the work that goes in, the effort that goes in, is reflected in the final document.
I am totally appreciative. I understand how hard it is. I guess that's part of my frustration here, sir, is having been involved with handling, you know, huge budgets for the majority of my adult life. You know, I understand the process, and I find this process to just be fragmented. You know, you propose a budget, you review it, you talk to all stakeholders, you find commonality, you find where there's savings, and then you come up with a package that really kind of suits everybody. And I feel like I've been missing from that process here, and in the fragmented way that that things are done. And I may be overly optimistic, but you know, I truly hope that. But then again, I'm in the private sector, not the public, and I know public is a different animal than private. I worry about that balancing act. I'm not seeing it. So, you know, that's not to say that it's not happening, and I appreciate everybody who's putting forward the effort to do that. I'm just kind of discombobulated and not seeing how it's all working. So thank you very much for humoring my questions. I will try not to come back around.
Thank you.
Representative Claritas DiTrio. Representative Claritas DiTrio. Okay, she might have stepped away. Let's go to Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are some really, really good things in this budget. The child tax credit, the earned income tax credit are great, and they're going to help middle-class families. But there are some things in this budget that I cannot support or have trouble supporting at this time. The truck tax, the digital tax, to name a few. But I think my biggest hesitation with this budget is the creation of the Equitable Investment Fund. And though the intent of this fund is to provide an alternative source of revenue to support investment in equity, which I think is commendable and I totally support. However, the purpose of this fund is to create a diversion around the spending cap in the general fund. And that to me is not sound financial policy nor a responsible decision. And unfortunately,
make that resolution a reality.
Unfortunately, for that reason, I cannot support this budget today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Representative Claritas DiTrio, I see you're back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had bad Wi-Fi, so I figured I would just pass and wait. So I appreciate you coming back to me, Mr. Chair. So this budget today, the revenue package, it's not surprising to me. A lot of people, we have a lot of issues with this budget, this 1.9 billion deficit that we'll have in 2024. Excuse me. That will go over our cap. We did all this great work in our bipartisan budget that enacted our bonding, spending, and volatility caps. And it saddens me to see, and I'm sure the state of Connecticut, our residents, that we're doing this again. Our residents don't want it. We can't afford it in our state. And I just think it's bad policy. It seems like it's same old that we've heard even way before my time here. And I'm hoping that we could do a lot more work with this budget. And it would be nice to see us get back to that time when we worked on a bipartisan budget to pass these things together that will help the residents of the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I supported that healthcare initiative a little while ago with the good faith that we're going to work on that, even though I do have some serious issues. But I'm going to speak obviously on the 6443, the revenue package. There's some really good things in it, like many of the fellow representatives and senators have said, the ambulatory tax, the R&D credit, which I put that bill in to restore that. The breastfeeding is a laudable goal. I think it's important for our moms. But the issue I have, it does blow through the spending cap without, maybe not on paper, but it's going to blow through something we worked very, very hard on in 2017. And what also, we made a promise to our teachers to up their liability for their taxes, and that's not going to be held. And I think teachers, and we have an issue with that, and I have an issue with that. We can't make promises over and over and not keep them. And also to the pensions, we wanted to phase that out 14% a year, and that's not going to be addressed. It's actually going to be frozen this year. So as legislators and public officials, we need to uphold our word and not deviate for things that we could and should be doing. And I see this, so unfortunately, I've seen it so many times through the years I've been there. And where I have faith in one another, I think this spending cap and this budget finance package is not honest to the public we serve. So I can't support it. Although there's good things in it, and I like the good parts of it. And I know no legislation is perfect. There's a lot of flaws with this, and I think it's misleading to the public, and it doesn't address what we did in 2017. And from that point, so with that, I cannot support this. But thank you.
Thank you, Representative Yacarino. I would just say that we did not take the governor's recommendation to delay those phase outs of that tax. And we did that intentionally because I agree with you that we don't want to do that.
And I'm wrong because I must have read when we received this last minute. So that's the pensions are protected for the teacher carve out, not the carve out, but the percentage up to 50% is still in.
We did not take the governor's recommendation to delay those.
And the pensions are still okay?
Correct. Those promises were not delayed.
Okay, but we still divert the spending cap we technically divert the spending cap. Correct?
We can at least agree on some things, Representative. So.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Representative Maskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we go forward on a bill, I don't think I find enough common ground to support the bill as it stands, the budget bill. I think the laudable earned income tax credit issue is one I understand. I think the issue of investing in our cities, I think there are 2 points that I would bring up is that we have a myriad of different funds that I don't know how well they work in coordination, whether it's from the DEDC, the Housing Authority, the Small Women's and Minorities Group, the enterprise zones. I'm not sure that we've managed to get a developmental czar to coordinate the existing funds that go into the cities with the legislature to make sure that we maximize the impact of every dollar we spend currently. And in relation to community development, the CDC, I think it's an admirable goal. I would prefer to see it within the budgetary constraints. And more importantly, I'd like to see us work and target, and this is what's really hard about a legislature where there are 151 representatives and 36 senators, and there's sometimes regional interests. I'd like to see us work together to target one of our principal cities and to begin to look at that initiative, both from a coordinated basis from the existing funding we give for development delays, and incremental money to lift out of poverty our cities and improve the constraints of where we're headed and how we're functioning. And the stories that John, Senator von Farr, has shared with me, and the stories we've heard in testimony are gut wrenching. And I'm not convinced that we're doing enough to change the trajectory. I believe that Senator von Farr is sincere, and I believe him that we need to move that needle. And I think the question is only how we move that needle. And if we do nothing, I think we fail our citizens. So, you know, the constraint or the construct is not where I can be right now to support this budget. But I don't think that anyone should walk away with a message of either that I'm indifferent to that. And lastly, on the comment on the truckers and the wonderful work they did, you know, I'm not going to belittle anyone who's provided a value service for the state, but you know, I sit at the border of our state, and 40% of the traffic is out of state, or 50 out of state with commercial thrown in. And I'm funding all of that infrastructure on my dime. And we're running a multi-state charity on our highways. And we continue to run a multi-state charity. And we ask the people in Senator von Farr's district and all of our districts to support the infrastructure that is used by out-of-state residents with no allegiance to our state. And we bear that burden, and that's unacceptable to me. As we move forward, if you look at the multi-state region we're in, the fact that we're unwilling to raise the levy on out-of-state residents is appalling. And my suggestion would be that we consider that going forward at some point, that we look at that. And my suggestion would be that part of that revenue goes for infrastructure, and the other part goes for what was suggested by some of my Republican colleagues of a reinsurance pool to lower the cost of healthcare insurance to the private sector, because we could drop healthcare costs in this state, which would be a boon to our employers and our residents. It's the single most expensive item on anyone's balance sheet is healthcare. And if we can drop that cost down to a reinsurance pool, and if we can get the revenue to something like a tax on out-of-state drivers through a toll, I think we could move this state into an interesting, growing, you know, we need to stop being the land of steady habits. The question is, where do we break out the box? And, you know, I haven't seen that yet. And I'm looking for that. I think this is an admirable attempt. I'm sorry I can't be there on this. And I appreciate the attempt. So.
Representative Mastro Francesco, followed by Representative Terry Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to swing back and just kind of hone in again, so I'm understanding it correctly, on the payroll tax. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the purpose of this is for an employee to request from the employer to pay 5%, to lower their wages by 5% for the mere fact so they have an adjusted gross income on their federal and state income tax return. So they will not be paying as much tax on their adjusted gross income. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. It is correct. The employer will be required to inform the employee or the independent contractor. We're including in the bill that independent contractors will be covered under this as well. And a number of people, as I'm sure everyone here knows, have moved in terms of their employment status to being an independent contractor. So they are included as well. The employer would be required to inform either the employee or independent contractor of the opportunity. They would be required to show them that this is what your take home is now, which they know under the income tax. This is what it would be under the payroll tax, and the employee gets to choose at that point how they would like to be taxed, which mechanism they would like. It is solely their choice. I think the vast majority of people will select the payroll tax when they see the savings, the net savings that they'll be realizing, but that's entirely up to them.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I can follow up again through you, Mr. Chairman, if an employer does not have the means or the technology to lower their base pay for that, what happens next?
I'm not following you, Representative.
Well,
I mean, they're currently doing that now with whatever the base pay is. I don't know why it would be difficult for them to not do this as well.
Okay, so I understand. So, okay, so going back to that 3 Mr. So then at that point, the employer will be paying into the state directly that difference in pay, the whole pay, or just the tax portion of it? I guess I'm confused.
Yes, it would be a payroll tax now as opposed to an income tax is what we'd be, the employee would be electing. And so, yes, so therefore the employer would pay that tax on behalf. Well, it's I don't know if it's on behalf of, but because we're taxing payroll there, and that's the responsibility of the employer rather than the income tax, which is the responsibility of the employee.
So I guess if it would be possible, if you can just try kind of give me an example mathematically. An employee is making, I don't know, we'll just use a round figure, $1,000 a week, and they decide to that they would like to do this program, pay the payroll tax. The percentage, the dollar amount that will come out of there, they would be taking home. And then the employer takes that exact dollar amount, and is that exact dollar amount what the employer would be paying?
That's right.
Oh, so the exact dollar amount. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It was a little bit confusing. So you had mentioned earlier through Mr. Chairman that this would be a benefit for the employer. Can you explain that for me? Because I heard you mention that the employers were actually be saving money. I couldn't understand.
Because the employer is what they pay of the FICA and other aspects on behalf of the employee, where it's half or whatever, it's a percentage base. And so now because the base is less, they're paying less. So all employers are successful.
Okay, thank you for
Not successful,
clarifying.
but they'll get a benefit.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. It was a little bit confusing. So another question through you, Mr. Chairman, the money that we have received from the rescue plan from the government, I believe was at $1.7 billion, and that is included to balance the budget. Is that right through you, Mr. Chairman?
Correct.
Okay, and I understand where they come with a $1.9 billion deficit in 2 years, and we all understand that this is a one-time payment from the rescue plan. Is it safe to assume that it's possible at some point we have to raise revenue to make up for that 1.7 billion because it's only a one-time payment? Would that be an accurate statement, Mr. Chairman?
I would dispute the statement just as so far as we did not do anything to address the budget deficit in that out year, because it's our charge to address this fiscal year coming up and the one after that. That's the biennium, and not the one in the out year. So we feel like obviously it's great to have the federal money, but we also have seen incredible growth in our tax collection in the last couple of months, and we expect to see. Please, all of you, knock on wood. In 8 days, we get the new consensus revenue numbers, and I believe that every indication would have it that we will see increased numbers in that. So I believe the deficit in the out year will come down, and the deficit in the current year will be reflected in a further surplus, which is what it's at right now. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I guess it all depends on these projections of revenue that the state plans on getting, if those revenue numbers are accurate, right? And what's really disappointing to me, I have to say, is that this $1.7 billion from the rescue plan, I would have hoped that it would went towards paying down our debt, our pension, to help the state in that way. But again, and I know this is finance and we're just looking at revenue, but the state of Connecticut has a hunger, a thirst for creating new programs and spending more money all the time. Now, I get that that's the appropriations part of it, but that all does fall into the finance aspect of the state. So it's, I can absolutely see that this money is going to have to be found somewhere. And in the future, it's going to have to pay for by the taxpayers, because nothing is free. There is nothing in this country or in this state that is free. If you either take it from someone, you're taking it from somebody else. It's just not free. It's just a shifting of revenue, of finances, that it's kicking the can down the road. It's very unfortunate. I'm very disappointed to see this revenue package here. Like you said, there's some good few things in there, but you know what? The bad way outweighs the good. So for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, obviously I will not be supporting this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. And just for clarification and respectfully, the American Rescue Plan expressly prohibited states from using money to pay down pension debt. Otherwise, we, of course, probably would have considered that. But secondly, outside of that, because of the policies that many of us voted for in that 2017 budget, the volatility cap in particular, and that's a big credit to Senator Fonfara, who championed that. We are about to put $800 million, nearly $1 billion into paying down pension debt because of the historic nature of the rainy day fund's balance. So while we can't use the rescue money for that, we are still committing to the promise of putting that $800 million towards the pension debt. And that's on top of the first time we were able to do that last fall. Treasurer Wooden made the first ever payment, as far as I know, from the rainy day fund into that pension fund, because we had finally reached for the very first time the apex of that fund. So just for the record, clarifying that for you. Representative Terry Wood, followed by Representative Ziogas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I sit and I listen to this debate this morning, I am so grateful to be able to serve on this committee. I have such affection and respect for so many people. And I love the dialogue. I love the policies. I love the dialogue. And I think there are many good things in this budget proposal. However, there are a number of things that give me great concern. And I think foundational to my concern is that we have net out migration of people, particularly those people of wealth. IRS in Connecticut had net income loss. The IRS reported in Connecticut net income loss in the last 8 years of $12 billion. And that was net out migration of wealthy. When they leave, they also take their philanthropic dollars. In addition to that, we're the only state in the country that has not regained the jobs lost in the 2008 recession. The only state. I mean, that has to say something. And I think in creating budgets, except for the 2017 bipartisan budget, the last few budgets have just further sped those issues, the complicating factors that support those issues. So I don't understand why there isn't more understanding of that reality. I do agree with Representative Meskers that I think all of us feel very, very strongly about our urban districts. We have great affection for our urban districts and support seeing revitalization and creating more resiliency and more certainly educational opportunity. Representative Nuccio mentioned that earlier when we were debating the marijuana. The numbers are starting to spin. It's not even that late into the day. That education and educational opportunity is the foundation of creating better opportunities. So I am deeply disturbed, quite frankly, by the lack of fiscal discipline and creating a $1 billion off budget item, a revenue source. It makes no sense, and it's not respectful to the citizens of our state. It's not practical. It's not fiscal discipline. It's not responsible. It leaves me speechless, to be honest. I do believe working together makes a great deal of sense. The bipartisan budget had great results. We had great success with that. It served as a very strong foundation. And I wish there were more than just lip service. A couple of people have said this morning, yes, we will work together. Well, you've had an opportunity the last 4 months. And there are many of us on our side of the aisle that have tremendous expertise in these fields. And I just wish there had been more of a genuine effort to reach out and do that. We are willing, we have good thoughts on this, and it creates a stronger foundation. So thank you for the opportunity to express these thoughts, and I look forward to more debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I would just say that there are many things in this bill that were included knowing that your side of the aisle supports them. And there are many things I think we did agree upon. That was a conscious choice that Senator Funfar and I made to try to incorporate some of the ideas that we know were important to your members and ours. And I think it's been pointed out several times by people that we did do that. And as you said yourself, there are good things in this package. Would it have been great to do it on a bipartisan basis? Yes. But there are bipartisan ideas in there. And I think that that's important for us to recognize and frankly, celebrate too. So just sharing that with you. Representative Ziogas, followed by Representative Kerry Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I guess, throw my 2 cents in considering we're a revenue budget. I have to say, I admire some of the stuff that I've seen coming through this budget process. I think the Earned Income Tax Credit, for example, or the IRA relief program that was addressed to people other than the union membership, it's a great relief. I'm a beneficiary of such a thing. I have great admiration for some of the tax proposals that was presented by Senator Funfara. I thought they were clever, if not ingenious on some of them, and I would applaud them if they weren't going into the Connecticut Equitable Investment Fund. The problem I'm having with the fund is that it directs money that otherwise could have been directed into a general fund, and it's being handled by membership that may not include any of us. I feel like we're being sequestered out of the process, and we're not having a fair interface with the revenues that generates. Had it not been for the destination of some of those tax dollars, I would be supporting this budget. But minus, if we include the Connecticut Equitable Investment Fund as part of the result, then I'm a no. Thank you.
Representative Kerry Wood, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you to the chairman, Representative Scanlon, and Senator Funfara for all the hard work going into this budget. It's a very difficult process, and I appreciate all you do. I think the colleagues before me have said everything correct, so I will not belabor the point, but I am a no on this budget without fiscal constraints that were put in place by previous legislatures. There are a lot of assumptions in here. There are also some risky things. For example, the digital media tax that's being litigated in Maryland right now. I think there's just too many things that I can't get past, but I'm just saying no on this because of those things, but I'm a willing participant in trying to work to make this budget better and stronger. There are wonderful things that you put in place here that I would like to work with you on and making sure we get those to the finish line. So I just want to thank you for your work, and I'm not a no, as in I will not be helpful to the process. I promise to work hard to make sure that we get those fiscal constraints back in place. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Piscopo, followed by Representative Perrone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to bring up a relatively small aspect of the revenue package, and that's kind of one of my pet peeves. It's the corporate tax surcharge. I've never really understood this well, and it's always bothered me that there's this surcharge in place whenever we get into, say, a budget problem or a fiscal problem in this state. It's been in since the early 2000s, maybe 2004 or so. And the one promise we've had, the one kind of hope we've had was the sunset. And you know, since then we've seen the sunset probably twice, a couple terms that 10% surcharge on the corporate tax has gone away, but the sun never seems to set on that surcharge, and I believe that this budget makes it a permanent structure now, and I'm really troubled by that, and I was hoping one day the sun would really set on that corporate tax. The best way to attract business to the state is to have an overall smaller tax burden. Mr. Chairman, you rightly so mentioned the growth we've seen in our state, and we want to continue that. And I think one way to encourage that is to get away from policies like the corporate tax surcharge. Do you imagine being a business, I don't know, somewhere in Germany or Oklahoma or somewhere, and you're thinking about moving into the Connecticut, and if you're a CFO, the first questions you're going to ask are what are our expenses going to be for the size building, the employees, and you will get probably a report on what the costs are, and I'm sure you're going to look at this, say, what's this corporate tax surcharge? Well, sir, you calculate your business income and you add this 10% fee on there, and it just seems like a detriment to attracting more jobs to the state. So I've always been bothered by that, and I was hoping one day the sun would really set on that. So it just strikes me as bad policy. And then the other relatively small aspect that hasn't been hit on yet, Mr. Chairman, is the capital gains. Again, here's this word surcharge. The capital gains increase, and it's going to be a surcharge. And sometime this afternoon, we will be doing the bond package, hopefully soon. And we went through last year with the bond package pushing right up pretty close to the cap that we have established on a bipartisan basis, our borrowing cap, the bond cap. And we were pushing against that the second and third quarter of last year. So we were looking at a pretty tight, even with the restrictions of our governor, on the policy of borrowing, we were still bumping up against that cap. And the fourth quarter came in, surprised us all, a great capital gains revenue increase. We are blessed in this state with having a lot of people that earn money through the capital gains system, and they report quarterly. And our fourth quarter came in just wonderful, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, with this growth. So, and that made our life on the subcommittee, the bonding subcommittee, a lot easier. We would have been under real constraints had that money not kind of surprised us and came in that way. So the capital gains surcharge is just not a great idea for this revenue package. And then just finally, we're going to have a debate on these quasi-publics. We got to have an all-out, transparent debate on all these and the effects it has on our budgeting, on our overall fiscal policy, the special funds, and tax credits. I've introduced tax credits, and they're all for great purposes. But we're going to have a debate on all these aspects of off-budget revenue and spending. So thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And I would just say on the capital gains that, again, I go back to what I said earlier today about meeting the moment. In my view, we met the moment, but also acted cautiously. And the capital gains, to me, is a good example of that, in which we saw a very, very difficult year for a lot of people in the state of Connecticut. And there were also a lot of people, as you just alluded to, who did just fine during this time. I don't penalize them for that. I don't demonize them for that. But I do think that this is a reflection of the fact that we have serious challenges here in the state. There are many people among us who are still suffering because of the crisis that we are hopefully, knock on wood, at the end of. And asking for a 2% increase to go to 899, I think, is not a lot to ask of people who are making over $500,000 a year in this state, especially when you factor in that Massachusetts is a 12% tax rate. New York is just raised their tax rate. The baseline is 10.85%. It can go up to 15%. To go to 899 allows us to ask those who have a lot for a little bit more, but also not do that in a detrimental way that makes us not competitive with our neighbors, as far as I'm concerned. So again, we tried very hard to find the balance here, and I feel like we did. I understand and respect that you disagree, but just wanted to put that on the record for that discussion and that point that you raised. So thank you, Representative. Representative Perone, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to align my comments with several of the people who remarked how much they appreciated everything that's gone into the child tax credit on some of the other efforts to protect the social safety net. I think that these are good moves. I think I have some concerns, however, with the way the budget is set up. I mean, it is in some ways it feels as though it's more of a defensive budget. I think that we are looking at trying to make our state more competitive. I think that putting us on a more of an offensive footing would be the way to go. So basically, seeing the budget as a long-term economic strategy and planning document as something that would include really a focus on transportation. I thought Representative Mesker's comments were dead on with regard to transportation. I've worked really hard for the last 4 years. I'm not going to bring other names, but there are other people on this committee that worked hard on transportation with the idea of tolls as a way to strengthen and stabilize our revenue going forward. I think that a well-planned infrastructure plan program really is one of the economic backbones of our state. I think that there are other areas that I also have concerns with regard to the equity investment fund. It's non sequitur, but it is an issue as well because we're essentially putting revenue raised into a fund where it is not part of the general discussion, and that makes me very nervous. And I think that again, there are good parts of this bill. I am not going to support it today. I am not a naysayer or a bomb thrower just for the hell of it. So I want to be part of this conversation going forward, and I want to be there at the end of this and vote yes when it happens in June. But we have to be mindful about what attracts business to the state of Connecticut: consistent, stable, thoughtful, well thought out tax policy, which there are a lot of good components to that now. But at the same time, this is kind of a watershed moment for our state because we have to decide what the best planning going forward is going to be in terms of keeping us on a growth footing for the future. So without belaboring that, thank you very much.
Representative Zupkis, followed by Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to reiterate what has been said already, but I have a question and then a comment about the truck tax. That is trucks out of state and in state?
Correct.
Okay. I remember when we had a hearing on this bill and we were hearing a few bills that day. One was the child credit tax or child tax credit. So we were discussing about giving a group a tax credit. There was another bill taking away a tax credit from a industry. I believe it was surgery centers. And so I just found that very interesting because tax credits can be good, but we were giving some to some group and taking away from another group. And then we were also hearing this truck tax. And there was a young man that was speaking. He was from New Haven, and he was talking about, he was for the child credit tax because he wanted to stay in Connecticut, and talking about how expensive it is to live in Connecticut. And I asked him specifically, why is it expensive to live in Connecticut? And he said to me, because of groceries and gas. He says, we are taxed constantly. And that's why he was for a tax credit. And I wish I would have said at the time, but I didn't think about it. Here we are debating giving a tax credit to one, taking away a tax credit from another, taxing an industry, and it's going to cost us more money on our groceries bills and our gas bills. So it just doesn't make sense to me what all these different taxes and taking away taxes. It's not consistent at all. And our truckers already pay taxes. I know in my district, there's 2 big companies that are going to pay handsomely if this goes through, and they are going to really struggle. So I am not in favor of this for a lot of reasons. But, you know, our truckers already pay in this state. I believe it's about $40 million that they already pay. It averages, I've heard, about 17,000 a truck, give or take. And I just think this is just another reason it's more expensive and burdensome to live in this state and bring businesses and people to our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank you and Senator Fonfara. I know you both have very cool jobs in a committee that's charged with raising revenue to support sports operations. And I know it's challenging, especially on a daily day when some of those initiatives face criticism. And I just want to commend you both. I know it's difficult, but appreciate your hard work. I think Representative Terry Wood's comments the outmigration of those wealth and the loss of income associated with that are particularly relevant. And I think there are a number of initiatives in this budget that, while you say at the moment stand to potentially work a trend, and that's something that does concern me. Critically, I'm worried about what this proposed budget framework says about our state's commitment to budget transparency and to playing by the rules. You know, we have transportation lockbox, and we've talked about the fact that we sweep funds before they reach their intended allocation. We allocate expenses to that fund that maybe Spirit don't belong there. And here we are in this budget framework in this year, creating $1 billion off-budget revenue source, which has the direct and practical effect of operating outside that budget cap, our budget and spend cap. And I think it's a dangerous trend. I think it says the wrong thing about what we're committed to fiscally in Connecticut. And for those reasons, I have to be opposed to this budget today. But I'm hopeful that in the spirit of the bipartisan that I've heard from so many people today, that we're going to be able to do some of those things now and in the future. And so again, I thank you for your hard work and Senator Fonda, but for today, no.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Formica, followed by Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few comments and then a question for, I would imagine, Senator Fonfara, if you wouldn't mind, sir. The new taxes that are being proposed, and there's a mileage tax that's been discussed, the insurance tax, the digital tax. All of those seem to have the opportunity to cost Connecticut residents and businesses more as a result of inevitable pass-through costs incurred by those who have to pay those taxes. In particular, the digital tax, which I know some here are in favor of taxing these large corporations who make billions of dollars. In one way, that makes some sense. In adding a sales tax or a tax, Connecticut tax, to that, I think further burdens the small local retailers that don't use newspapers or magazines. Those have kind of fallen out of favor, gotten very expensive. You can still advertise in magazines, but you're paying thousands of dollars to do so. Newspapers, who knows what the reach is, even though those column inches are more expensive. So they've turned to using online social media to try to connect with people that they serve. And I'm concerned that the small local retailers are going to be impacted by an increased cost with the digital tax. I'm concerned that with the mileage tax, listen, we know we need a solution for our roads and bridges. There's much more of a conversation about the quality of our roads and bridges last session that there has been this session. But the fact remains, we still need infrastructure update. And the mileage tax, I expect will go into the Special Transportation Fund lockbox. And it will be used for infrastructure. If I may just ask, Mr. Chairman, am I correct in that assessment of the mileage tax?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the argument with tolls and the argument with the mileage tax will be that small and large businesses that depend on truck traffic will see an increase in cost as those costs will be inevitably passed through. I can tell you, I've been in business for 38 years, and during the Great Recession and the inevitable costs that occurred then and the increase in gas and diesel costs during that time, people started adding a $3 and $4, $10, $20 fee on each invoice that came into my business as a way to offset that. And while some of those fees have subsided, those in terms of the cost of gas and other during that time, those charges still remain on many of the invoices that I pay every day, in spite of my best efforts to argue against them. The insurance tax, I believe, we need conversation about insurance, and I think, Mr. Chairman, you and I disagree fundamentally on how this is happening, and some of the issues that the partnership plan is going through, I think, will follow this particular program if this gets adopted. And I think it'll be an increase in cost, not a decrease. Now we're adding the payroll tax, which I have to say that as I had the honor of being a co-chair of the Appropriations Committee for the bipartisan budget and worked with a lot of great people, a lot of good thinkers and a lot of committed people with ideas that were the same as mine and people that had different ideas than mine. But we were able to come together and you know, I was greatly impressed by Senator Fonfara's volatility cap. It was imaginative, it was ingenious. And it is, along with the spending caps and the bonding caps and the other controls that we put in that budget, the reason that Moody's has upgraded our bonding rating, to my mind, today. And that's great, because we all want Connecticut to succeed. So I look at this payroll tax every which way from Sunday, and I'm trying to figure out, what is he talking about here? How is this going to benefit employers and employees? On the surface, it seems to me that we're asking the employees to voluntarily take, and I guess this will be in the form of a question, Senator Fonfara. We're asking employees to voluntarily take a 5% reduction in their pay. Is that correct? You're on mute, so I'm assuming you said yes because I saw you.
I apologize, Senator.
Okay.
Yes, the answer is yes.
And so that means that they will take home less in their pay as a result of that.
They will also see less deducted from their pay in terms of what the federal government and the state would take.
Right. So you're saying to the workers in the state of Connecticut, we think there's a benefit for you to make less money for the
Not at
same
all.
work that you do?
No, not at all. The benefit is that because the IRS sees less of your income on the top line, they tax you less, and everyone electing to do this will see a net benefit in what their take-home pay is. And as is usually the case, the greater your income, the greater your benefit, and it's not insignificant.
Okay, so if I'm making $100 and now I say, okay, I'm willing to make 95, I'm still working the same 40 hours, not working any less, but I'm making less. And because I'm making less, I'm paying less tax.
You're grossing less, Senator. You're grossing less, but you're netting more.
So that's where I'm trying to go, Senator. I want to understand where you're going with this, but I'm having trouble understanding how I'm netting more as an employee. And your comment earlier about employers benefiting as well. I'm trying to figure out where that 5% gets paid to whom and how the state is able to extract a portion of it such that they can claim an income as a result.
The employer would pay the 5%. The employee would have that deducted from their gross. The employee would then be taxed less by the federal government and the state, realizing a benefit there. The employer would realize a benefit because, and I misspoke earlier, off their corporate income tax, the amount that is paid by them would be deducted from paid on behalf of that employee, and the payroll tax is eligible to be deducted from the corporate income tax. So both the employer and the employee benefit from this. I'm certain that if we had elected to incorporate a payroll tax as opposed to an income tax back in 1990, when I was here to vote for that, we would have chosen the payroll tax hands down. I would say, Senator, that the problem is it's probably it's a misnomer to when people hear a payroll tax, they rightfully think on its face that we're imposing a new tax on that. It's just a different tax on income that the employer pays, and because of the way you are taxed, your top line is less, and therefore you're taxed less than, but your net income is greater. And for all the members of the committee, be glad to share the runs on that in terms of your income category and what you would realize. But as I said earlier, I'm absolutely confident that the vast majority of folks who, when they see what their take home will be under the payroll tax versus the income tax, they will undoubtedly, unless they like giving more money away to the government, I don't think anybody here would like, as much as we like, as we're all part of government in this job, but I think most people like to hang on to their money, and this would allow them to do that.
So I'm sorry that I'm still having trouble. The employer pays the 5% because the employee earned it, right? The 5% is just not going to the employee. It's now going to some tax offset.
Well, there's no longer an income tax being paid. Maybe that's the confusion, Senator. When
You're not paying income tax on the 5%, but there's some portion of that 5% is a tax that goes somewhere, and the employer is still paying it, right?
Well, again, you're no longer paying an income tax to the state of Connecticut. But you are paying you're electing to have your obligation picked up through the payroll tax that the employer pays on your behalf. He or she deducts that amount from your gross, and now you are facing an income tax with the federal government that is less than what it would have been. So that nets out for everybody that's participating, that your you're keeping more of your income than you would if you stayed with an income tax. The employer is benefiting because he gets deducted, he or she, from that amount from their corporate income tax.
And they won't pay, as you said before, the matching FICA.
That's reduced as well.
And so then the employer pays this payroll tax with a new form, imagined, directly to the state, or new
That's
process?
not my understand. That's not my understanding that it'll be a new form.
But it has to be some kind of new procedure, process that'll
Yeah.
have to be developed and how to get there. And that's everybody, full and part-time, anybody that wishes to elect to this. And
We have a cutoff of $40,000. Anyone less than $40,000 is not subject to it. We just felt that would be better for lower income folks, but everyone else is eligible, not required, eligible.
And if I have union employees who are controlled by collective bargaining, they eligible for this as well?
They're exempt, but I suspect over time, union employees would want to participate, and that would have to be addressed.
But only addressed through collective bargaining.
That's correct.
So all state union employees, all union employees throughout the state aren't exempt from this. This really is targeted to small business employees for the most part. Is that where you see that will impact?
I do not. I see all taxpayers who are receiving their income through their employer relationship. But Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of members with their hands up still, and hope we can. I enjoy the dialogue, always have with Senator Formica, but I would hope that we can entertain.
I don't plan on taking a lot of time, Senator Fonfara, and I appreciate you're worried about everybody else, but we didn't get this package till late last night. And it would have been nice to have the opportunity to have some of these questions answered yesterday while we were waiting to have a committee meeting. So with all due respect, the one-time revenues in this budget are represented by the ARP funds. And I thought I heard Representative Scanlon indicate that he thought that we're dealing with this 2 years and not the next few. But do you agree that one-time revenues create a hole in future budgets?
Well, it's all part of a comprehensive process, Senator, involving the revenues that were received many years. We started off this year with a huge projected deficit. We ended up in a few months later with a not insignificant surplus. I see that as this is just the annual process of the ebb and flow of the economy, and certainly we don't set out to create deficits in the out years, but in fact, much of this investment that we're voting on today will help to grow our economy in the out years. That's the fundamental basis behind our investments.
Thank you very much. I am concerned that one-time revenues create holes. You have to replace that revenue down the road. But I thank you for understanding or for answering my questions. And some of these things will have further clarification and conversations through people through this committee or through the legislative process moving forward. And I look forward to being part of that discussion.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Butler.
Thank you, Chairman Scanlon and Fonfara. this revenue bill is an aircraft carrier that kind of befits the budgeting calculations that we have as a state. But I got to tell you, and I must admit that as a new finance committee member, it is a process that I find very frustrating and disenfranchising. As Senator Formica mentioned, not getting the new revised package till late last night. I spent all last night trying to read the best I could. But that being said, I do want to thank the chairs and the ranking, along with our talented nonpartisan staff, for their patient efforts to educate and answer many of the questions that we got based upon the latest information on this bill. So I will not belabor the committee with so many questions that I originally wanted to ask, but I do have a few questions to the chairs on the process of this. So one, given the difference in the number of the governor's revenue proposal and the financial appropriation difference in the appropriations committee, are there plans to reconcile these significant gaps? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator, that's the process. We passed our budget package, they passed theirs, and the governor has obviously his position, and the chairs of the committees and the leadership and the governor and his team. My understanding, it's my first time going through the game myself, but we'll get together in short order and start working out the final package.
Great, and I think you have been a gentleman in regards to the participative process. With the ranking members on these various committees, be in those meetings as you negotiate and talk about these reconciliations?
If I was the deciding factor, yes, and I hope so, but that call may be above my pay grade.
Well, you have a very effective voice, Mr. Chair, so I hope you'll be able to articulate that, because I think getting that point of view is very helpful to crafting good policy. Second question, should the marijuana legislation and the online sports gambling fail in the General Assembly, and we have used it as a barometer or a baseline for some of the revenue calculations, are there any alternative sources of revenue that could be used? Through you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, of course, there are always alternative sources of revenue. And if that is to happen and those bills do not go forward, we would have to recalibrate this accordingly.
Thank you. And following that same vein, now I understand the American Rescue Fund, in which this revenue projection used up nearly 1.8 billion to fund. But I understand that the parameter and the guidelines of the American Rescue Funds allow over 2+ billion to be used for general fund operations. Was there any consideration to use that up to the cap that's allocated to put less burden on some of these presumptive taxes on consumers and residents in the state? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Senator, I would say that I view this package as cutting more taxes than raising them, and we may dispute that, but I'm happy if we had a little more time to elaborate on that a little bit. But I think I could certainly credibly make the case, and maybe you feel the opposite. But what I would also say is we were being financially prudent to not use all the money right away. We have several years to use that money, and we agreed with the governor about the level that we should use, which still leaves about $1 billion left for our disposal, on top of the fact that we have over $3 billion in the rainy day fund. So it's been said that there's concern about the out years, and obviously that is a scary number that I believe will come down. But that number is right now 1.9, and we have $4 billion on hand to cover rainy days and problems, which obviously leaves us some room to work with should that continue to be a high number.
Has through you, Mr. Chair, has the leadership and the leadership of the chambers and the governor given any thought that we are operating a budget and revenue calculations with a largeness of the federal treasury, and are we making substantive structural changes and taking advantage of some of these things, and are we looking to get that distributed to help out businesses and considerations of a sustainable structural change, and has the leadership considered that this is really a temporary massive injection of money that can't be counted upon? And have we calculated that? Look, if we didn't have that 1.8 billion, Mr. Chair, where would we make up these kind of allocated spendings? And if in 2 years, when that dries up, where are we? Are we on peaks and valleys as we've done the last 15 years in the budgetary process?
No, Senator, I don't believe we are. I mean, in large part, thanks to that volatility cap that Senator Fanfara championed and members like myself supported, and I believe you supported it too. We've been able to get rid of those peaks and valleys by saving a lot more when the valley is high or when the peak is high and not when we're down in the valley. And so if we didn't get that federal money, we still would have had a deficit, but that deficit number has come down every single consecutive consensus revenue projection in the last few times they've done it. And that's because a good thing is happening in Connecticut. Our revenue is outpacing the projections that we made. People are spending money. There's confidence in the economy. Obviously, the federal government has stimulated the economy with a ton of federal money. People have money in their pockets and they're spending it in Connecticut. And because of that, we're seeing enhanced revenue collections. And so what I would say is if we didn't have the federal money, I think we would have been able to still balance our budget and not do so with income tax hikes or sales tax hikes or anything like that. But we thankfully were not faced with that position. And as I just stated, we're saving $1 billion of the federal money in reserve on top of the $3 billion we already have to try and make sure we're prepared for a rainy day. One more thing I would just say, Senator, about the business community. There are a lot of things in this budget that I view as helping them get back on their feet. We're helping the restaurants by letting them keep a whole percentage point of the income tax. We repealed the admissions tax straight up so that our sports venues, our concert venues who are really hurting and weren't able to have people in the stands in the last year can actually have to take away a tax burden on them. We did the R&D tax credit. We did the Invest CT program. There's a number of things in here that I view as really business-friendly things to help us kickstart the growth that I think all of us want to see. But we have to commit ourselves to that. And if there are other ways that you think we can do that, I'm all ears, man.
Well, Mr. Chair, you actually took my other part of the question where I was going to say, you have so many good ideas in this bill as well. The help with tourism industry and the R&D tax credit for the deductions, the ambulatory surgical center, not taxing them on their gross receipts, but using the 6.35 sales tax, which is much more equitable and contributing to, and it shows your insight in regards to curbing and containing medical costs, knowing ambulatory surgical centers are a significant cost savings into the surgical process, and looking at the emissions tax for our entertainment centers that are hoping to get geared up. So no doubt, there are many good ideas in this bill, but unfortunately, there are far too many other taxing concepts for me to support the bill out of committee. And I hope to be able to work with you, Senator Fanfara, ranking members Cheeseman and Martin to kind of work toward a mutual collaborative agreement. But I think the key is, though, we need to work together. And you cited the volatility cap. I want to give big kudos to the vision of Senator Fanfara. I remember in 2017 when that was brought up, our first reaction was, wow, that's different. 2, it had never happened. But nevertheless, it was through the collaborative effort, and maybe that's a valuable lesson, as I talk about process, not to belabor the intricacies of this bill, because goodness gracious, my head was spinning last night trying to understand this. But when you think of using that as a great example, in 2017, when the Senate chamber was tied 18-18, and that the example of that idea initiated by Senator Fanfara, and it was supported by former Republican Senate Chair Scott Frantz, Joint Leader Len Fasano, and then you've got the Appropriations Chair of Senator Austin, Representative Walker, right? And Senator Formica, who served as a chair. And then you had House Chair Rojas, and they all worked together toward this volatility cap. My hope and desire is that as much as I can't support the comprehensive taxation that is offered in this bill, there are many good components. And I genuinely hope, as you cited earlier, and I will echo what the chair in insurance and real estate cited earlier in saying that if we're able to collaborate and work together, and as you have cited, the reconciliation that needs to occur, and I hope your voice will ring loud and clear, as much as I am trying to say right now, that you should and will include the ranking members and the minority party in these collaborative discussions, because when has shown by the volatility cap and shown by the bipartisan budget that has netted the tremendous successes that we have right now, that when we all work and collaborate together in the process, we produce far better legislation. And for all of us to go back into our district to say, you know what, we're not like Washington. We can all work together to collaborate and craft and create great policies to benefit the people of Connecticut. So I thank you for your work. I can't support this, but I hope that I will take your word that we will engage all significant shareholders to try to craft and negotiate a better package where everybody has a voice, and we craft a plan, as we've shown by the volatility cap, that will withstand the time and challenges that we may have to create a better opportunity for everyone in Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. As a 14-year member of this committee, I've seen a lot of budgets, and I have actually, I feel that you and Senator Farfara and all the stakeholders can actually take care of any of the outline policy that may be a result of any gaps of any of these fiscal policies that aren't adopted. I do have concerns about a couple of the taxation policy independently that feed into this, that at least one of them I may not vote for. But again, I have confidence that if that's a problem, that that hole can be filled. I'm going to support this bill because of all the good work that both you, Chairman Scanlon, and Senator Wong, the good things that you pointed out. And I think those good things do outweigh some of the areas of concern. So I just wanted to voice that briefly, and thank you for the chance to allow me to make those comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. It's a question around the payroll tax, and I know there's a lot of confusion regarding that, and I think I may have asked somewhere along the line here regarding more clarity. Maybe it was yesterday's conversation with our group, I don't know, but it would be great if you guys could provide us an example of how that would work specifically. Just one quick question regarding the unions of Senator Farfara. You mentioned that the union members were exempt. Was that state union employees or the private sector unions? Could you just clarify that a little bit?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just that because their wages and their contract is negotiated, that's what I was referring to, that when that is renegotiated, I'm sure that would be on the table to be considered if employees wanted it.
Yeah, that would be difficult to do right now. That's clear. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. This comes into play. Would that be a win?
Senator, we're having trouble hearing you. Your internet is cutting out.
Oh, I'm sorry. If they were allowed to do this, would that be a windfall of everything for the unionized employees?
Well, again, it would be negotiated, so that would be the employer agreeing to that negotiation as well as the employee or the union on behalf of the employees.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Well, I will say quickly that the windfall is the state of Connecticut, because it's an infusion of literally potentially billions of dollars into that will be staying here in the state that otherwise goes to Washington.
Senator Farfara, thank you for answering some very difficult questions here. And Mr. Chair, thank you so much as well for being patient with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention that I want to thank you and Farfara and the other rankings that had part in putting this budget together. It's not a perfect budget. I don't agree with everything that's in that budget. There are a lot of innovative stuff that we have no clue, basically, on how it's going to work. But I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. I just don't want to be in a position that if this budget does not pass, that we are here during the summer all the way until October. Like one year that we didn't have a budget, nobody agreed on a budget, and that affected the cities getting their funding, and that affected the boards of ed. And a lot of these cities and boards of ed are now working on their budgets, and they're supposed to have culminated their meetings for June 1st, and a lot of these budgets don't start until July 1st. That's my fear. There was a lot of meetings back then. A lot of people suffered because of that. A lot of the nonprofits didn't get their funding. A lot of projects were put on hold. Infrastructure was put on hold. So I hope that we'll be able to pass this budget today. And then it's a living document. It's a working document. And I'm sure that if things need to get fixed, they will get fixed along the way. But it's important to pass a budget. If there is no bonding, and there is no way of raising revenue for bonding projects that a lot of our cities and towns are waiting for, that's going to be another holdup. So I will be voting for this budget, and hopefully that things that might look dubious or might look like it's not going to help, that we will have some kind of input and making sure that it works out. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me a couple of minutes to speak.
Thank you, Representative. Clerk, call the roll.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, it is a JFS, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. The motion is JFS to the floor.
Correct. Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 6443 to the floor. Fonfara.
Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Scanlon.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Go ahead. Try again, Scanlon. Sorry.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Gotcha. Martin.
Senator Martin votes no.
Martin.
Senator Martin votes no.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Miller. Miller? No. Senator Moore? Cavros DeGraw.
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Masters votes no.
Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman. Slap.
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica.
Mika votes no.
Senator Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes no.
Try again, Wong. Sorry, I might have missed you.
Senator Tony Huang votes no.
Gotcha. Witkos.
Senator Witkos votes no.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes no.
Barry. Sorry.
Representative Barry votes no.
Bora.
Representative Boer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott.
Rep. Elliott votes yes. Did you catch me? Did you get me? Rep. Elliott votes yes. Okay.
Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hampton. Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Try again. Mushinski,
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone votes no.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Representative Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom,
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes no.
Representative Zioga,
Ziogas votes no.
Carney, Carney, Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes no.
Claritas Detria,
Representative Claritas Detria votes no.
Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes no.
Perillo,
Perillo votes no.
Perillo,
Perillo votes no.
got it. Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes no.
that was very slow. Representative, got it. Representative Terry Wood,
Terry Wood votes no.
got it. Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes no.
Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Zupkis.
Rep. Zupkis votes no.
All right, circling back, just in case anyone's here, I have Carney, Hampton, Hall, Needleman, Castano, Moore, and Miller.
Moore votes yes.
Miller votes yes.
Got them both. All set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, everybody. We will now proceed to the bond bill, SB number 887, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state for capital improvements. The motion is JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by
Second, Santiago.
Second by Representative Santiago. Discussion, please, and I will yield the floor to Representative Borer and Senator Moore to make a very brief presentation of this bill, and then they can answer questions.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. And on behalf of Senator Moore, myself, Ranking Leader Senator Huang, Representative Piscopo, we just want to take the opportunity to thank everybody for their input and to the subcommittee for all of the hard work that they were engaged in. So as you know, a few months ago, the Governor Lamont proposed the administration's bond bill, and that was based on the January revenue consensus. Subsequent to the release of the governor's bill, we held a public hearing in this committee. We heard from our business owners and community organizations and our residents to take their feedback into consideration. And then we also had our subcommittee process meeting whereby we met with all of the state agencies to understand their vision and their funding needs and determine any other adjustments that we need to make. And then we also needed to consider adjustments as they relate to the new infrastructure package coming out of Washington, as we wanted to be flexible in our opportunity for federal matching grants. And that's why you'll see more adjustments in fiscal year 22 than 23. So based on the governor's original bill and all of our collective adjustments, the total for the bond package before you is $1.8 billion and $1.7 billion in net effective authorizations in each of the year 22, 23 years respectively. And it's important to note that those Amounts are significantly below the bonding cap, the soft cap of 90%, and also well below our annual threshold. Some examples of what constitutes the total funding are the investments in municipal aid, school construction, information technology improvements, STEEP, Urban Act grants for economic development in our cities, LoCIP for our town infrastructure, environmental support for critical programs, clean water. We have workforce development, including a new manufacturing pipeline program. There's support for pilot funding, support for our state universities and our community colleges, as well as our flagship university. And we also brought in a new category for funding for healthcare agencies, such as the FQHC's mental health and substance abuse recovery agencies to address healthcare disparities. I also want to bring to your attention a critical component of the bill, which addresses language that we added from what you are familiar with, which is Bill 1097. We've incorporated that intent into this bill as we feel they go hand in hand. And the reason for that change is because, as you know, the legislative body works with the governor in partnership to determine authorizations. However, we do not have a role in the allocation process. And many of us feel that that process is flawed and that we have come to a juncture where we need to reevaluate that process and have a seat at the table. And lastly, I want to point out that this is a very comprehensive bill, as the other bills we've heard earlier today. So there are some things folks will like, some funding aspects folks won't like. I know Representative Cheeseman gave an analogy earlier, which was like 10 hours ago. I can't remember it, but basically what it says is, you know, there won't be ever everything that one person likes in a package. So, but we do want you to know that this was a collective effort and all of the priorities were taken into consideration. And again, that was due to the leadership of Senator Moore, Representative Piscopo, and Senator Huang. So before I ask for passage of the bill, I would be remiss if I didn't ask all of the support staff who has been helping us late evenings and through the weekends. And a particular shout out to Eric Ray, who's our nonpartisan staff and who is also on the line with us with his many spreadsheets open in the event there's any questions. Thank you.
Representative Piscopo.
Well, I'll yield, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to Senator Moore if she wants to say a few words. I'm sorry, I put my hand up too early.
That's okay. Senator.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, sir. So I do want to say this has been my first full year session to be here to actually put together the bond package. I've heard so many comments about what we don't know and how things get moved so quickly. But I think for our ranking and for our chairs, Representative Dorinda, we spent a lot of time and we did it collectively and listened to everybody and worked really well together. And I think we can be proud of what we've done with the dialogue and the conversations we've gone back and forth with, trying to listen to everybody's concern. And so for that reason, I feel as though we did a very thorough job on what we did in listening to the agencies, on what their needs were, and then coming back, discussing it among ourselves and figuring out what can we do and what's the best way for us to move forward. I do want to address something I heard from Representative Cheeseman earlier about mental health when you start talking about legalizing marijuana or cannabis, is we did put money in here for mental health because we're planning for not only what's happening right now, but the future and what's coming from the federal government through the Recovery Act, but also some of the things we're putting in place that we need to address mental health. And the federally qualified health centers really do a lot of support for people who are low income and live in those communities, and they're available all of the time and they turn no one away. So we wanted to make sure we thought about what's coming down the pike and how do we support those. So I hope that you'll see that we really did work collaboratively in a bipartisan manner to pull this together. So I really want to thank everybody on the committee that was a part of it. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I would say a lot more, but we're time pressed, but I just want to acknowledge Representative Borer and Senator Moore and all the committee members for all their hard work, and the ranking members as well. It's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and I wish they had more time to tell you all about the amazing work that they did, but we're on the gun and the clock here, so just thank them for the behalf of the committee. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ditto. I want to thank our chairs, Senator Moore and Representative Borer. They were very, very gracious to the subcommittee, to our caucus of the subcommittee also. Shared everything, included us on all the meetings and all the documents that they came across, they shared with us. To the point where Representative Borer even shared her work notes, her actual jotting down of her notes, and I shared mine, of course, with her. And so we worked very, very well together. I do admit we are well apart. Earlier this week, we were very, very far apart, and in a good faith effort, she took some of our suggestions, and to that end, I'm willing to accept that, and I appreciate that. So this is a document I could support going forward. As Representative Borer did note that there are some add-ons that I really objected to, I really didn't like, but I'm willing to accept that, and I want to try and understand better where our chairs were coming from making those add-ons, and I think I will make every effort to understand the reasons for some of those add-ons. Maybe we could work together going into the future, but I will support this bill today, so this bond package today, and thank you very, very much for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wong, followed by Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to continue the echo chamber of compliments. For me, as a new committee member, I leaned on Representative Piscopo, Senator Moore, as well as Representative Borer. They were tremendous, not only in their insight, but also their generosity of patience and time. I had a lot to learn. There's still so much more we need to learn. But I think the biggest compliment I could give is the fact that they listened to us. We were engaged. We were working on Saturdays. We were working on Mondays and all hours leading up to this deadline. So not to belabor the point, it's a very long day already, but I want to express my gratitude and thanks for the collaborative and truly genuine working relationship that we had. And I hope we'll continue. And the best form I could say of thank you is to offer my strong support to this bonding package. As Representative Piscopo said, we are still apart in regards to the visions that we have, but we have come a long, long way. And if I can show a sign of good faith and a sign my appreciation, it is to extend to our colleagues on both sides of the aisle that this truly is a work in progress and that we are collaborative, and that I would urge your support to say that this is a project worthwhile. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the chairs and the ranking member for their great work in carrying me along. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mastrofrancesco, followed by Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, I have a quick question for clarification. From the bond authorization that was put in from the prior budget, can you tell me what the increase is with this year's, the difference through you, Mr. Chairman?
Are you asking what the difference is from the governor's proposal to our proposal, or from last year's to this year's?
Thank you, Representative. It was from last year's to this year's. Thank you.
Okay. And that's where I bring in Eric Gray.
Last year's package had, I'm sorry, this is Eric Michael Gray from OFA. Last year's, the PA 21 that was voted on in March last year, it had 1.9 billion of net effective authorizations in each year. So this package that's being presented today is below that in both years.
So it was 1.9 billion for the 2 years, did you say? Through you, Mr. Chairman?
1.9 billion each year.
Okay. Oh, for each year. And this one is total of what?
This one's 1.8 and 1.7.
1.8 and 1.7. Thank you for the clarification. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Nuccio.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Scanlon. I just have a couple of questions on a few of the items that were in the package. Specifically, one of the line items was for air quality for schools, and I'm questioning how the ESSER funds are playing into that, because those were pretty specific about using money for air quality and ventilation systems in schools. So is this in addition to that money?
So OPM had recommended, the governor's bill as well had recommended 550 million in school construction. And what we did is we just segregated out 100 million for the air quality. We can re-segregate it back into the total for school construction, but at the time we didn't have that information. So we have it there as a place saver because we wanted to make sure the schools were safe and healthy, and we're addressing the needs of the COVID adjustments we have to make for capital improvements. But we're just going to have to wait and see exactly what comes in for the federal government for school facilities.
Okay, so it was just breaking out of the total into something. Okay, if we need it. All right.
Yep.
Then there was one item in here regarding a prison capacity, and I wasn't sure what that was about because I thought we were under capacity and we were closing prisons.
Are you referencing, hang on, do you have a line item, or are you referencing the facilities? Hang on. So our prison population has dropped. We asked Department of Correction what the status is of the prisons that are closing. Is that what you're asking about?
Well, I have it down as item 49. I'm looking to see what it is, but there was something in there specifically about prison capacity and updates to facilities for prison capacity.
So the alterations, renovations, improvements to existing state-owned buildings for inmate housing, program, staff training and space, additional inmate capacity. That's for existing buildings. That is not for addition. That's not in the anticipation of an increased inmate population, because we are dropping in our inmate population.
All right, so that's why I think I was confused, because it says additional inmate capacity.
Yeah, I think it's the wording in here.
Okay, so that's just a wording thing.
Yeah, yep.
The next quick question I had is in regard to pilot. Like when we passed the bill back a month or so ago, I thought the shortage was about 15 million, and I noticed that there's an $80 million amount in here for 2 years each.
Yeah, I think that pilot funding is is over 100 million, and this is our portion. Some of that is in the appropriations building budget, and some of that is allocated here.
All right, so maybe that's where I'm confused. So we're bonding to pay pilot, and it's not part of approps?
A good portion of it is part of approps, but they have a capacity limit, so we're bonding for a portion of it.
Okay, so I guess I fundamentally struggle with that. We're going to bond for it and pay for it. Do we know is it a 5-year bond, a 20-year bond?
That we don't know yet until we pass.
Okay. Then the item 74, there was a significant amount in for urban development, but I'm wondering, is that on top of this equity fund and the $1 billion that's there? We're also going to be bonding. I think it was like 100 million.
Are you asking about the Urban Act grant?
Item 74, urban development.
Yep. So that's an Urban Act grant, and that was the governor had recommended 50 million in each of the 2 years, and we added 50 million because those are the projects in our cities, in our municipalities for economic development, and we felt that was low considering the economic needs in our communities.
So that's beyond the equity fund that we just established in the revenue.
Yes, this is the right.
Okay, and then my last question is just all the line items that are UConn Healthcare. Those do not include the bill that we're looking at today to bond for research also, correct?
Correct.
These are all in addition to those.
Correct.
And the one there that really just concerned me is we're bonding for capital investment for revenue growth. Can you just maybe give me a little bit of color around that?
Sure. I know that there's a detailed description, Eric, from the prior year. Do you have that?
This is under the, excuse me.
There's a
This
line
is-
777 for the capital investments for the revenue growth that President Tom has spoke about.
So I think this is a new bonded program. They've done similar things under the Bioscience Initiative in the past, but they proposed this as a new line item.
So I guess my question is, we're bonding for capital investment for revenue growth. I guess I don't understand that. It's a program then that they want to put in place so we're going to bond for X amount of years.
So I think it's the wording. So they need capital improvements for their medical and their dental and their research facilities. And what they're saying is that will help them to bring revenue in the future.
Okay, so it's basically an update to the facilities.
Correct. Yeah, that's why it's called capital improvements.
It said capital investment, though, not
Capital
improvements.
investments.
I think
Sorry,
that's why I
sorry.
was confused.
Yep, right. It should say capital improvements.
Okay, all right. I think that's all that I have for right now. Thank you very much for answering.
Some
I
of the
appreciate
wording is a little tricky and it's just how it comes to us, but glad to clarify.
Thank you very much.
See no further questions. The clerk will call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JFS Senate Bill 887 to the floor. Fanfara.
Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Senator Fanfara, can you turn on your camera? Just to make it official, Mr. Chair.
I like to be official. Senator Fonfara votes yes.
Thank you. Scanlon.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes. Senator Moore votes yes.
You got it. Cabros DeGraw.
Cabros DeGraw votes yes.
Mesters.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman. Slap.
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Let's try that
Senator
again.
Tony Huang votes yes. Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Good job. Whitco.
Senator Witkos votes yes.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Can you try that one more time? Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott.
Rep. Elliott is parked and votes yes.
Got it. Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Representative Josh Hall. Representative Hampton. Hennessy.
Hennessy votes yes.
Hennessy.
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone votes yes.
Perone,
Yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Representative Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom,
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Representative Ziogas,
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney, Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
try it again, Devlin,
Devlin votes yes.
Claritas Detria, Mastro Francesco,
Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Here.
Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Piscopo,
Piscopo votes yes.
Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
gotcha. Claritas Detria, do you want me to circle back to you? Saw you.
Representative Claritas Detria votes yes.
Here, try it again.
Representative Claritas Detria votes yes.
Gotcha. Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
got it. Wood, Representative Terry Wood, Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
right, circling back, I have Representative Terry Wood, Representative Carney, Hampton, Hall, Needleman, Casano. All set, Mr. Chair.
Next up, HB number 6655. I'm sorry, wrong one. I am going to do number 6633, enact restructuring unemployment insurance benefits and improving fund solvency. The motion is JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Second.
Motion by Senator Fanfara, second by Representative Calvados DeGraw. Representative Wood, are you intending to vote on the last bill?
Yes, I neglected to unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Representative Wood votes yes on the last bill. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
I will keep my comments brief on this bill, but this bill represents a historic agreement that I am deeply proud to have worked on with the ranking member of this committee, Representative Cheeseman, the governor's office, CBIA, and organized labor to deliver on something that's been eluding us for quite some time, which is the solvency of our UI fund in Connecticut. And this bill, through the changes that we make and that I've agreed to on both a bipartisan and business and labor perspective, will finally give the taxpayers of Connecticut some confidence that the fund will be solvent, and will more importantly give the businesses of Connecticut, 73% of which will get a tax break because of this, the confidence that they were not going to have to keep increasing their taxes or rely on a bailout from Washington in order to maintain the solvency of the fund. So with that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and move this out of committee as soon as possible. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your good work on this bill. Thanks to all the parties that were involved. I realize this was took a lot of effort to get everyone at the table, and everyone should be commended for it. This is going to be a great change for the state of Connecticut, and I'm looking forward to voting yes.
Representative Terry Wood.
You're muted. You're muted, Terry.
Thank you. I had to follow Carrie Wood. Very proud to support this. Very happy of all the work that got done on this. This has been a critical issue in Connecticut for a number of years, and very happy to support it. And thank you for everybody who was involved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't mean to belabor this. I did want to offer some positive comments. I mean, really kudos to you and the rest of the leadership on this committee to be able to work with all of the vested parties and move this forward. Congratulations. I'm real happy to support this, and thanks for your work.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too just want to echo the comments of my colleagues. I don't want to take up too much time. I know we have a lot ahead of us, but this is something that many people have tried to tackle for a long, long time, and it is long overdue. So I just want to commend you and the others that were at the table in negotiating this and ready to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Clerk, call the roll.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, is it the same LCO, the nothing changed, right? 7168?
The latest LCO.
Yep. Motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 6633 LCO 7168 to the floor. Bonfera.
Bonfera votes yes.
Scanlon.
Scanlon votes yes.
Try again. Scanlon.
Scanlon votes yes.
Martin.
Martin votes yes.
Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes yes and wants to thank Chair Scanlon for including her in this effort. It's a great day for Connecticut.
Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Again, Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Moore votes yes.
Cavros DeGraw.
First, DeGraw happily votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers enthusiastically votes yes.
Cabrera.
Cabrera votes yes.
Casano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman. Clapp.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Whitcoast.
Whitcoast votes yes.
Barry.
Barry votes yes.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott.
Elliott is parked and votes yes.
Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Hall. Hampton. Hennessy.
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar.
Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone.
Representative Perone votes yes.
Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes C, yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom.
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood.
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Representative Ziogas. Ziogas?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Ziogas votes yes.
Carney. Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claire Trio.
Representative Claire Trio votes yes.
Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio is a resounding yes.
Perillo. Perillo. Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta.
Valletta votes yes.
Representative Terry Wood.
Terry Wood votes yes.
Yacarino.
Representative Dave Yacarino votes yes.
Zullo.
Votes yes.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Circling back, I have Perillo, Carney, Hampton, Hall, Needleman, Casano. All set.
All right, next up, SB number 1099, Act authorizing bonds for the State Research Facility at the University of Connecticut. Motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Senator Fanfare. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Chafee. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fanfare.
Thank you, sir. This bill here, when we talk about investment in our state, investment in our economy, I think this bill here serves both interest and what it does is it provides general obligation bonds for the purposes of investing and recruiting top research faculty, top 10 research faculty at the University of Connecticut, who have demonstrated strong excellence in research, commercialization of that research, of discoveries and technologies, and support the faculty's compensation and related construction and equipment costs. This is UConn President Tom Katsouleas' one of his star efforts in terms of driving UConn as the leader, not just a participant, but the leader in rebuilding Connecticut's economy, the knowledge economy that we rightfully should claim not only excellence in, but leadership nationally in. It is our place, and UConn is the institution that we need to lead that effort. And this puts us into a position, or puts UConn into a position to go out and find the best and the brightest in this area of not only research, but innovation and entrepreneurship. It will draw further, in my opinion, faculty that want to work with those leaders, those top 10 talent. It will draw additional students who are interested in, who have ideas that want to have them realized at UConn with those professors, helping our economy grow even more. I think this is one of those votes that when you look back on your time here, you'll be most proud of, that you were part of. And I urge the committee to support it strongly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to follow up with Senator Fanfare's statement. I know there's going to be a significant point of contention in regards to some concerns in regards to spending and the discipline that is required with regards to UConn. But this is a commitment to education and to recruit the best of the best. And I think that is an important investment to maintaining our state university in a competitive marketplace, because that kind of talent, if we don't bring them into Connecticut, they will go somewhere else. And if we're committed to economic vitality and innovation and being able to compete in the 21st and 22nd century, we have a commitment to support our state universities and its recruitment of talent. It is no different than UConn's efforts to recruit the brightest and the best in regards to their student and their athletes. This is our commitment to make that financial commitment to recruit the best of academic talent. You have seen the difference an academic talent has made in the bioscience sector, in the stem cell innovation. Those don't come cheap, and they need to inspire other fellow researchers to come to UConn. And only then can you build a fulcrum of change and innovation. We're at the onset of it. I hate to have us go one step forward and 3 steps backwards. That is not going to be the solution for us to be able to compete. So I know it may be a contrarian effect on this, but this is a commitment to education. This is a commitment to innovation and renovation of our economic vitality through our academic research. And it also supports our state university system. So I want to echo my comments to coincide with Senator Fonfara and urge support of this. This is not to distinguish between some aspects of UConn that does need some significant discipline and fiscal accountability. But in this case, you're competing with a marketplace that is worldwide for academic talent, and we can't be short-sighted in that respect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Formica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Fonfara. I think this is a worthwhile program and a worthwhile goal. I just share deep concerns about the ability of UConn and their management to pull this off, given the history of cost overruns, construction overruns, and the bad history at UConn Health. So for that reason, I cannot support this initiative at the time. Thank you.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I just have one quick question. If you can clarify for me, does this bond authorization package also include the salaries of the faculty, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it does. But this kind of talent, they generate more in revenue than it costs UConn or any entity. They are masters at bringing in federal grants, corporate grants. They have a whole portfolio. They often have, as I said, postdocs and others that want to be with them. They generate a lot, not to mention the talent direction that the president wants to go in here in terms of this cohort that are at the top of their field in terms of, as I said earlier, research, in terms of technology, in terms of innovation, entrepreneurship. That's our strength. We're not where we need to be as a state. We should be competing nationally, but President Katsouleas was brought here to realize this vision that the board agreed with, that I think many of us in the legislature want to see, and this is a major component of that effort. And the cost that will be for their salaries, whatever, will pale in comparison to what they'll bring to our state and to UConn.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your comments. I just a quick comment. I echo the concerns of Senator Formica, but I am also very concerned for bonding for salaries. So that is definitely another concern of mine. So based on those, I will not be supporting this today. Thank you very much.
Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Yacarino.
I want to thank the chair, particularly Senator Fonfara, and the comments from Senator Tony Kwan. I think it's imperative that this state grows. It's imperative that the entrepreneurship, the focus on moving the state into a competitive environment, including the university system, and especially with this initiative, is the type of innovation we need to see. The tax burden of the state is a function of population, economic opportunity, and growth. And I'm hopeful and thankful for the efforts being made to move it forward. So I strongly support this, and I thank everyone for their effort on this.
Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I support bioscience in the largest measure as possible. I do struggle, though, with UConn as far as a checkbook or a pocketbook that's unending. And in the science world, so people realize, when there's competition when there's policies for a state for growth, they come no matter what. Obviously, we want to strengthen UConn. And UConn's not our only school, though. Southern does a great job, University of New Haven, of course, Yale, Fairfield. And I struggle supporting these just for the dollar amount. And I do believe investing in CT Next and programs like that, but UConn has not done a good job. And I'm going to listen to further debate, but I would hope they have to remember it's taxpayer dollars. And I think we all should remember as legislators in the science community or any business community, people are going to come, they're going to be attracted to a state and a university that has consistent, proactive policies for growth. So I'll continue to listen, but I would hope that going forward, and I did listen to the UConn provost and the president, and I do like what they had to say, but they have to realize that it's the taxpayer dollar, and we have to be careful about what we spend and how much we borrow. And with the good policies, people are going to come no matter what. Good universities, they're going to come no matter what. And I think we have to remember that. So I just want to caution, I'm probably going to support it, but I think I echo what Senator Formica said. They've not done a good job of taxpayer dollars. And it takes consistent policies. And that's really, thank you for your time.
Senator Martin.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chair. Thank you. With all the investments that I've done in my history, I've always had to put skin in the game. Everything I've ever done, any type of real estate purchase, land development, and I guess I'm going to ask one question, and hopefully it'll be get right to the heart of it. They have an endowment. If they really believe in this plan that they have, and I listened to it, I think a couple times now, why are they not using their endowment in order to invest in themselves for this cause?
Senator Martin, can you repeat your question?
I'm sorry. I don't know how much you missed. So, with investments that I've made personally, I've always had to put money on the table. I've had to use my own equity for an idea that I've had. And my question is, if UConn, and I've met the staff, and I've listened to their presentation a couple times now, and I get it, I really do, and I think we ought to be investing in ourselves. But they're using our money. We have to go bond for it. They have an endowment. I don't know how big it is, but why are they not using their endowment for this idea that they have?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Martin, when you say they are using, UConn is a creation of the state government. It is our flagship university. It is the sole public research university. And in that vein, we have invested a lot of money over the years, a lot of capital over the years. I'm a graduate of the university. When I was there, you had to feed yourself on the weekends with a hot plate that was illegal to have in your dorm, because there are so few places to find to eat. It was considered a weekday college. Most people went home on the weekends. It has transformed into a world-class facility that attracts the best and the brightest. Their waiting list to be part of this experience is unprecedented, and we are producing the best and the brightest in terms of the graduates and what it's meaning to our economy. This is how today, if you look around the country, Senator Martin, as to where economies have rebounded, where economies are strong, where the knowledge economy and innovation and entrepreneurship and building the economy of tomorrow. When you hear about the Googles and the Amazons and all these other companies that are the Teslas that are using technology, and by the way, that's the future. We'd like to think that we're going to go back to the days of where companies are hiring, sadly, that are hiring 500 people, 1,000 people, whatever. But technology is what's going to, in 5 or 10 years, we won't even recognize the economy of this country. And Connecticut is either have to get there and participate in that and lead in that, engage in it fully, or we're going to fall further and further behind. We have not had net new job growth in this state in 20 years. Our wages are stagnant. We're not very good at building an economy. We've enjoyed for decades the legacy of so many corporations that some of which, when they decide that they're going to either close or leave, we quake. We quake because we aren't building a bench to replace those corporations. And I use a lot of sports analogies, but it's true. If you have a bench that will replace the superstar that has aged out, if you don't, you fall further and further behind. And we've had a very, very good run for decades, but we're not putting in place those next superstars. This investment is a part of that effort. And if we ignore it, and we have a leader at UConn now who sees this vision, who has written about it, who has spoken about it long before he came to UConn, and we're very fortunate to have him here and leading this effort. And so when I say that the investment it's not about UConn. UConn is the vehicle. UConn is the vehicle by which we rebuild our economy, that grow the jobs that I know you care about so much, that give the children of the state that we educate better than anywhere, a place where they can still stay here and not go to, like so many young people are, going to Boston or going to Silicon Valley or going to Austin or other places around the country. That's our future. That's where we're spending so much on STEM in our elementary and high schools. We train our kids, we educate our kids. What will they have when they decide, where will I put down roots? Where will I invest my life? Where will I raise a family? This is part of that.
Senator Sanfero, I totally agree with you. I think there's no two questions that we ought to be investing in our children, in our future, in education. On salaries, I have an issue with, I have a concern with. I don't think that's right. I think this university is our flagship, They have an endowment by alumni. They should be going to the endowment first to cover those salaries and not come to us. If they need help with capital improvement, yes, in maintaining their buildings and facilities, absolutely. But for them to come here and to ask us to bond salaries, we've had reoccurring deficits for years. Where are the answers coming out of the university? Other than, this is part of the component, without a doubt, is job growth, ideas, stimulating ideas and new startups, without a doubt. But it's not the only answer to this, to solving our reoccurring deficits, solving our unfunded liability, $90 billion. And if you take the $2.7 billion that we're getting from the federal government, and we applied it all to the 90 billion, it's not even a drop in the bucket in trying to resolve that issue. So I'm looking for UConn for answers. I don't think what we're doing in this bill, particularly bonding and getting us further in debt, is part of that answer. I think it's different. I think it's them using their endowment money to invest in themselves before we just keep doing the same thing over and over again. So I know we have a lot of other bills to go, but Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Senator. Clerk, call the roll.
Has been made and seconded to JF Senate Bill 1099 to the floor. Bonfera,
Bonfera, yes.
Scanlon,
Scanlon votes yes.
Martin,
Senator Martin votes no.
Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Miller, Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano, Casano, Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney, referring to himself in the third person, casts his vote in the affirmative.
Needleman, Slap,
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes no.
Formica,
Formica votes no.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes yes. I can gauge by your look. Tony Huang votes yes.
Whitkos,
Woodcoast votes yes.
Barry,
Representative Barry, proud Yukon grad, votes yes.
Borer,
Representative Boer votes yes.
Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes. Go Huskies.
Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott,
Elliot was just able to pull over in time to park and vote yes.
Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Hall, Hampton, Hennessy,
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Mushinski,
Yes, Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone and proud Yukon grad votes yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes no.
Santiago,
Representative Santiago votes yes.
yes, got it. Staffstrom,
Yeah.
Representative Staffstrom is waiting for the
Santiago votes yes.
votes yes.
got it. Representative Carrie Wood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Representative Ziogas,
Diogas votes yes.
Carney,
Carney votes no.
did you want to catch up on some or later?
Oh, yeah. I think I missed 3.
Have you as missing 6443, number 2, the revenue package.
No.
Okay. 887, which I believe is the bond bill.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one, 6633.
Yes.
All set.
Thanks.
Devlin, back to 1099. Devlin.
Barry having problems with the mute button. Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claire DeStitria.
Representative Claire DeStitria votes no.
Mastro Francesco.
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes no.
Perillo.
Representative Perillo votes no.
Perillo, I believe I missed you on the last one, 6633, the number 6 on the agenda.
That's a yes. Thanks, Tom.
No problem. You're all set. All right, back to 1099, Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Paletta.
Paletta votes no.
Count it.
It worked. It worked. Count it.
Paletta votes no.
Representative Terry Wood.
Representative Terry Wood votes no.
Yakarina. Zulo.
Rep. Zula votes no.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
All right, Yakarino, Hampton, Hall, Needleman, Casano, and Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
All right, Yakarino, no Yakarino. Okay, all set.
All right. Next up, HB 6674, an act establishing an income tax credit for long-term care insurance premium payments. Is there a motion? JF to the floor.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Senator Fanfara, second by Representative Cheeseman. Any discussion? Good bill ought to pass. Oh, Senator Wong.
It is indeed a good bill that ought to pass, but it's an idea and a concept. Are there any other considerations that we could utilize to be able to address the current state of individuals that are impacted? Or is this not the purview of this bill or the content of this discussion? Through you, Mr. Chair.
I am going to encourage you and Representative Wood and all your colleagues on the Insurance Committee to pick up where I tried diligently for 4 years to work on this. But now that I've shifted gears, I'm trying to help those individuals in a different way in my current purview. But the actual long-term fix, I think, sir, rests in your hands, not mine.
I thank you for that incredible burden. There is a tremendous challenge, but I do believe, and the reason I raised this question, I wanted to offer my support in this, is that I think truly to find some structural solution to this, it does encompass the multiple talents that you possess in regards to the insurance experience, as well as the financial content and impact of these policies, because ultimately it was a well-designed plan many years ago, but obviously it goes back to the crux that we're talking about, containing costs, which is the intangible genie in the bottle. So I wanted to raise that as a point of conversation and include the fact that this is a good bill and ought to pass, but it is a small piece to the puzzle, and it should not be seen as a complete answer, because that is a long ways away. And if this provides a small degree of solution, that would be great. But I appreciate the offer. We're going to take you up on it, because I do believe that insurance and finance should collaborate to try to find a long-term solution as a sustainable one going to the future. So yes, indeed, a good bill ought to pass as well, sir. Thank you.
Agreed, my friend. All right. Clerk, call the roll.
Yep. Motion has been made and seconded to JF HB 6674 to the floor. Fanfara.
Fanfara, yes.
Scanlon.
Scanlon is a yes.
Try again, Scanlon.
Scanlon votes yes.
Martin.
Senator Martin, yes.
Martin.
Senator Martin, yes.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller.
Miller, yes.
Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Moore votes yes. Moore votes yes.
Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
want to try again? Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Metzger,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano, Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman, Slap,
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Whitcoast,
Whitcoast votes yes.
Whitcoast,
Yeah, Whitcoast votes yes.
gotcha. Barry,
Barry votes yes.
Barry,
Barry votes yes.
Borer,
Borer votes yes. Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler, Butler, Chafee,
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott,
All right. Elliott's no longer in his car, votes yes.
Farrar, Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Hall,
Representative Hall votes yes.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to go back and do all of Halls now or later?
I would like you to do all halls right now.
Okay. All right, Hall, we have 6629. How do you want to do this? It looks like you're in the car. Do you want me to read off the bill title, or what do you want to do?
Read off the bill title, please.
6629, an act concerning the collection and remittance of the 911 fee by marketplace facilitators.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Okay. 1100, failure to file.
Representative Hall votes yes.
1104, community restoration fund.
Representative Hall votes yes.
6630, rate of real estate conveyance tax on certain conveyances.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Okay. Here we go. Got it. 842. 842 is what's the title? Hold on one second. Okay. Health insurance and healthcare in Connecticut.
Representative Hall votes yes.
6443, revenue package.
Representative Hall votes yes.
887, the bond bill.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Okay. 86633, unemployment insurance benefits and improving fund solvency.
Representative Hall votes yes.
1099 is the one we are on right now. Nope, sorry, that was the one before. Hold on one second. 1099. Sorry, 1099, University of Connecticut, authorizing bonds for the state and research facility.
Representative Hall votes yes.
On 6674.
Representative Hall votes yes.
All set. Hampton. Hennessy.
Hennessy votes yes.
All right. Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Mushinski.
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone.
Perone votes yes.
Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Let me mute Senator Castano. Sorry, Senator. All right. Santiago, go ahead.
Representative Santiago votes yes 3 times.
Staffstrom.
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood.
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Ziogas.
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney.
Carney votes yes.
Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claire DeStitrio.
Representative Claire DeStitria votes yes.
Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Mastro Francesco.
Votes yes.
Nuccio. Gotcha. Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Try again. Perillo.
Perillo, yes.
Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta.
Paletta votes yes.
Representative Terry Wood.
Terry Wood votes yes.
Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino votes yes for this bill and the prior bill.
Thank you. Zulo. Zulo.
Zulo votes yes.
What we doing?
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I see Senator Casano is here. How do you want to handle that?
Senator Casano, we can catch him up quickly as possible.
Right now?
Yep. Senator Castano, you're on mute. Mr. Spinell is going to read you some rapid fire bill texts, and you're going to let us know how you want to do.
You ready, Senator Castano?
He looks like he's off mute. We can go back to him, Tom. We'll catch him up next time around.
Yep.
All right. Home stretch, guys. Let's keep cooking here. Next up, we'll go to HB number 6655, an act concerning municipal taxation and incentivizing regionalization. Motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Senator Fonfara, second by Representative Hennessy. I will just say about this bill, which I put forward, it is an earnest attempt to start a conversation about the need that I believe we probably would all agree with for property tax reform in some manner. There are some things that I'm sure folks like in this bill, some things that they might not like, but it's an attempt to start a conversation. And we have not had a chance, as far as I'm concerned, to finish that conversation. I'd like to keep it going forward, but I do want to be very clear. I do think this bill is certainly a work in progress, but I'm asking all of you for support to get it out. I've had a lot of mayors and first selectmen from across the state on both sides of the aisle that have asked to join in some sort of working group to work on this bill. Whether we'll get there by sine die, I don't know, but hopefully if we don't, we can get there next year and we can work during the summer. So would ask for all of your support for this bill and open up for discussion. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Chairman. And I would like to take you up on that offer. I spoke to all three of my, two first selectmen and one town manager, and none of them were supportive of this, but I think it is a good conversation to be had and a way to kind of look at what we can do here to attempt to make a change. Like you said, there's some parts that were good, there's some parts that I didn't like, but absolutely, I think this is something that a broad group could sit down and really kind of get their hands around.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to applaud you at looking at outside the box solutions to property tax reform. I did review this with my mayors and first selectmen who also have lots of concerns with it, but I think it's more of a starting point to continue this discussion. And we do need to take the step of having those tough discussions on how we change our property tax system here in Connecticut. And I'm going to support this bill out because I believe that this topic is extremely important, and it's up to us to take the lead on making those necessary changes so that we can provide a better, stronger Connecticut. So thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. I want to thank your chair for raising this. I can't support it today. I would if it included the other elements of the Massachusetts 2.5 reforms to binding arbitration, collective bargaining, and removal of unfunded mandates. But I will take you up on your offer to form a working group and happy to work on this over the summer. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and certainly open to those reforms as well. Seeing no further questions, clerk up, Senator Wong.
Thank you. And I'll be quick. I'll echo the sentiments that's been shared. It is a noble concept. And indeed, I would also extend my offer to participate should there be a summer working group to facilitate addressing these critical concerns. And I did speak with some of my town officials, and they were extremely concerned. And I think you'll see in a number of these bills in which the timing is frustrating, and there isn't ample time to kind of vet it and really evaluate it. And I hope that we give it some time moving forward to consider the intent, but obviously the devil's in the details and the execution. So I will be voting no on this, but hope that you will accept my extension to work with you along with many other things that we talked about today to create better policy moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to extend my thanks to you for starting this conversation. Based on the comments that we've just heard from some of our colleagues, I mean, I won't be supporting this, but I do support the notion. And I think it is rushed because of some of the flaws with the current proposal and the significant concerns. I would, certainly also offer my help in discussions going forward to work on this. My concern with it moving forward out of committee as is we know how things can happen in the legislature. And I think there is a tremendous amount of work to do. I'm willing to help with that work. And again, thank you for, starting this. I think it needs to continue, but I won't be supporting it out of committee today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. All right, seeing no further questions, the clerk will call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF HB 6655 to the floor. Fonfara.
Fonfara, yes.
Scanlon.
Scanlon is a yes.
Martin.
Martin is a no.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Cavros DeGraw.
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers. Meskers. Cabrera.
Cabrera votes yes.
Castano. See here, I'll come back. Cohen.
Senator Castano votes yes. I don't think they got it. It's muted.
I got you.
Oh, okay.
Senator Castano, you're good. Cohen.
All right.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman, Needleman. Slap,
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes no.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes no. Senator Tony Huang votes no.
Whitcos,
Whitcos votes no.
Whitcos,
Senator Whitcos votes no.
Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Elliott,
She's voting out. Voting yes. Elliot does. Thanks.
Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Representative Josh Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Hampton, Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Mushinski,
Yes, Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone votes yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom,
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Kerry Wood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Representative Ziogas,
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Carney,
Carney votes no.
Devlin,
Devlin votes yes.
Claire DeStitria,
Representative Claire DeStitria votes no.
Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes no.
Perillo, Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Paletta votes no.
try again, Paletta,
Paletta votes no.
Representative Terry Wood,
Terry Wood votes no.
Yacarino,
Representative Yakarino votes no.
Zullo,
Rep. Zula votes no.
Zullo,
Try again. Rep. Zula votes no.
Zupkin,
Representative Zupkus votes no.
gotcha. People I missed, Perillo, Hampton, Needleman, Meskers,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
got it.
Clerk,
Yep,
I'd like to change my vote.
okay.
Thank you.
I have you as a yes. So
Well, that would be wishful, but please make me a no.
got it.
Sorry.
Tom, you good?
All good.
Okay. Next up is SB number 1107, an act concerning the taxation of ambulatory surgical center services. Motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Senator Fanfara, second by Representative Cheeseman. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this is an initiative or an effort to correct what I think is a significant wrong in how we treat a very important industry in our state, and that is that of ambulatory surgical centers. This part of our healthcare economy provides a great benefit, not only in the quality of care, but most especially in terms of the cost and how significantly different it is than the similar procedure being performed in a hospital setting. And most of that is in terms of established reimbursement rates, not necessarily that of a competitive environment. And it costs the state of Connecticut a lot of money. It costs those who are recipients of the care a lot of money. And back under the Malloy administration, when Governor Malloy decided to break with the tradition of taxing hospitals at that time and having those dollars for Medicaid reimbursement purposes be returned to hospitals. And as all of you know that were here, that led to a lawsuit and the potential of billions of dollars to be owed by the state of Connecticut to the hospital industry and the hospital association and its members. That lawsuit was settled last year. I believe it was last year, prior year, under the Lamont administration. And now the prior process of reimbursing hospitals for the tax that they pay in terms of being a provider, healthcare provider, is now returned to them again as it was originally done. But under the Malloy administration, in an effort to generate revenue that was in short supply at that time, the governor extended, in his administration, extended the provider tax, the hospital tax, if you will, to ambulatory surgery centers. But they never used the federal reimbursement process that would return funding and that revenue back to the ASCs. In fact, the state kept that revenue. So they remain the only entity that is being taxed currently in this regard. This bill seeks to, under an optional incentive-based approach, we change the tax from a gross receipts tax of 6% to an equivalent of 6.35 of the sales tax, subject to certain exclusions, and allows any willing ASC to offset their tax in part or in whole by increasing their engagement with those patients, if you will, citizens of our state, residents of our state, who are benefiting from Medicaid or state employees and are obviously covered by insurance by the state. And the offset would be based on the performance of those services. The state will gain and must gain a net from this by reducing the cost that would be borne if the individual were to be cared for in a hospital setting, have the treatment or whatever the performance of that work would be in a hospital setting versus a ASC. So the state nets better. The ASC has an opportunity to reduce or eliminate that tax. They don't have to participate in it, but it is an opportunity for them to relieve themselves of this tax, which again, they're the only ones who at this time pay it without getting reimbursement, while at the same time providing a great benefit to the state and our residents in the performance of these services that are often half the cost of what a similar treatment or service would be if it were done in the hospital setting. So I think it's the way we ought to use tax policy to incentivize an outcome that is good. It's a win-win for the state, win-win for the ASCs, an important industry in our state for a number of reasons. So I hope the committee can support this bill and move it forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one policy question. Obviously, this is a standalone bill. Are the components of this bill consistent with the section on the governor's revenue budget bill that we passed, 6443? Through you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not certain which provision you're referring to, Senator Wong. The
ambulatory surgical center taxation that we cited as one of the good things in the previous revenue bill that even though I did not support, I counted that as one of the real pluses. Is that similar in language? It seems so, to remove the 6% gross receipt to a sales tax base 6.35. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Well, that's perspective, Senator. But what we did do some years ago, we passed a $1 million exemption for ambulatory surgery centers because the gross receipts tax is blind, frankly, to whether you have a smaller facility or a large facility, because net fixed costs are fixed costs, and that tax was very punishing to smaller facilities that had the same level of cost, but not the same level of revenue that a larger facility. So that $1 million exemption has been very helpful to the smaller facilities. The Malloy administration and the Lamont administration have continued every year in their budget proposal to remove that $1 million exemption. We restore it once again, as we have every year. And so that provides a benefit to these smaller facilities around the state.
Thank you for that answer, Senator Fanfara. That is really helpful. If I may, I think it's important for people to note that in this proposal, you are looking to reduce tax burden on an entity, but at the same time, look to add net revenue to the state, but also incentivize them through innovative proposals to help a disparate need that we have in our community. And I really want to applaud you for, obviously, I cited earlier your vision of the volatility tax and working with colleagues, but also I think this is another example where we can look at using taxing policies and looking at revenue instead of always adding, look to subtract and multiply the end result that we want to. So I want to applaud you for having the vision to take that initiative, because not a lot of people see that subtraction of tax revenues could actually net a far better result. And I think your collaboration and motivation for entities to say, and the buy-in of our ASC centers to say that as a trade-off in this tax exchange, we will open up and make available services for preventive as well as healthcare in regards to ambulatory surgery for many critical areas to produce better outcomes. So I want to compliment you, and I hope that is perhaps a lesson that we can learn through the entire revenue body, to look at not always adding taxes as a solution, but to perhaps complement and reduce taxes with a carrot to motivate people to initiate more to meet the goals that we need to. So I wholeheartedly support this bill. I want to compliment you on your vision and the creativity in which you have brought all players into this conversation. And I hope we continue to do that in many of the other challenges that we have. And I thank you for your leadership on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, clerk will call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF SB 1107 to the floor. Funfair.
Yes.
Scanlon.
Unfair is a yes, I'm sorry.
Gotcha. Scanlon.
Scanlon is a yes.
Martin.
Martin is a yes.
Martin.
Martin is a yes.
Try it again. Martin.
Martin is a yes.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller.
Miller is a yes.
Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Cavros DeGraw.
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano. Casano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen.
I didn't hear you there. Sorry. You said
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman. Slap.
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Witkos.
Senator Witkos votes yes.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer.
Sorry. Representative Borer votes yes.
Got it. Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Try again. Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Elliott.
Elliott votes yes.
Got it. Farrar.
Farrar votes yes.
Representative Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Hampton. Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Hennessy.
Yes. Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Mushinski votes yes. Yes.
Got it. Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Barone.
Barone votes yes.
Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Casano here. So Casano, how do you vote?
Casano votes yes.
Phipps. Back to Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom.
Okay, got it.
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood.
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Ziogas.
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claritas Detria.
Representative Claritas Detria votes yes.
Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Perillo. Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta.
Paletta votes yes.
Representative Terry Wood.
Terry Wood votes yes.
Yacarino.
Representative Dave Yacarino votes yes.
Zullo.
Reb Zulo votes yes.
Zupkus,
Representative Zupkus votes yes.
missing Perillo, Hampton, Needleman. All set, Mr. Chair.
Deleted a bunch of stuff. Okay.
All right, next up, HB 6617. This is the school construction bill. Do I have a motion to JFS that bill to the floor?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Senator Fonfara, second by Representative Butler, I believe.
Yes.
Any discussion on this bill? Representative Cheeseman.
Yes, I just want to raise a concern with this bill. Section 3 takes the responsibility for appointing the town building committee away from towns and gives it to the Board of Education. There are real concerns with this section, so that the option is to run an amendment now to strip that section, or getting your commitment to work with me to strip it on the floor, because this violates an awful lot of town charters where they have established building committees, and they already have a process. So there's dismay over giving this to the Board of Education.
Representative, this bill came to us as a referral from education, and I don't pretend to be an expert on that committee and the history of this bill. So what I can commit to you is I will certainly work with you to look at that, talk to our colleagues on that committee. And if there is an issue that we all agree needs to be addressed, you certainly have my commitment to work on that.
Thank you.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my concerns align with Representative Cheeseman. I will be voting no on this until that's rectified, that situation, removing the control from the town itself. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know what the protocol would be, but I know we have the esteemed Chair of Education who did a great job on this bill. Would it be possible through you to inquire if the good Chair of Education would like to offer some thoughts on an amendment or what the concept is related to that? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And to Senator Wong, I'd be more than willing to sit down and talk moving forward if this vote comes out of this committee in regard to Section 3. This is an area where I've been in talks with a number of Board of Educations that have concerns about school projects that are going on within their cities. But I'm more than willing to sit down and have this talk moving down the road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to extend my appreciation to the good Chair of Education and gladly accept his opportunity to chat with many of the other colleagues who raised that concern. I'm sure there was a reason for the chair, the Education Committee to consider that section, but nonetheless, we want to be able to offer some collaborative information where very, very well-established and effective building committees from the town with local engagement is indeed a critical part to an effective and successful building project. So I will be voting yes on this very important project for many of our schools throughout the state. But that being said, I appreciate the good chair's commitment to talking about Section 2, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to both chairs.
You're welcome. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate you and our ranking member and the chairman of the Education Committee with an effort to sit down and fix this issue that we have in this particular bill. I will not be supporting it today because I am always of the belief that I can only vote on the language that is in front of me. So I'm hoping that it will be fixed coming out once it's out of committee, and if it should have come to the floor, I can consider voting for it. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Borer, followed by Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Representative Scanlon. And I just want to, two quick comments. I echo my colleague's concern about the structure of the building committee, but I appreciate the intent and the commitment to work on this going forward, and I want to learn more about it as well. I would encourage my colleagues, however, to reconsider voting on the bill with that commitment, because there's some significant projects on here. I happen to have a project on here. That's the school in my district that's 100 years old. It's the oldest operating school in the state, has no elevators. The stairs are roped off. The bathrooms are in the basement. And I know bricks and mortars don't make an education, but these aren't frivolous projects. These are desperately needed. So mine is just one. I know there's a number of projects on here. It's taken about 5 years for my project to get on here. And I would just encourage everybody to support these projects with the understanding that we all learn more about that section of the bill.
Representative Nuccio, followed by Senator Wong for the second time.
Representative Bora, you're pulling at my heartstrings here. I agree. I would love to support this bill. I do support this bill. My only problem is that Section 3 conflicts with all of my charters. And that is something that I can't go back to my town with and say, we're trying to override the charters. If we had a way to ensure that was going to be out, I'm a wholehearted yes on this. I want to vote yes on this. I hope somebody can make it possible for me to vote yes on this. But that Section 3 is just, it's problematic from the perspective of our charters and, you know, the ultimate fiduciary control. So I'm hoping we hear something that can make me vote yes on this because I really want to.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And very quickly, for the second time, I want to correct myself. I said Section 2, Section 3 of the statute. But I also want to quickly acknowledge not only Representative Sanchez, but Senator McCrory as the co-chair, and Senator Berthel and Representative McCarty for their work on the Education Committee. I look forward to working with all of them on this process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. See no further questions or comments. We will go to the clerk to call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 6617 to the floor. Fonfara.
Fonfara, yes.
Scanlon.
Scanlon is a yes. You're on mute, Tom, but Scanlon votes yes, if you didn't hear me.
Gotcha. Martin.
Martin, yes.
Try again. Martin.
Martin, yes.
Cheeseman.
Yes, with the understanding that we work to fix this.
Miller.
Miller, yes.
Try again, Miller.
Miller, yes.
Moore.
Moore, yes.
Cavros DeGraw.
Cavros DeGraw, yes, for the reasons Representative Borer outlined.
Meskers. Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman. Slap.
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Try again. Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Whitkos.
Mr. Administrator, I'm voting yes because I just went back and reread that section of the bill, and it doesn't conflict with any charter because it says notwithstanding any local ordinance or charter. So if you have a charter that does the appointments to these local regional boards, I don't think this bill impacts it. That's why I'm voting yes today. Thank you.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes. Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Gotcha. Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Elliott.
Elliott votes yes.
Farrar.
Farrar votes yes.
Try again. Farrar.
Farrar votes yes.
Representative Hall. Josh Hall. Hampton. Hennessy.
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski.
Rep. Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone.
Representative Perone votes yes.
Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Phipps.
Phipps, yes.
Representative Phipps.
Phipps, yes. There we go.
Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez, yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom.
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carey Wood.
Representative Carey Wood votes yes.
Ziogas.
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claire DeStitrio.
Representative Claire DeStitrio votes yes.
Mastro Francesco.
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes, thanks to Senator Whitkos, and hoping that we will still be able to amend the language for towns who don't have charters.
Perillo. Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Paletta.
Representative Paletta votes no.
Representative Terry Wood.
Terry Wood votes no.
Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino votes yes. You get me, Tom?
Yacarino. Try again.
Yacarino votes yes.
Try again.
Yacarino votes yes.
Here we go. Got it.
Thank you, Tom.
Zulo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes with the understanding it's going to be worked on.
Missing Perillo, Hampton, Hall, Needleman, Casano, Meskers, I see you.
There I am. Representative Meskers votes yes. Thank you.
Got it. All set.
All right. Number 1103, an act concerning emissions and decibel level testing and the taxation of certain motorcycles and parts. Motion is JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
I'll move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Senator Fanfara, second by Representative Hennessy. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by, I believe that the committee administrator is in possession of an amendment I'd like to offer at this time to strike section 10 that will remove the passport from parks language.
Kumi from LCO, maybe have to help me out here. I think it would just be noted in the annotated agenda. Is that it? Kumi?
No, he is offering the amendment to the bill.
Oh,
Although Representative Scanlon started off by saying a JFS, so the JFS is what Senator Fanfara is offering as the amendment.
okay. So I do not have,
The motion is making a voice vote, amendment, which is to strike section 10.
Second.
By Representative Mashinsky. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Zupkis, do you wish to comment on the amendment?
No.
Okay, hang on then. Senator Wong on the amendment?
I'll be very quick. I want to thank Senator Fanfara for the consideration and the input of people relating to the State Parks Initiative. And I'm sure Representative Mashinsky had some input into it, but I wanted to acknowledge and thank for the consideration to the state park participants. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Any other comments on the amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Any abstentions? The amendment passes. On the underlying bill, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want some clarification. So right now, it's, I believe, $20 to have your car tested for emissions, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and there's no cost for motorcycles, correct?
They're exempt right now
At
from the
this
emission.
time. Right. So now, with this goes into effect and they get tested for noise, what, is there going to be an additional cost for the car? Is it going to be more than $20?
I think that would be a determination of the motor vehicle testing process as to what the cost should be, but I don't expect it would be any different than that.
Meaning you don't expect it to go, it'll be the same as always, or you think it might be minimal or go up, or?
I think it'd be minimal.
Okay, so there would be, and then motorcycles, of course, would be charged a fee. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions on the bill? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JFS Senate Bill 1103. Panthera.
Panthera is a yes.
Scanlon.
Scanlon votes yes.
Try again. Scanlon.
Scanlon votes yes.
Mesker stole it from him. Scanlon.
Scanlon votes yes.
Martin.
Martin votes yes.
Martin.
Martin votes yes.
Cheeseman.
Cheeseman votes no.
Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Moore votes yes. Moore votes yes.
Cavros DeGraw.
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers.
Eskridge votes yes.
Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Right again. Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Pisano. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman.
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Slap.
Senator Slap votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Wong.
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Whitcoast.
Senator Whitcoast votes yes.
Barry.
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Right again. Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette.
Tom, I stepped away for just a second. Could you remind me what we're voting on
Yep.
right now?
1103. Number 21 on the agenda.
Yes, Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Got it. Elliott.
Elliott votes yes. Elliott votes yes.
Farrar.
Farrar votes yes.
Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Hampton.
Yeah, her guidance seemed a little short.
Hennessy.
Representative Jack Hennessy votes yes.
That was the interaction I had.
Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Mushinski votes yes.
gotcha. Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone votes yes.
Perone,
Yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez, yes.
Santiago,
Santiago, yes.
Staffstrom,
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Careywood,
Representative Carey Wood votes yes.
Ziogas,
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Devlin,
Sorry, thought you had me. Yes.
gotcha. Claire DeCitria,
Representative Claire DeCitria votes no.
Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes no.
Perillo, Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
try again, Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Pauletta,
Representative Paletta votes no.
Representative Terrywood,
Representative Terry Wood votes no.
Yacarino,
Representative Dave Yacarino votes no.
Zulo,
Rep Zulo votes no.
try again, Zulo,
Rep Zulo votes no.
Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Casano,
Steve Casano votes yes.
got it. Perillo and Hampton. Nope. Okay. All set.
All right. Next up, Senate Bill 1094, an act authorizing bonds of the state for CT Next and the Innovation Place program. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Senator Fanfara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Yacarino. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, sir. Everyone who was on the public hearing yesterday, the quite lengthy public hearing, heard considerable testimony on this program that even for me, who has toiled in the vineyards regarding this effort and very proud of it beforehand, but the testimony I heard yesterday made me even prouder in terms of the reach, the depth, the breadth of effort that CT Next has brought to not only the 4 designated innovation places, but the communities that surround them, the people. The testimony was very moving in many respects. It has gone much further than I ever thought, and they're just beginning. And this funding here would send a message to the communities that are participating and more. My hope is that they will expand beyond. I know they're listening, that they go beyond the 4 cities to recognize other areas of the state, other cities, other communities, not just cities where innovation may be taking place in entrepreneurship. I really see a great future. And by the way, as was stated, for those efforts where funding is provided to the innovation places, the private sector must match that amount. It definitely is a joint effort, as a number of people here today have said they want to see. And that's what CT Next does in order to have investment in these locations. So I hope we can move this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Chairman. So I only have one question on this. This is kind of going to bring it home for me. So this is another bonding bill. Is this now in addition to the bonding package we just passed?
Yeah, I don't, I want to, maybe I can get some clarification from Kumi, but I don't believe this is part of the bond bill that we voted on, would become an addition going forward.
Do you want me to jump in?
I'm sorry, yes, Representative
Sure.
Moore.
Okay, so this was a program, it was a 4-year program that runs through fiscal year 21. So what you saw in the bonding package will be running out. That program that was from fiscal year 2017 to 21 was $67 million. This is for fiscal year 23 through 26 for $64 million. So it's in essence an extension of the existing program that's running out.
But it will be in addition to the bonding, because we're bonding again, right? So it would add on to the bonding bill that we had.
I think it's an extension of a program, and I think we need a separate type of authorization for this, and that's why it wasn't included.
Okay, so I guess if it's an extension of a program, should it fall under approps or?
No,
I'm
because
sorry.
because it's bonding. But I think you need a special authorization in a special bill, and I anticipate that this will eventually be folded into the bonding package.
As an additive, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to speak for Senator Fanfara. It's his bill. So
No,
I'll
that-
defer
yeah,
to
that
him
would-
and how it goes forward.
That would be correct, Representative Moore.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Wong. I'm sorry, Representative Yacarino was next, and then Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak in favor of this. Yes, there is bonding, but there's also venture capital money that's goes along with this. Hopefully, if it extends, and that's the goal of this. And if you listen to the testimony, the great thing about this CT Innovation or CT Next is it's the private equity. It's diversified, not just in the sciences, but other fields. And we really need more of that in our state. It's through competition. And these programs breed competition. And I think we should really embrace this. As much as I struggle with the Yukon, this I think is even much more important as far as I'm concerned. So I think, and money was allocated. If I'm not mistaken, I'm sure the chairs could verify that. But the fact is there's private money that eventually is invested in these companies, into these jobs, into the economy. So I think we need to do more of this in Connecticut. And the good thing about it is if we get enough growth, CT Next is, they want to pull away from it. I think that's a good thing. So I support this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, if I could ask a structural question. Is CT Next a subsidiary or an independent affiliation with Connecticut Innovations, which we've also funded and supported in regards to entrepreneurial efforts in Connecticut? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it is a subsidiary. I have felt that the structure should be reversed, that CT Next, that CI should be under CT Next, frankly, because CT Next is in its creation and envisioned to be this overseer of, growing the innovation entrepreneurial environment, of which venture capital is one part of that. And CI does, under leadership of Matt McCooey, does a great job in that regard. But it's no surprise to him of how I feel about it, that it ought to be reversed, but it is currently a subsidiary.
Thank you. And I'll stay out of that fray. But I think they both have their roles. And the reason I asked that, I said, indeed, perhaps CT Next should be an independent unit because their support and funding of the Innovation Place in the 4 cities that you mentioned, for any of our colleagues that have not experienced Innovation Place, they should go, because it really is a incubation center that allows entrepreneurs from all segments to be able to collaborate with industry experts and academics. Like the example with Stanford is the fact that they work very closely with UConn Stanford, work with Synchrony and to create this kind of innovation incubation center and allows private capital to interact with talent. That is really how Connecticut's going to be able to compete. And as a member of the workforce, Governor's Workforce Council, this is exactly the type of innovation that we need to feed with academic excellence, like we cited earlier with UConn, but also with real place work dynamics. That's what it's all about. And I would encourage people to go visit the Innovation Place programs. And I would encourage that if these programs have demonstrated results, and that's hard to measure from a real dollar standpoint, because the time and length in regards to realizing real dollars may take time, but I hope that we will use this to go into other municipal centers to create that kind of energy between our businesses and our higher education, but as well as our vocational technical programs, and even in our high schools, to kind of create kind of the role model as well as motivation for people to aspire for fulfilling jobs. So again, I know we're spending money and we're allocating it in regards to bonds, but these are money well spent in my mind, with a multiplier effect of being able to create not only businesses and jobs, but also incentivize and motivate people to develop those skills in order to be able to be competitive and be tax contributing members of our Connecticut society. So I'm very much in favor of it, but I also would encourage that our colleagues visit these innovation places to really get a sense of the energy and the entrepreneurialism. But I also want to thank Representative Yacarino as a fellow co-chair of the Bioscience Caucus, that bioscience is another area that has benefited from CT Next and worked in innovation places to develop capital funding and business supporters. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to make a pitch for CT Next and the Innovation Places program that we have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Boer.
Yes, thank you, Representative Scanlon. I just wanted to follow up on what Senator Huang was saying about maybe breaking them out. That is something that he brought up in our subcommittee meeting. And it's important because I think having them blend together really doesn't do them justice because it gets a little confusing, and they're two excellent programs. I didn't know that much about them until we listened in our subcommittee meeting about all the work that they have been doing throughout the years and all the plans that they have to do. So I think that's something maybe we could take back prior to the bond bill passing and see if that's something that we could address.
See no further questions. Clerk will call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF Senate Bill 1094 to the floor. Fonfara.
Fonfara, yes.
Scanlon.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Scanlon.
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Martin.
Martin, yes.
Martin.
Martin, yes.
Cheeseman.
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes. Moore votes yes.
Gavros DeGraw.
Gavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Try again. Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Cabrera. I got you that time. Okay. Casano.
Casano votes yes.
Casano.
Yes.
Casano, can you try again, Senator Casano?
Senator Casano votes yes.
You have to turn your camera on, Senator. I'll come back to you. Cohen. Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney.
Senator Maroney, who is wearing his large headset because the meeting has lasted long enough that his Bluetooth earpieces have died, votes yes.
Needleman.
have to stop laughing. I'm sorry. Senator Needleman votes yes.
Slap,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
try again. Clap,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes yes. Tony Huang votes yes.
got it. Whitcoast,
Senator Whitcoast votes yes.
Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Chafee,
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette,
Doucette votes yes.
Elliott,
Elliott votes yes.
Farrar,
Farrar votes yes.
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall votes yes.
Hampton, Hennessy,
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Mushinski votes yes.
Mushinski,
Mushinski votes yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolo votes yes.
Perone,
Ron votes yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Daffstrom,
Daffstrom votes yes.
Representative Carrie Wood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Ziogas,
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claire DeStitria,
Representative Claire DeStitria votes yes.
Mastro Francesco,
Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Perillo, Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Representative Wood, Terry,
Terry Wood votes yes.
Yacarino,
Representative Dave Yacarino votes yes.
Zulo,
Again. Got it? Thank you, Tom.
Rep Zulo votes yes.
try again, Zulo,
Rep Zulo votes yes.
Zupkis,
Rep Zupkis votes yes.
Zupkis,
Rep Zupkis votes yes.
Senator Casano, I see him there. I see. Senator Casano, can you turn your camera on? Up to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, come back to it. Next up, Senate Bill 1095, an act expanding the angel investor tax credit program to social equity applicants. Motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Chairman.
Senator Fanfara. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second by Representative Hennessy. Any discussion? Representative Mattress Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know if our ranking members had any questions, but I do have a couple questions on this bill. This one here is are social equity applicants not eligible to apply for the angel investor credit? Because the heading is social equity applicants. So currently under law, are they not allowed to apply for this credit? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fanfara can help me out here, but my understanding of the intent of this bill is that the angel investor tax credit would be extended to be eligible for any cannabis businesses whom are social equity applicants to enter that market. Is that correct, Senator Fanfara?
Yeah, the program has been in place for a number of years. This extends the percentage of the credit from 25, which is capped at, to 40% as a way to incentivize investments going into these social equity applicants. But it doesn't change the fundamentals of the program.
Okay, thank you, Senator Farr. So if I'm understanding it correctly, it only changes the program to a 40% tax credit only for a cannabis business, and everybody else only gets a 25%. Am I reading that right? It doesn't change that language, through you, Mr. Chairman?
I believe you are reading it right, yes.
Okay, and also in that bill, do the underlying requirements and criteria of the current tax credit for the angel investor tax credit apply the same to the investors in the cannabis business?
Could you repeat that? I'm very sorry. Could you?
I'm sorry. So the criteria that you need to apply for the angel investor tax credit, does that same exact criteria apply to the investors in the cannabis business?
Is my understanding, yes. My understanding, the only thing that changes is the percentage of the credit that you would receive.
Okay.
In other words, you have an obligation to the state, and you can use this credit for 40%, up to 40% of that obligation, versus 25% for everything else that you would invest in.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to understand the difference between the two. If I was not investing in a cannabis business and I wanted to apply for this tax credit for just a startup business, would I still be able to get the 25% tax credit, not the 40% that we're giving, due to the fact that I was arrested for possession of marijuana? Because that seems to be a little difference here. So in this particular one, if you were arrested for marijuana, if you live in an affected community, you are allowed to apply. But does those same criteria apply for the 25%?
No, I think what you're reading there is that is what the type of business you could invest in. Someone who fits that criteria, who's got a social equity, a license or whatever, and if you or I wanted to invest in that company, this is the kind of credit we would receive off of our obligation to the state. So it's not that the person who is the social equity applicant from the standpoint of owning the business. If they have a license, if they've received it through if we do end up passing some provision, and there is some level of support in the legislature for doing that. We haven't done that yet, obviously, but if we end up doing that, then someone like I said, any member of the committee, anybody from the public that is engaged in this, and you have to be approved as a angel investor before you can entertain investing in an entity. This by raising this percentage, it's highlighting that you would get a greater return on that potential return on that investment by moving it to 40% than 25%. I think any of us would recognize that the 40% credit off of your obligation is more attractive than the 25% credit.
Well, I certainly would agree with that. Who wouldn't want a 40% credit? I guess I'm just trying to understand the difference of why a certain group of people get extra privilege or extra discount as opposed to another group of people. In my mind, we are all created equal. We are all treated equally. And I think everybody should be treated equally. But in this particular bill, it's saying that if you are a resident in disproportionately affected community, if you were arrested because of a possession of marijuana, things like that, you're getting an extra credit. So I'm just wanted to know why that wouldn't apply to everyone and why just a certain sector. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not the proponent of the initiative, but as I understand it, there is a belief that, and I believe this is shared by the proponent, that this is a community and individuals within the community have been impacted in terms of their circumstances in life, giving someone a second chance in an industry that they may have some familiarity in, albeit maybe on the other side of the law, but now a chance to do that legally, and they have skills if they've succeeded in that endeavor previously, that they not just be kept out of. Doesn't mean other people aren't allowed to engage from the community, but also is saying that this group should not be systematically denied the opportunity to engage in it as we open up this new industry in Connecticut, if we open up this new industry in Connecticut.
Thank you, Senator. And I mean no disrespect at all, but I really find this bill to be quite offensive, because there are many people that have struggled in their lives and have faced many challenges. And I truly believe that they should be afforded the exact same opportunities as everybody else, but to treat people differently because in someone's mind, they feel that they are less fortunate, when, you know what, there's a lot of people out there that are not as fortunate, and they have other circumstances in their lives that hold them back from opening a business. I honestly got to say, I find this egregious that we would give somebody a higher tax credit than somebody else based on this criteria. I actually find it discriminatory, but I appreciate your comments. I truly mean no disrespect, and I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but it goes way beyond my beliefs and my values, because I believe that everybody should be treated equally, regardless of their race, their color, their income, what they do for a living, because we are all created equal. But obviously I'll be voting no against this. But Senator Fonfara, I want to thank you for your time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you very quickly, Mr. Chair. For reasons that I've spoken about my feelings on the cannabis matter, I'll be voting no on this bill today. Thank you.
Senator Miller.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will be voting yes on this bill. And I want to thank the proponents of this bill for bringing it forth. I too believe that everyone should be treated equally. And unfortunately, everyone's not treated equally. And unfortunately, we have to put things into law in order for individuals to be treated equally. Some of us are not judged by our characters, but are judged by the color of our skins or our faith. Statistics shows that people of color are disproportionately arrested, placed in prison because of the color of their skin and because of illegal acts. And so we as a society have to correct the wrongs. I once heard a colleague, and I said this the other day when we had years ago, we talked about there was a resolution for Connecticut to apologize to the African Americans for the roles that they played during slavery, because we did. Our insurance companies here in Connecticut played an active role in slavery. And a colleague said, I don't know why we're doing this. I wasn't there. And so my answer is, you may not have been there, but you're reaping the benefits. And so, it's unfortunate that we have to do these kind of things, that we have to make sure that monies go into communities that have been adversely affected by the war on drugs. I hate using that term, but it is true. There was actually a war in the communities of color with drugs. And so we were disproportionately placed in prison. Individuals who sold crack served more time in prison than individuals who sold powder cocaine or transported powder cocaine. So I want to thank the proponent of this bill. I want to thank every one of my colleagues that put bills forth regarding racial equity, social injustice, criminal justice. I want to thank you, because there are wrongs in this society and they have to be corrected. But unfortunately, we as individuals in this society don't do what's morally right. So we have to put it into law. It's unfortunate, but we have to put it into law. And I say this all the time. If it wasn't for laws, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I wouldn't have been educated. I wouldn't have been treated equally, so I could be educated. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for raising this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Ziogas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll pass. Never mind.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I believe Representative Meskis was before me, and I want to respect that order in line. Thank you. If Representative Mesker is ready to go.
Thank you, Senator Wong. So I'll be supporting the bill. I hear loud and clear Senator Miller's commentary. So the only suggestion I would make as we go forward, if we're going to increase the size of the angel investor tax credit, when we work forward on the bill, I want to see the holding period of the license of the cannabis. I think it's important that we make the investment with the people who've been victimized to try to work on the social justice, but that the license is held by them for a sufficient period of time that the community and those individuals benefit. I wouldn't want to see the license, owned, operated, and traded in a short period of time. That may not be under our purview, but Senator von Fire, given your feelings about justice, I think it's an important issue is that we make sure that if we're going to allow the angel investor credit, that we make sure that it does the right thing and it stays where we want it to be for a sufficient period of time. So I just ask you to follow up on that, because I trust your commitment to that. And thank you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm extremely torn about this because I am vehemently opposed to marijuana legalization. And I know we have a number of bills here that looks at the revenue that could benefit social ills. And this is one such example. It is being creative, as I complimented the good chair prior, in regards to using angel investor tax credits to social equity applicants, as the title says. And the specifics in regards to looking at giving individuals, and beyond me, it's not just, as Senator Miller said, on a race basis, but it is individuals that have their lives altered because of the war on drugs. You're looking at a specific category that I see here that is of individuals and families that have been impacted by incarceration due to our drug laws, which I'm happy to report that we have changed in the state of Connecticut. But that being said, I'm torn because the concept is important. And I hope that we are able to in future issues and future considerations in this committee to use angel investor tax credit programs and incentivize initiatives and programs that would help social equity concerns. But that being said, to specifically look at legal marijuana and an issue that I'm so troubled with because of the societal concerns, I'm truly torn. I think the other important part of this conversation is the fact that right now, as the bills, and I'm understanding that are written relating to marijuana distribution, should it be legalized, it's actually inverted. It's large established entities like alcohol distributorships, pharma, and large institutional interest. In fact, I think the current bill doesn't even allow homegrown. So perhaps if we look at legalization, maybe we should invert that kind of priority to look at 75% of individuals that have been impacted by this and lives have been altered, and give them a second chance rather than large institutional interests. So I'm torn, and I'm intrigued by what path we're going along with the governor's advocacy of legalizing marijuana. Maybe this is a way where we say invert the current structure to give 75% to individuals whose lives have been irreparably altered and give them a second chance. So with that consideration, I'm going to vote supporting this as an angel investor tax initiative program, but I'm troubled and hope that we use other means, but maybe have that conversation in which people with second chances, people who have been incarcerated and have paid their debt to society, have a second chance at creating opportunities for themselves and their families. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say quickly that this is an example of giving those kind of applicants, social equity applicants, a seat at the table. We at the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus heard testimony from the Colorado folks that put the cannabis program together. And one of the first things they mentioned was, and we asked them, do you have any minority/women investors in the state of Colorado that invested in recreational cannabis? And they told us no, because they didn't even think about it. So even though sometimes we like to think that we all have the same values and we treat people the same because of their color, culture, language, or even if they had a criminal history, there are people out there that don't think about those things. And this is one of the reasons why it's important that we put this in perspective, that that we're able to treat everybody the same. And yes, I like to treat everybody the same, regardless of who they are. But the reality is I still get discriminated against, not only because of my language, my culture, and my color, but from where I came from. So this is a good way to start, and something that will be put into practice, and I will be supporting it. But it doesn't mean that I support recreational cannabis at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Clerk, call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF Senate Bill 1095 to the floor. Bonfera,
Bonferez, yes.
Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Martin,
Senator Martin votes no.
Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Miller,
Miller votes yes.
Moore, Senator Moore, Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw is pulled over and votes yes.
Moore
votes yes, Tom.
Gotcha, Moore. Meskers,
Yes, Representative Meskers is a yes.
Cabrera,
Cabrera is a yes.
Casano,
Senator Casano, yes.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Whitcoast,
Senator Whitcoast votes yes.
Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Butler, Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Doucette,
Doucette votes yes.
Elliott,
Elliott votes yes.
Farrar,
Farrar votes yes.
Hall,
Representative Hall votes yes.
Hampton, Hennessy,
Hennessy votes yes.
sorry, Hennessy,
Hennessy votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Mushinski,
Mushinski votes no.
Mushinski,
Mushinski votes no.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Barone,
Barone votes yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Phipps,
Phipps, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom,
Staffstrom votes yes.
Representative Careywood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Ziogas,
Ziogas votes yes.
try that again, Ziogas,
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes no.
Claritas Tetria,
Representative Claire DeStitria votes no.
Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Grillo, Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes no.
Representative Terrywood, Yacarino,
Yes.
Zulo,
Rep Zulo votes no. Sorry. Rep
Zulo.
Zulo votes no. Rep Zulo votes no.
There you go. Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
all set.
All right. Next up, SB 1102, an act concerning a loan program to assist taxpayers. Motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Senator Maroney. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Representative Hall. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fanfara.
Chairman, this bill seeks to provide assistance to a number of property owners who have been hit by the pandemic. Many who either own apartment buildings or commercial buildings where rents are not coming in, but the tax man is still wants his money in municipalities in particular. This would provide a loan program. They'd have to pay everything back over 5 years, but they have an interest rate that is much more affordable as opposed to the current 18% punishing rate. There'd be a lien against the property, so if they default, they risk losing their property. So this is in recognition to whether it's eviction restrictions or just because the tenants of buildings, their commercial tenants are struggling themselves and unable to pay rent. This would give those property owners a period of time in which to, so the town is made whole, they don't lose any revenue, and it helps the property owners to be able to restore, get back on their feet in terms of their obligations and not lose their property. I think it helps everybody all the way around.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And I thank Senator From Farah for caring about the landlords and all those who can't pay their property taxes. But I feel this would be the perfect use of those federal dollars. This is a one-time cost. I believe this only applies to taxes incurred during the COVID pandemic year. So, and I cannot see the point of bonding to create a loan program overseen by the state. So again, this is where the federal dollars should come in and why we as a legislature should use those federal dollars to support these payers in these towns. So I appreciate his good faith effort, but I will be a no on this. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Scanlon.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, in the interest of the time and the bills that we still have on the table, and I see more hands up at one time than have been all day long, which I am going to take to mean, and maybe I'm being presumptuous on this, that folks are generally in opposition, those that have hands up, and maybe I'm wrong about it, but I would like to make sure we get as many bills done in the remaining time we have. So I'll withdraw this at this time.
Okay, thank you, Senator. We'll withdraw that, or I think I probably need to move that we pass this bill temporarily. Okay. Next up, SB number 1077. This is the DRS bill. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second by Representative Cheeseman. Any discussion on the DRS bill? Representative Zupkis. Okay. Any discussion on the DRS bill?
I can't lower my hand.
Seeing none, clerk will call the roll. Tom?
Yep, good. Yes. Motion has been made and seconded to JF Senate Bill 1077 to the floor. Fonfara,
Yes, Fonfara is yes.
Scanlon,
Scanlon is a yes.
Martin,
Martin is a yes.
Martin,
Martin is a yes. Martin is a yes.
hold on, let me mute Casano, sorry. Martin,
Martin is a yes.
okay. Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes. Senator Moore votes yes.
okay. Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Meskers,
Representative Meskers is a yes.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Casano,
Casano votes yes.
Casano,
Senator Casano votes yes.
gotcha. Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Maroney,
Yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
sorry, I'm not catching you, Maroney. Maroney,
Senator Maroney, who had time to recharge his Bluetooth headset, votes yes.
must not have charged it well enough. We're gonna skip you for a second.
Okay.
Sorry. Needleman,
Needleman, yes.
Slap,
Senator Slaff is a yes.
Formica,
Formica, yes.
Formica,
Formica, yes.
Wong,
Senator Tony Huang, yes.
Whitcoast,
Whitcoast is a yes, and I think Maroney's cat caught his tongue.
Barry,
Representative Barry, yes.
Borer,
Representative Borer is a yes.
Butler, Chafee,
Brett Chafee is a yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Elliott,
Elliott is a yes. Still a yes for Elliott.
Farrar, thank you. Farrar,
Farrar is a yes.
Representative Josh Hall,
Representative Hall, yes.
Hampton, Hennessy,
Hennessy, yes.
Lamar,
Lamar, yes. Lamar,
Lamar.
yes.
Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo, yes.
Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo, yes.
Perone,
Representative Perone, yes.
Phipps, Phipps, Phipps. Representative Phipps, no?
Sorry, no, sorry, I have technical difficulties. Phipps, yes.
Okay. Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez, yes.
Santiago,
Santiago, yes.
Santiago,
Santiago, yes.
Staffstrom,
Staffstrom, yes.
Representative Kerry Wood,
Representative Carrie Wood votes yes.
Ziogas,
Ziogas votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Claritas Detria,
Representative Claritas Detria votes yes.
Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Perillo, Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
Representative Wood, Terry, Yacarino,
Yacarino, yes.
Zulo,
Rep Zulo votes yes.
Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Maroney,
Senator Maroney, who would like to thank Senator Quickwit Whitcoast for his comments, votes yes.
all set.
All right. 11:0. Sorry, guys. Number 1097, act concerning meetings of the State Bond Commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Senator Representative Hennessy, second by Representative Chafee. Any discussion on this bill?
Sean, didn't we include that in the bond bill? Didn't we determine to eliminate that?
Did it make it in there, Representative Borer?
Yes, I believe it was in the substitute language, but can the
Can we
LCO
clarify?
confirm? Yeah,
That'd be great if it is.
that was the plan. I don't know if the language
Eric
made
Michael
it
Gray,
in.
OFA. It's number 7 on the list of the proposed substitute for the bond bill. It's in there to incorporate 1097.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Borer.
Saved you a few
If I
minutes.
may, Mr. Chair,
Senator Miller.
would it hurt, Mr. Chair, if we went ahead and voted for it anyway in case it's negotiated out of the bond package?
Senator Fonfara.
I guess it's sort of 6 or 1, you know, it's, if there's a will to take it out of the bond package, I guess there'd be a will not to do the bill. You know what I mean? It's,
Okay, it was just a question,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will stand at ease for a moment. All right. Clerk will call 1101, an act establishing CT Renaissance and concerning investments in Renaissance zones. Motion is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Chairman.
So moved.
Motion by Representative Hennessy. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Second by Senator Fonfara. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fonfara.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In some ways, some of the issues that I'll be addressing quickly here are intertwined with the bills that the bill that we did earlier today on community restoration. But this seeks to put to work revenues that do not cost the state any money whatsoever, but does try to creatively use revenues for investment in again, similar underserved communities. There are 3 main pieces to it. One is that the Treasurer's Office currently has a ability under law to fund local community, local credit unions and banks up to $100 million. Unfortunately, not a lot of that has been used. Last year, I think approximately 4 million of it was deposited into these local institutions, lending institutions, and more importantly, it provides no direction. The statute provides no direction as to how those dollars should be lent. But as an example, in Illinois, the Treasurer's Office there has very specific language as to where those dollars should be lent into communities that are underserved for individuals and businesses that traditionally would not get lending or at much higher rates. And we've incorporated that language for the most part into this bill to provide some stronger guidance as to, one, requiring that more is lent. Secondly, that where it's lent, that it has guidance in supporting underserved communities. The second thing it does is it requires beneficiaries prospectively, not retrospectively, of CHIFA, which is I believe it stands for the Connecticut Higher Ed Finance Authority. They provide access to funding, or at least ability to fund to borrow at a very affordable rate. The state's very attractive low interest loan rate of about 2% right now, I guess it is, maybe even lower. Yale has used this extensively, a number of higher ed institutions, Hartford Healthcare, about $500 million last year. They would not be prohibited from continuing to do that, but we would require them, if they're beneficiaries of the state's, essentially the full faith and credit backing. The loans are not backed, but the fact that the interest rate can be driven down so low, it attracts Yale University with a $41 billion endowment to use this provision. And so we would require these entities to invest in a certificate of deposit as I spoke earlier regarding Duke University, and be invested in underprivileged or underserved communities in our state. And the institution that does that gets all their money back. Money sits in the account. They get an interest rate. I'm sorry, yes, an interest rate that is very competitive. And so what we're trying to do with this is these dollars are being invested in banks currently, could be anywhere in the country, frankly, but we say take a portion of it and invest it here in your own community where you're located, where you're benefiting from a state program, which I hope they continue to benefit from, but that we also get to see an ancillary benefit to communities that have long been underserved. And I hope we can continue to have move this forward. I'm sure there'll be additional conversations with the Treasurer's Office. I'm sure there will be with Chifa, but I think we could come back with a very positive outcome with respect to this provision, and I urge support from the committee.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And again, I commend Senator Fonfara for his innovative ideas, stealing good ideas from other states. But I am extraordinarily concerned about creating yet another quasi-governmental authority. I also suspect that the provision that prevents the General Assembly from enacting any bill that authorizes new GEO bonds for those specified programs that don't include funds for this is, as I say, legally suspect. So for that reason, as much as I commend Senator Fonfara for his attempt here, I will not be supporting this bill going forward. Thank you.
If I could say in response to that, Mr. Chairman, really quickly, it doesn't create another quasi. It doesn't require any bonds from the state of Connecticut whatsoever. It simply says that if you're benefiting from, as an example, from Chifa's very attractive interest rate, if you want to participate in that program, you don't have to. It doesn't look retrospectively, it's prospective, that you do invest in a certificate of deposit at a local designated credit union or bank in underserved communities that have been identified. And so it doesn't involve any state funds whatsoever, any bonding by the state whatsoever.
I'm reading the OLR notes. This bill creates a quasi-public agency, CT Renaissance, and I was not referring to bonding to pay for this. It's that the fact that the bill stipulates the General Assembly cannot pass any bonds to fund the Urban Act Housing Trust Fund or Manufacturing Assistance Program unless it also deposits $20 million in the Community Renaissance account in each of those years for the next 10 years. And I suspect we're not allowed to do that. But I thank you for your clarifications. And again, I stated my reasons before. Thank you.
Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's just a kind of a quick question to you, through you, to the opponent, to the proponent of the bill. This calls for this new quasi-public to go under the umbrella of CRDA, the Capital Region Development Authority. Isn't that, in my dealings with them, very good group of people. They're capital, they're Hartford centric, if you will. They deal with projects basically in Hartford. So with this, I don't understand how it would reach out to the other cities of the state.
It's solely there for administrative purposes, Representative Piscopo, because they do similar work and they have an expertise in this area, and that's solely for those purposes that the board would be part of, would be there for administrative purposes only, that CRDA could assist them in that regard, but there'd be no formal relationship.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Chairman Scanlon. So I guess I have a couple of questions similar along the vein of what Ranking Member Cheeseman had asked. When I reviewed this and I looked at the OR thing, it definitely did say that it was a quasi-public agency. So I'm curious, and Senator Fonfara, you said that there's no cost to the state on this. So to me, it appears there's community banking we're encouraging people to invest money in the community banks, and then the community banks have to loan money to these areas that we're going to call Renaissance areas that handle all of these multitude of different structures underneath. I guess I'm kind of lost on the intent here and what role we have to play in it if it's not a quasi agency and they're not using any bonding dollars and there's no state impact to the state.
Similar to what we voted on earlier today with respect to the community restoration effort, these would all come together under one initiative. What this bill seeks to do is tap into resources that are already existing in our community, meaning whether it's Yale University that is putting its money, and I'm not speaking to the endowment, the $41 billion endowment, but it has a bank account. It has the ability to choose where to invest its money. This is a certificate of deposit. You don't lose that. It's not a grant. It's not a loan. It is a deposit in which you are generating a return on that investment. And in return, so instead of having that investment in, let's say, Bank of New York, that is investing wherever it wants to in some project, we're saying, take a part of that and invest it in our communities that right there in New Haven, that may not be receiving investments generally for various reasons that we know of. So that it benefits Yale. They're in a city that is challenged in some respects in some communities. Yale contributes right now to the New Haven government in terms of essentially a payment in lieu of taxes. This says that take some of the money that you have right now that you are having in a bank. There is a competitive interest rate. You don't lose any of it, but it's being put to work in a smart way in communities that are not served generally by the private market. That's all it does. And in addition to the treasurer's fund that is, in my opinion, underutilized and under advertised, although it's in statute to say that you can invest up to $100 million annually in local banks and local credit unions.
Okay, thank you. That helps. So then how are the banks then incentivized to invest in these Renaissance zones?
Well, if they accept these, that's more money for them that they can capitalize. The more money they have, the more money they can lend, and they get a return on those investments. And so they benefit from it in that regard. But to take these dollars, any other dollars they have in terms of their member contributions can be invested anywhere. But this would be narrowly focused in those designated areas that, as we talked about much earlier today, are in great need of support. They don't have to participate, Representative Nuccio, but if they do, they know that these are where the funds will be invested.
Okay, so it's an optional plan. But if they do, then they have to commit to investing funds into these zones.
That's right.
Okay, I think that helps clear it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Devlin. She may have stepped away. I think Senator Martin was next after that.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I know that part of this bill requires if a state contractor enters into a contract with a greater value of $500,000 in a calendar year, I guess it wants, is it requiring that funds received from the contract be deposited into one of these institutions that is identified here?
Yes. And the
Can you-
thinking
Yeah,
there
how
is-
would that work? If I'm a contractor, I get into a contract with the state, and might open up a checking account, and I'm going to submit after a month of work, I'm going to submit a submittal for requisition for funds for work that I've done, and then I guess am I actually creating a checkbook to operate out of through this?
So again, it's the same model as we said with respect to chief of recipients, that those that are doing business with the state above, it's not a small amount of money, $500,000, that they have they don't have to bid on something, but if they do and they're successful, that they know that. And believe me, if you go on the Treasurer's website, if you go on the state's website, there are companies that do far beyond $500,000 in business with the state of Connecticut every year. And again, the concept is to help Connecticut, where an entity doesn't lose any of their investment whatsoever. It is not a grant. It's not a loan. It is a deposit that they get a competitive return on.
I understand that, but I guess in order to bid on the scope of work that the state has out there, you are forcing a contractor to open up a checking account specifically with this entity.
It's not a checking account, Senator Martin.
But I guess I'm confused because it says that, so where are they getting the funds from? Assets that they have in order to bid on a contract.
It's not.
Go ahead.
The difference is that they have bank accounts currently. We're just saying, instead of having it be in any bank indiscriminately where your funds are being held, we want you to focus those investments in communities that are underserved at no cost to you, because you have your dollars being maybe even at a lower interest rate, frankly, sitting somewhere. And it's not the entire amount of what you have as a portfolio, but some percentage that would be invested in a underserved community.
So if I don't invest, then I won't be able to bid on the job.
Essentially, again, because we're not talking about someone who's doing a $25,000 or $50,000 project for the state of Connecticut. These are big ticket items, and there are many companies that are participating. The lists are public and available, and I encourage anyone to go online to see them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Fonfara.
Representative Devlin, are you back yet?
I am. Hang on a minute. Let me just close that out. Sorry. I have switched to a new device and it is a bit challenging, so I'm sorry for that. Okay, so I just have a couple of questions, and I was hoping actually that the one would have been answered because it was along the lines of what Senator Martin was asking, and it is around this notion of requiring state contractors, right? If they have a contract over $500 million, also higher ed institutions, nursing homes, healthcare institutions, or qualified nonprofits that receive state funding, like, is it just a portion of their money? They need to create a new account? Because these businesses and organizations already have financial institutions that they work with and accounts that are set up. So is there a dollar amount that they have to establish? And is it in any community, or is it within a community that they might be doing work? I mean, it's very vague to me, and I'd really like to understand this.
The recipients would be the part of the Renaissance zones that are established that we spoke about earlier in a prior bill, designated along the lines of what we said, that there'd be a application process, approval, et cetera, Community Development Corporation. And so those would be determined prior to any credit union or local bank that would be a recipient of these funds to invest in. And so the goal again is to, and many of these organizations, the contractors not so, but certainly with the under Chifa, these are nonprofits who right now are not having to pay property taxes. But here's a way to not have them pay property taxes, but to assist in the community that which they reside, in a way where they are not losing any investment whatsoever. In fact, they get a return on their investment, but you're getting the benefit in the community in which they reside, in lieu of property taxes.
So is it any nurse? So I'm just going to use nursing homes as an example, because instead of going through the whole list, any nursing home that receives state assistance would need to have establish an account, or is it only if that nursing home is within a, I guess, Renaissance zone?
I'm not familiar with the language of a nursing home, Representative Devlin.
Okay, higher ed institution?
Higher ed
or a healthcare institution, would a hospital count?
Absolutely, a hospital. There, in essence, the objective is this: they have money deposited currently. It's indiscriminate. But often these higher ed institutions and hospitals are located in underserved communities themselves, and so instead of indiscriminately depositing funds in whatever bank they have, a portion of that would be deposited in a credit union or bank, a local bank or credit union that is required to invest in the designated Renaissance zone.
How much, Senator, do they need to put in that account?
Well, I think that's part of the discussion going forward as to what that percentage would be. But in essence, that would be the contribution they're making to the community in lieu of property taxes. And that was the initiative initially that we went forward with.
So essentially, any organization or company that is going to do business with the state within a Renaissance zone would be required to establish another bank account within that Renaissance zone and deposit an unspecified amount of money and leave it there, apparently. Right?
Yes, I mean, that again, this is a program that is focused on supporting areas of our state that generally do not, whereas the beneficiaries of state business, or in the case of Chifa, a low interest rate, that they can at the same time, while they're getting the benefit of the full faith and credit, the taxpayers who have provided this benefit directly or indirectly, that they can also help communities that could use it without losing one dime. It'd be one thing if we were requiring them to write a check. We're not. We're saying, instead of just having your money indiscriminately put somewhere, put it here, again, based off the Duke University model that they are participating in Durham, North Carolina. But Mr. Chairman, I see a number of hands again on this bill. I'm somebody that is very comfortable living for another day. I will be back in this session as I advance this concept, and we'll revisit it before the session is over. I feel very confident about that, but I'll leave it for today. I'll withdraw the bill before us, or ask it to be tabled. And I thank you for the consideration.
Thank you for your time to explain and answer my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, guys, here's how this is going to work. We are going to go to Tom to catch people up on any votes they missed. If they're not in the room, I'm sorry, they're not voting. And I'm just going to ask everybody, even if you have voted, to stick around, because we do want to acknowledge the staff before we all depart today, given their hard work. So Tom, please take it away.
Yes. Okay. So I have Cassano, Senator Cassano here. Hampton. Cassano, Hampton. Needleman, 6443.
Needleman, yes.
Okay. Needleman, 887.
Needleman, yes.
Needleman, 6633.
Needleman, yes.
Needleman, 1099.
Needleman, yes.
Needleman, 6674.
Needleman, yes.
Butler, 6674. Needleman, 6655.
Needleman, yes.
Perillo, 6655. Perillo, no. Needleman, 1107.
Needleman, yes.
Perillo, 1107. Cassano, 6617. Needleman, 6617.
Needleman, yes.
Perillo, 6617. No. Perillo, 1103. Cassano, 1094. Perillo, 1094. Butler, 1095. Perillo, 1095. Terry Wood, 1095. Butler, 1107, or 1077, sorry.
Was it Carrie Wood or Terry Wood?
Terry Wood, you're good. It was Terry Wood with a T. Perillo, 1077. Terry Wood, 1077. And Hampton missed them all. Done.
The hands that are raised, I'm not, Senator Wong, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I make a change in my vote from a yay on Senate Bill 1100 to a nay to flag it?
Done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Zullo.
Mr. Chair, similar vein on SB 1103, agenda item 21. If I am not in the negative, can I be marked as a no?
Done.
Thank you, Mr. Spinella.
Senator Wong, again, are you hand is still up? You're good. All right, Mr. Spinella, Senator Fonfara, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Done. All right.
All right. Today was a long day and a tough day and a stressful day, but I appreciate all of you working with us to get through it. Just going to give a few remarks. I would love to turn it over to my colleagues in a second to, I don't know, people want to get off this Zoom because we've been on it for a long time, but just bear with me because this is my first session chairing this committee, and it was an interesting time to do that because we've been all virtual. This is a really big committee. It's one of the biggest in the building, and it's certainly been a challenge, but you all have made it exceptionally easy. and frankly, way easier than I thought it was going to be, because we were able to really get a lot of good stuff done. We had a lot of good conversations, and unlike some of our other committees in the building, it never rose to the level of contention beyond what I think would be the reasonable standards of this body. And I think that that's really a commendable thing for all of us. I want to recognize our staff who are now frantically making sure that they get their stuff submitted in the next 5 minutes before we technically hit our deadline. But Tom Spinella, our administrator, Christina Penn, the clerk, and my legislative aide have been incredible. And the work that they both do every day for all of us is just insane to think about. And I'm just so grateful for both of them, truly, for all their hard work. Kumi, our LCO, has a tough job, but she does it incredibly well. Super grateful for her. We have the entire OFA team who are the smartest people I've ever talked to and know math better than any math teacher I ever had. So shout out to them. Michael Murphy, Chris Wetzel, Eric, Bill, Janelle, Neil. So grateful for them and the resources that they have for us on the both sides of the aisle, obviously, as the nonpartisan staff. And Heather and Root from OLR obviously do so much great work to provide us with the analysis of these bills. And certainly for me, speak for myself, make it a lot easier to understand these bills in their simple language than the way that the lawyers write it. No offense to Kumi, but just super grateful for them. And last but not least, I just want to thank my co-chair, Senator Fonfara, who has been a partner to me in this effort, and somebody I've learned from, having never chaired this committee before, given his experience doing this gig for a couple of years. And it's been good to work with him and all of the rest of you on my side of the aisle, but frankly on the other side as well. And I just want to thank Representative Cheeseman and Senator Martin, both of whom have been incredibly great to work with and gracious with working with John and I about our priorities and letting us know what's important to them and trying to find some common ground when we can. And when we can not do that, to disagree without being disagreeable, which I think is the hallmark of what this body should be all about and what our democracy should be all about. So with that, I'm going to kick it to my co-chair, Senator Fonfara, to see if he's got some closing remarks today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate all the work you've done throughout the year, and in particular, doing something that I loathe, which is managing the workload of the committee. I'm grateful that you and I think you enjoy it. At least you appear to, whether you do or you don't, you appear to. So I'm grateful for you for that. And our ranking members, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Martin, we will find a way to work, continue to work with you, but work even closer with you going forward. I feel comfortable that I've been saying that, and thank you for all the input that you provided this year. Sean mentioned our staff, but I'd like to, Tom Spinella, Christina, great work always. I always say it's like in sports, if you don't see the ref, you know that they're doing a good job, and that's how I feel about you guys. Kumi, Root, Michael Murphy, Chris Wetzel, Bill Letterman, these are great people, and I won't go into my spiel about how I feel they're handcuffed sometimes in terms of what they're able to do on our behalf in developing policy, but I thank you for all you do. To the chairs of the bonding subcommittee, Senator Moore and Representative Bohr, great work, and all the bonding subcommittee members, unsung, I won't say thankless job. Senator Moore corrected me on that earlier, but I know that it's unsung work, and we're all grateful to you for the time you put into it and getting a package to us. And I'll just say in closing to the committee, this is a tough year, candidly. A lot of things coming at us besides COVID. We have money from the federal government, but for me, generally someone who has tried to guard our finances, this was a different road for me in terms of really focusing on fairness, focusing on communities
Can I
that,
vote?
yeah, that have not been the beneficiaries of
So
what's
I understand Melissa.
I'm grateful to you for your support, and the major goal that we did in that regard is not the traditional way of doing things, but I'm hopeful all of you, we can go forward and make that really work for people in our state that really need the help. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Senator. If everybody can just mute while we finish these remarks today. Representative Butler, the votes unfortunately have been closed. So I'm sorry about that, but the votes were closed.
Okay, bye.
Senator Martin, would you like to give some closing remarks?
Absolutely. First of all, to the staff, thank you so much. Tom, you did a heck of a job of getting us the documents on a regular basis, organizing all these Zoom meetings, making sure we all got the right links, and sometimes we didn't. The error was at our end, but you were very patient with all of us, so thank you. And I don't have a list of names of all the OFA, OLRs, and the clerk staff that were involved with all behind the scenes, but truly outstanding work by all of you. Can't thank you guys enough for what you do, seems. I want to thank my ranking. Holly, you're outstanding. Like Sean or Representative Scanlon, you carried the water, a lot of the workload, and that I want to tell you how appreciative I am of what you did. And to John and to Sean, thank you guys for including Holly and I, first time for us as ranking members. I know that this is sort of a first session, so to speak, to know one another, and hopefully in time, a trust will continue to build, and we can get more accomplished than what we see here. So thank you guys, the leaders you are. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Henry. Representative Cheeseman, I'm going to give you the bring us home here.
All right, and I'll be brief. I wanted to again thank the chairs, Senator Fanfara, with whom I've had the pleasure to work, I guess, for 3 terms now, my Senator Martin, and you particularly, Chair Scanlon, for including me in so many of the initiatives, particularly the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund reform, our amazing staff, my intrepid caucus, and as I said, no one can feel but to be moved when we hear the testimony we do. And my hope, my most fervent hope, is that we all have a seat at the table to craft those solutions for the problems that exist, that we are open to one another's ideas and input, because at the end of the day, as my dogs attempt to break into the house, we want the best for the people in Connecticut. So I thank you all, and I wish you all Godspeed, and I guess we'll see each other soon. And thank God we're going to be in person soon. And that's my most fervent hope, because I want to be in a room with you guys, all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll see you soon.